Primordial God-King. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 901, Endless Entanglement. The aura on Qin Wentian's body instantly became extremely strong. His entire body seemed to be wrapped in a layer of brilliant white flames, and runes flowed all over his body. But what was even more terrifying was the sword energy contained in his body. All the strength of his body was burning, as if, just to achieve that peerless sword power. Jiutian's expression changed slightly, and he looked at Qin Wentian in surprise. At this moment, Qin Wentian's momentum surged, as if he was getting stronger, especially the sword power, which was getting stronger crazily. What's going on? The Xianjiao of the Destroying God Palace all changed their expressions slightly, and their eyes were all staring at Qin Wentian, a little surprised. Woo woo. The little bastard on Qin Wentian's shoulder whimpered, baring his teeth and claws, and said in a baby voice, "These bastards, kill them." The purgatory in the void let out a sad howl, and he was seen hovering above Qin Wentian's head, and then his body seemed to turn into blood light, and rush directly towards Qin Wentian's body. Qin Wentian seemed to understand purgatory's sadness. He was moved. Since he was a living being in purgatory and he nurtured him with his blood, he had an infinite attachment to him. Now that he knew he was burning his power, he actually called on himself to enter his blood and borrow his power from Qin Wentian to burn. "How can I burn your power?" Qin Wentian thought to himself. Then there was a crashing sound, blood rushed into the sky, and purgatory rushed directly into his body, but Qin Wentian would not borrow purgatory's power. He is no longer the same as before. Back then, he might have been in danger of losing his life when he used the immortal destroying sword because his strength was too weak. But now it is different. He has the powerful cultivation of the 7th level of the celestial phenomenon, and his blood is much stronger than before, so he has enough power to burn. You are burning your own power to strengthen your attack. Jiutian has understood it now. His brows frowned slightly. This brewing power is terrible. Qin Wentian is burning himself. Such a magical power is extremely powerful, but the disadvantage is also very obvious. It hurts oneself first and then others. After one attack, it is very likely to be completely paralyzed and at the mercy of others. Unless they are desperate, ordinary people will not use this kind of immortal magic. Is this guy desperate? Swish, swish, swish. The world roared, and endless sword energy gathered on Qin Wentian's body. Qin Wentian pointed his finger forward and pressed it directly into the void. In an instant, a terrifying invisible sword appeared in front of his finger, which was condensed by the monstrous sword intent. The terrible tearing force seemed to be able to tear the void apart. The whole world seemed to be shrouded by the sword intent. The people of the Destroying God Palace could feel the destructive power contained in it. Jian Mengchen and Zi Qingxuan were also shocked. Looking at Qin Wentian, they didn't know that Qin Wentian also practiced such a powerful magical power. Qin Wentian's body turned into normal size, covered with flowing armor, and golden rock wings appeared behind him, staring at Jiutian. The extreme below the immortal. Jiutian looked at Qin Wentian and said, "Even if you burn your own power to enhance your attack, you still can't cross the barrier of the immortal level. Below the immortal is the mortal, and I am at the 9th level of the celestial realm, which is already at the top of the mortal. Even if you reach the extreme below the immortal, you still can't threaten my life. At the same time, you are just consuming your own power and can't hold on for long. You are just struggling to death. The realm of immortals is a watershed. People below the immortals can't reach the attack of immortals with just the help of magical powers. At most, they are the extreme below the immortals. The immortal destroying sword technique is an immortal technique. People in the immortal realm exert the strongest power. However, Qin Wentian does not have the realm of immortals, so he can't exert the power beyond the immortals anyway." Jiutian was right. The masters on the immortal ascension list were the top geniuses from the endless immortal realm. They were already at the top, a peak below the immortals. That's why this ranking was called the immortal ascension list. Jiutian's aura was blooming crazily. The 1,000 symbols and stars evolved. Endless symbols turned into a dazzling 1,000 symbols shield, surrounding his body, as if to guard against Qin Wentian's attack. At the same time, the 1,000 symbol sword remained. He stared at Qin Wentian and continued, "Give it up. You want me to give up, unless I fall down. I can't control the power of this method. You said that the ancient emperor's city does not borrow immortal soldiers. I can do it. However, once this technique blooms, I can't control it. If you force me to fight, I will release it. At that time, whether you can block it or not is up to you, Qin Wentian said lightly. The power in his body was still burning. A suffocating sword power made all the masters feel it clearly. Even the spectators on the ground seemed to be shrouded by this sword power. They were full of supreme sword energy, the real extreme of the immortals. Although Jiutian is not far from the immortal, it seems that he is only one step away, but in fact he is still far from the extreme of the lower immortals, otherwise how could he be ranked 321st on the immortal list? There are still 320 people in front of him, and those in front are qualified to say that they have touched the extreme of the lower immortals. The sharp sound of chi kept coming out, that was the sword intent constantly rubbing the light of the thousand symbols. This harsh sound made Jiutian silent. Qin Wentian's finger was placed in the void, as if this finger fell, this supreme sword power could condense into a sword, only one sword, but the power of this sword may be the most terrifying. I can waste your strength with you, how long can your power burn? Jiutian said coldly. You sit on the back of the little bastard, I have a telepathic connection with the little guy, he knows what I think. Qin Wentian said to Jun Mengjian and Zi Qingxuan, and the two nodded and then fell on the back of the little bastard. Buzz! Qin Wentian stepped forward, seemingly walking towards Jiutian. This scene made Jiutian frown slightly. Seeing Qin Wentian step forward, his body actually took a step back. He saw a cold smile on Qin Wentian's face. A strong wind flashed past, and a golden rock seemed to appear on Qin Wentian's body, like a sky rock, and turned around in an instant to go towards another strong man from the Destroying God Palace. Be careful, Jiutian said, but Qin Wentian's transformation into golden rock was too fast. In just a moment, he landed in front of a strong man, and pressed his finger towards the void. In just a moment, the man felt that his whole body was wrapped in the supreme sword intent. He saw Qin Wentian's finger fall, and he would die on the spot. The little bastard was indeed in tune with Qin Wentian. His body followed Qin Wentian as soon as Qin Wentian moved, guarding against the people of the Destroying God Palace joining forces. Robbery, hand over all the stored rings. The little bastard's slightly childish voice sounded, which seemed a bit cute. His fierce body swayed in front of the strong man and stretched out his claws. This scene seemed a bit funny, but the strong man couldn't laugh. His life was controlled. Behind him, a strong momentum permeated. Although Qin Wentian didn't turn around, he said directly, I don't want to make this attack. Don't touch my bottom line, otherwise I don't know what the consequences will be. After these words fell, Jiutian and the disciples of the Destroying God Palace really stopped. The coerced strong man's face turned pale. He took out the stored rings on his body one by one and put them on the little bastard's claws. Being captured, he had no choice but to admit defeat. Why are you so stupid? The little bastard looked at the proud and cursed lazily. His other huge claw slapped out directly and hit the other party's body. The sound of crackling continued to come out, and the other party was directly knocked out. I don't know how many bones in the other party's body were broken. How dare you? Jiutian shouted coldly. The little bastard turned his eyes and stared at the other party, saying, I told you to bully me with your numbers. This monster is interesting. The people below said with a smile. Qin Wentian looked at the people in the God-Destroying Palace, and saw that they all had a strong aura, as if they were on guard against his surprise attack again. You are really stupid for still angering us at this point. Jiutian stared at Qin Wentian, but Qin Wentian seemed to have heard nothing and walked directly to the back of the little bastard. The little guy's wings flickered and he flew away. Qin Wentian was still facing the masters. The might of his sword was still there, covering the whole world. Can you get away? Jiutian and others stepped out. A group of masters from the Palace of God Destruction flashed in the void and chased after them, forming a faint arc. He wanted to see how long Qin Wentian could hold on. A group of masters marched in a mighty manner in the ancient emperor's city. Qin Wentian's power was constantly burning and consuming. Jiutian and other masters followed closely behind him. Even the stars and celestial phenomena did not converge, ready to launch an attack at any time. Jiutian, who is on the immortal list, led the strong men of the God-Destroying Palace to pursue 3 of my low-level people who just entered the ancient emperor's city. You really can't afford to lose face. Qin Wentian said sarcastically. His voice rolled and spread throughout the city below. Countless people looked up at the sky. Wherever he passed, There were strong men watching with interest. Jiutian, who is on the immortal list, actually pursued several newcomers, and he didn't dare to do anything. Many Xianjiao figures in the ancient emperor's city stepped into the void and followed Qin Wentian and the others. They seemed to be guys who were afraid of chaos in the world. Jiutian's expression gradually became gloomy. More and more Xianjiao figures were watching, and he couldn't save face. If you run away again, when you run out of strength, don't blame me, Ji, for being ruthless. Jiutian shouted angrily, with a strong threat in his voice. Qin Wentian was facing the pursuer. He had a cold expression, but there was a hint of sharpness in his eyes. He didn't expect that he would be entangled with the people of the God-Destroying Palace when he first arrived. Today, I will make you lose face for the God-Destroying Palace. Qin Wentian said coldly, "Get down, little bastard." The little guy's body fell towards the air below, and landed directly on a wide area on the ground. This scene made the mighty onlookers look interesting. Does this young man who burned his own power to launch the sword have a trump card? Chapter 902's Io Lengayu. Qin Wentian fell towards the sky below, and he was seen to be radiating a terrifying brilliance. With a rumble, his footsteps stepped on the ground. In an instant, the crowd saw that the ground where Qin Wentian stepped on actually had lines, which instantly turned into patterns. A terrifying star power bloomed out, and there was a strong aura of repression. Jiutian's body was suspended in the air. He had not been in a hurry to attack before, because Qin Wentian would sooner or later be unable to bear the burning of himself and consume all his strength. It would not be too late to attack then. There was no need to attack directly to anger Qin Wentian and make him fight to the death. But at this time, Qin Wentian chose to land, and it seemed that he could step out of the divine pattern under his feet. Qin Wentian's star image appeared, and huge hammers appeared in the void, constantly waving down and smashing on the ground. There was a constant roar, and the earth trembled. Soon a huge pattern appeared on the ground. This pattern seemed to be three-dimensional, and it seemed that an extremely powerful force was about to burst out. He carved a great array of divine patterns. Every time he made a move, he could carve powerful divine patterns on the ground. He is also a divine pattern master. All the strong men showed interesting expressions. They did not expect Qin Wentian to have such ability. He burned his own power to gather a powerful attack to intimidate the people of the God-Destroying Palace, so that the strong men of the God-Destroying Palace did not dare to act rashly, and he began to carve the array himself. "Do you want to attack and interrupt him?" someone asked. The strong men of the God-Destroying Palace stood in various directions and looked at Jiutian. He was the backbone. "You guys step back, I'll do it." Jiutian waved his palm and said in a majestic manner. If Qin Wentian's immortal destroying sword was replaced by someone else, he might not be able to bear it. Only he could have the power to compete. Okay. The strong men of the God-Destroying Palace nodded one after another. Since Qin Wentian was a master of divine patterns, he could not be allowed to continue carving the array. Jiutian stood proudly in the air, the terrifying 1,000 runes on his body shone, the light shone into the sky, the 1,000 rune sword seemed to be made of endless runes, and it slashed directly forward. The sword that could split the world hit Qin Wentian, and he could not give Qin Wentian any more time. Qin Wentian's body soared into the sky, and he pressed his fingers forward. In an instant, endless sword energy burst out, turning into an unparalleled storm. At the same time, endless sword power gathered, and the terrifying storm rolled forward, cutting through the void. The 1,000 rune sword was directly cut off by Qin Wentian's supreme sword power. Qin Wentian continued to move forward, with a hint of madness in his eyes, and went straight to Jiutian. The sword energy in his hand had not dissipated yet. Jiutian frowned, and then his body retreated. At this time, Qin Wentian was too threatening, and there was no need to fight him. The rumbling sound continued, and the sky hammers continued to hit the ground. The huge pattern gradually gathered and took shape. A force rushed into the sky, as if a giant figure like a god stood up from the pattern, with endless brilliance all over his body. What is this? The strong men of the God-Destroying Palace standing in the distance looked ugly. The powerful divine pattern formation was somewhat like Qin Wentian's starry sky. At this time, Qin Wentian sneered at Jiutian, and then retreated. The sword energy in his hand slowly dissipated, and the power in his body stopped burning. However, most of the power in his body was still consumed, and he felt a little weak all over. Returning to the divine pattern formation, Qin Wentian looked up, and a rumbling sound came out. His body turned into 700 feet again. When the star soul bloomed, it seemed to merge with a divine pattern formation, and it was so compatible. Even though we have just entered the ancient Emperor City, our highest cultivation level is only the 7th level of the celestial phenomenon. You, the God-destroying palace, cannot shake us. Qin Wentian spoke coldly, his voice spread throughout the void. Jiutian and other strong men of the God-destroying palace looked very unhappy. This battle has come to this point. Jiutian, who is on the immortal ascension list, led the strong men to pursue. If they still cannot take down Qin Wentian and others, they will lose face. Jiutian walked towards Qin Wentian step by step. At this moment, Qin Wentian had retracted the power of the immortal destroying sword, and the threat on him was greatly reduced. The strong men of the God-destroying palace surrounded and suppressed him. Since you are stubborn, we have no choice but to take action. Jiutian said coldly, long-range attack. Without the threat of the immortal destroying sword, everyone approached, gathering the power of the stars and celestial phenomena, and a terrifying storm began to sweep across the world. Kill! The jade-crowned strong man roared, and the huge spear directly cut through the void and killed Qin Wentian and others. Another strong man blasted out countless golden fists, and the void made a rumbling sound, all of which hit Qin Wentian. There were also strong men who blasted out thousands of arms, and there were strong men who blasted out deadly palm prints, covering the sky and the sun. All kinds of violent air currents swept over, trying to destroy Qin Wentian and his men. Jiutian looked indifferent, and the thousand-symbol stars on his body evolved into a terrifying thousand-symbol giant seal. He shouted angrily, and suddenly this huge thousand-symbol seal with the light of annihilation blasted down and headed straight for Qin Wentian. In a very short moment, all kinds of violent and terrible attacks blasted towards Qin Wentian. It can be seen that this time Qin Wentian really angered the strong men of the Destroying God Palace. If Qin Wentian and his men were unable to resist such an attack, they might even die, unless they took out the immortal-level magic weapon. Qin Wentian roared, and his terrifying body trampled on the ground. In an instant, there was a sense of the collapse of the sky and the earth. Endless room lights flowed above the ground, as if thousands of golden bodies rushed straight into the sky, surrounding his 10,000 feet tall body. At this moment, Qin Wentian and the huge phantom of the gods in the void seemed to merge together, and the endless golden bodies were centered on him. Go! Qin Wentian shouted angrily, and all of a sudden, all the purple gold figures rushed out. At this moment, Qin Wentian seemed to be submerged by the purple gold light. Boom, boom, boom. The world shook, and the tyrannical attacks intersected and collided in the sky, with the power to destroy the world. Qin Wentian looked at the attack launched by Jiutian and raised his hand to blast over there. The supreme power of repression and the huge thousand-rune seal collided and exploded in the void. Qin Wentian's star signs seemed to be completely integrated with a divine pattern formation. This piece of heaven and earth seemed to have turned into a starry sky. Endless golden bodies were born and kept floating in the void, which amazed everyone who saw this scene. What a powerful divine pattern formation. It seems that this newcomer is not simple. Well, he dared to compete with the Destroying God Palace and face the strong man Jiutian on the Ascension list at the 7th level of the Celestial Phenomenon. If he also enters the 9th level of the Celestial Phenomenon, he will definitely be included in the Ascension list. Various violent attacks madly bombarded Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian raised his big handprint and grabbed towards a certain direction. Endless golden bodies seemed to move with his big handprint. Everything was destroyed wherever it passed. The terrifying big handprint was directly printed on a strong man from the Destroying God Palace. The man roared and resisted. The palm print fell. With a loud bang, his body was directly blown away, and blood bloomed in the void. Each attack is as powerful as the 9th level of the Celestial Phenomenon realm. With the help of the Divine Pattern Array, this boy's strength is too strong and can be directly included in the Ascension list. However, the Ascension list should not consider the strength after the Divine Pattern Array. The battle here is extremely exciting. More and more strong men are gathering here. Jiutian and other strong men from the Destroying God Palace continue to attack Qin Wentian. However, seeing the constant collision of destructive forces in the void, no one can take Qin Wentian down. On the contrary, several strong men from the Destroying God Palace were caught off guard and were blasted away by Qin Wentian's attack and were seriously injured. So powerful, what a bastard. The little guy looked at Qin Wentian's divine power with his eyes shining. Brother Qin, did you comprehend the divine pattern array yourself with your own stars and celestial phenomena? This comprehension is really amazing. I am far inferior to him. Qin Wentian said in a low voice. It's ridiculous that he has a lot of fighting power, but he can't help Qin Wentian in this ancient emperor city. It seems that he still needs to practice hard to improve his realm. He practiced the Wonfu record. He said that the Wonfu record can help him better understand the power of his own practice. In addition, his comprehension is strong and his divine runes are powerful. It is not surprising that he can achieve the current situation. Zi Qingxuan whispered. The violent attack continued for a long time. The strong men of the Destroying God Palace could not defeat Qin Wentian alone. This was because Qin Wentian's own consumption was very small when he used the divine rune formation, but his attack power was too strong. Jiutian was defeated. At this time, a young man on the periphery looked at the battle over there and said with a smile. A strong man of the 7th level of the celestial phenomenon could not be defeated. Jiutian is the descendant of the immortal emperor after all. This time, he was embarrassed. Everyone was talking about it. At this time, many extraordinary figures walked in from another direction. Each of them was extremely stunning, especially the one in the middle, who was a woman. The woman was wearing a gorgeous tight red robe, which perfectly outlined her sexy figure, and she looked full of vitality, so stunning that people could not look directly into her beautiful eyes. This woman's skin is whiter than snow, and her figure is graceful. When she appeared, countless eyes looked at her, as if the attraction of the battle was not as great as this woman. She actually appeared here. Someone exclaimed. Xiao Lenggao, so beautiful, but it's a pity that the people pursuing her can line up in a long line. The Xiao clan she founded is full of flower protectors, and there are many strong people. There are dozens of strong people on the Immortal Ascension list alone. The lineup is super scary. Of course, Xiao Lenggao is not a vase beauty. Her own strength is the strongest in the Xiao clan. I don't know what kind of person can match such a beauty. Someone sighed. Xiao Lenggao, the daughter of Emperor Xiao of the North Domain of the Immortal Realm, is a famous beauty. She ranks 6th on the Immortal Ascension list. I don't know how many men are ashamed of her. At this moment, Xiao Lenggao actually paid attention to this battle. P.S. There is no competition in the ancient emperor city. Please show mercy to the prophecy emperors. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 903 Joining Xiao Clan. The appearance of the top 10 masters on the Ascension list is likely to cause a sensation, and everyone will immediately notice it. Moreover, Xiao Lenggao is not only one of the top 10 masters on the Ascension list, but also a stunning beauty, so the attention will only be higher. However, no one dared to approach her easily. There were several young men besides Xiao Lenggao who were masters on the Ascension list, and their rankings were higher than Jiutian who was fighting. This Jiutian dared to create his own sect and bring disgrace upon himself. One of the young men said lightly at this time, and his tone seemed to be somewhat disdainful of the God-destroying palace. Although this remark sounded harsh, in fact, the God-destroying palace only had one master, Jiutian, who was on the Ascension list, and was simply incomparable in front of a force like the Xiao clan. But this guy's formation is indeed not weak, and he is only at the 7th level of the celestial phenomenon. One person looked at Qin Wentian with an interested look, and seemed to be very interested. Lenggao, are you interested in this person? The young man next to him asked when he saw Xiao Lenggao looking over there. Xiao Lenggao looked calm, with no ripples in her beautiful eyes. She just quietly watched the battle ahead and said calmly, "Let's see first." Several people nodded and accompanied Xiao Lenggao to watch the battle. The battle ahead continued. Qin Wentian became more and more courageous, without showing any signs of decline. The formation was mighty and violent. On the other hand, the strong men of the Destroying God Palace, except Jiutian who could directly counter the formation attack, the other strong men seemed a little stretched. If the battle continued like this, they still could not defeat Qin Wentian. Jiutian, you've had enough. At this time, a young man next to Xiao Lenggao clasped his hands in front of his chest and spoke lightly. Jiutian immediately retreated and stopped fighting. The strong men of the Destroying God Palace also retreated one after another. Qin Wentian did not continue, and the violent battle suddenly stopped. Jiutian looked at Xiao Lenggao and his group. His expression was not very good. This battle was very embarrassing. Not only did you fail to take down the newcomer, but you also hurt your own people. Jiutian, if I were you, I would not stay here any longer. The young man with his hands folded across his chest smiled faintly, and there seemed to be a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Jiutian's eyes were sharp, staring at the person who was speaking, and said coldly, "What does it have to do with you?" "Of course it has nothing to do with me. I'm not the one who lost face." The man responded faintly. Xiao Lengai looked at Jiutian and said, "You guys leave." Jiutian glanced at Xiao Lengai. Although he was a strong man on the ascension list, it was obviously impossible for him to compete with Xiao Lengai and his group. A flash of anger flashed in his eyes. He glanced at Qin Wentian and said, Jiutian, will remember what happened today. Are you going to get all the people from the God-destroying palace to deal with me?" Qin Wentian responded coldly. Anyone can easily understand the sarcasm in this remark. To deal with a person of the 7th level of Xiangxiang in the God-destroying palace, the God-destroying palace needs to move the strong men of the entire God-destroying palace. Retreat. Jiutian had no face to stay any longer, so he ordered them to leave. Immediately, several strong men from the God-destroying palace left one after another. A dog that lost its home. The little bastard's childish voice was heard, and immediately the faces of the departing God-destroying palace strong men were full of black lines, wishing they could cook and eat the monster. Qin Wentian's body turned into normal size, and his clothes were flowing with strands of starlight. This was a divine weapon's clothes, which was very elastic and could be expanded at will. However, he still took out a robe from the storage ring and put it on, and then looked at Xiao Lengai. "What a beautiful woman!" Qin Wentian praised in his heart. Xiao Lengai was indeed a rare beauty, and she was very elegant. Although her perfect curvy figure was tempting, her temperament made people have no evil thoughts and dared not to blaspheme easily. Her eyes were very beautiful, and they happened to look at Qin Wentian, as if they could hook people's souls away. "Your formation is very powerful, and your own combat power should be very strong, but your realm is relatively low. If it weren't for the formation, you would probably suffer in front of Jiutian." Xiao Lengai walked forward, her steps were elegant and fascinating. Her eyes were always on Qin Wentian, and she said to Qin Wentian, "If you are all new to the ancient emperor city, you might as well join a force. My Xiao clan is enough to protect you. If you join, Jiutian will never dare to harass you." Xiao Lengai actually took the initiative to invite him to join. It seems that she values his ability. Someone showed a look of surprise. It is difficult to refuse an invitation from a beautiful woman. Tisk, I don't even have this kind of treatment. The young man with his hands around his chest whispered. Did Lengai like his formation? However, the ancient emperor city still has to speak with strength after all, and the formation is a side road. A proud young man next to him spoke lightly, with a somewhat cold tone. Xiao sect. Qin Wentian recalled the information in the jade slip. Xiao sect seemed to be the sect founded by Xiao Lengai, the daughter of Emperor Xiao. The beauty in front of him should be Xiao Lengai, one of the 3 beauties. The woman said before that Xiao Lengai wanted to find Qinger to fight and prove herself because Qinger's ranking was higher than hers. Therefore, Qin Wentian paid special attention to Xiao Lengai's information. Such a stunning beauty in front of him was surpassed by Qinger in the ranking of the immortal list. It seems that Qinger is really becoming more and more outstanding. Before, I delayed Qinger's practice. Qin Wentian thought to himself. When he was in the particle world, Qinger had been silently guarding him by his side. Obviously, it would greatly delay his own practice. The road of martial arts cannot be achieved overnight, and it requires real dedication. Qinger has a rare physique and a mysterious and powerful force in her body. Qin Wentian is not surprised at all that she performed outstandingly after arriving in the fairyland. It was because we rejected the God-destroying palace that we were chased by them. Zikingsun said, but Xiao Lengai did not look at her. Her beautiful eyes were still staring at Qin Wentian, the young man who had always dared to look her in the eye. Xiao Lengai could actually see a hint of affection in those eyes. Although she felt a little disdainful, she was secretly proud. There were many people who were conquered by her beauty. The person in front of her was just one of them. Many Xianjiao figures were willing to follow her at first sight. Because of this, her Xiao clan was one of the top 3 powerful forces in the ancient emperor city. Xiao Lengai naturally did not know that this hint of affection was not because of her, but because Qin Wentian thought of Qinger after seeing her. How is it? Xiao Lengai asked confidently. There was even a slight smile on the corner of her mouth, which made her even more charming. The forces that joined in the ancient Emperor City should have nothing to do with each other outside the ancient Emperor City. Qin Wentian asked. Qin Wentian's voice made many people around him smile secretly. It seemed that this young man who had just arrived could not resist Xiao Lengai's charm. Of course, it is limited to the ancient Emperor City. Even in the ancient Emperor City, if you want to leave the Xiao clan, you can do so at any time. The ancient Emperor City is a trial place, so it is very casual. Xiao Lengaiyu said. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded, and then he looked at Zi Qingxun and Zhen Mengchen, and said in a voice transmission, Xiao Lengaiyu is looking for Kinger. If I join the Xiao clan, I will be able to find Kinger in the first place in the future. I will choose to join temporarily. What about you? I will go with senior brother Qin. If you join, I will join too. Zhen Mengchen said in a voice transmission. Zi Qingxun thought about it, and looked at Qin Wentian with her beautiful eyes. She sighed in her heart. It seemed that Qin Wentian had a deep affection for Princess Kinger. She also said in a voice transmission, we are together. Thank you. Qin Wentian showed a smile in his eyes. The three of them smiled at each other, and then turned around. Qin Wentian said to Xiao Lengaiyu, we are willing to join the Xiao clan. It seems that I still can't resist Xiao Lengaiyu's charm. But this is normal. Xiao Lengaiyu took the initiative to invite me. For a newcomer to the ancient Emperor City, it is a great honor. People in the distance began to discuss, and the strong men of the Xiao clan had different expressions. Welcome. Xiao Lengaiyu smiled at Qin Wentian, then turned around and said, let's go back to the Xiao clan first. You can introduce the Xiao clan. Brother Qin, this Xiao Lengaiyu is very proud. One of the three most famous beauties in the ancient Emperor City has met the first one. Zhen Mengchen smiled in voice transmission. The three of them raised their feet and followed Xiao Lengaiyu. They saw several powerful men from the Xiao clan looking at them. The arrogant young man glanced at them and said lightly, the Xiao clan does not accept mediocre people. If you are too bad, you will be expelled from the Xiao clan. As he said that, he turned around and walked side by side with Xiao Lengaiyu, saying, Lengaiyu, I really don't understand why you easily recruited the three of them into the Xiao clan at the same time. You don't have to understand. Xiao Lengaiyu said calmly, causing the arrogant young man to shake his head slightly. What a crazy guy. Zhen Mengchen snorted coldly and looked at the man's back. His name is Xiaqianhan, and it has always been like this. You don't need to care too much. The young man with his hands around his chest smiled lightly, looking at Qin Wentian and the others who walked in front of him, and said, let me introduce myself. My name is Li Yu, you as in Jade girl, but obviously, I am a man. Haha, if I hadn't seen you, I would really have thought it was a woman's name. Zhen Mengchen laughed. 81st on the immortal ranking, Li Yu. Qin Wentian murmured, with a sharp look in his eyes, Xiaqianhan, 96th on the immortal ranking. You have a good memory. Li Yu smiled, but Xiaqianhan is right, Xiaoman does not accept mediocre people. Although Xiao Lengaiyu is a woman, she has a very high vision. She doesn't look down on ordinary people. If you perform too badly in the future, you will indeed be expelled from Xiaoman. Perform too badly? Will Xiaoman fight with other forces? Qin Wentian asked. This is rare. After all, Xiaoman is one of the top 3 forces in the ancient Emperor City. Ordinary forces will not provoke it. However, you probably don't know that the ancient Emperor City, a trial place, has secret treasures everywhere in the suburbs. There are battles from time to time, and even the legendary treasures left by the ancient emperors. Chapter 904, Twin Prides. Xiao Clan, a force ranked in the top 3 in the ancient Emperor City, has hundreds of geniuses and a large number of buildings. It is backed by green mountains and has flowing water in front of it. It is like a small city, built by the mountains and beside the water. The air in Xiao Clan is fresh and quiet. Qin Wentian has been here for several days, but he is not familiar with everyone and no one has introduced him. However, he himself is not interested in this. Xiao Lengaiyu has been looking for Kinger. Xiao Clan is powerful, so it is obviously much easier for him to find Kinger than to find her alone. Once Xiao Lengaiyu finds Kinger, he will be in Xiao Clan and will naturally be the first to get the news. Moreover, for Qin Wentian, there is no place that is not a place for cultivation, and the same is true in Xiao Clan. In the quiet ancient courtyard, under the green mountains, in the training field, Qin Wentian sat cross-legged. The void was dreamy, as if there were stars in the sky, as if it was a dreamland. In Qin Wentian's palm, there was a huge talisman bone. On this talisman bone flowed endless talisman light, and the lines were mysterious. In this void, there seemed to be a huge phantom of Fengpeng, which enveloped Qin Wentian's body. Although there was no wind coming in, there was still a feeling of howling wind. Qin Wentian closed his eyes to practice, and endless light patterns shone on his body, making the void dreamy and self-contained. He was running the Wanfa record. In the process of practicing the Wanfa record, a magical space can be born, which is suitable for all dharmas and derives all phenomena. The higher the understanding, the more you can see. I saw that the starry sky was constantly expanding, and there were endless light patterns shining between heaven and earth. The talisman bone held in Qin Wentian's hand was suspended in the sky, and bursts of light shone. Suddenly, the runes on the Xiangpeng talisman bone seemed to jump out, constantly transforming into Fengpeng, as if there was a peerless Fengpeng body technique appearing in the starry sky, and all this body technique was imprinted in Qin Wentian's mind. Not only that, the runes in the Fengpeng rune bone flow out and can also be transformed into peerless attack power, with infinite power. On the small rune bone, it seems that endless mysterious runes are engraved, and each rune is a powerful force, which makes people feel the peerless majesty of the former Fengpeng Supreme Void King. Qin Wentian immersed himself in it, comprehended the power in it, and used the Wanfa record to integrate his own power into it and make it his own. After a while, there seemed to be footsteps outside the courtyard. Zi Qingxun stood outside the courtyard and saw that the person who came was Xiao Langaiyu, the master of Xiaomen, and several other strong men of Xiaomen. Where is Qin Wentian? Xia Qianhan, who was beside Xiao Langaiyu, asked Zi Qingxun. Zi Qingxun frowned and said, he is practicing. Call him here, Langaiyu has something to do with him. Xia Qianhan said, which made Zi Qingxun feel a little unhappy. Xia Qianhan really treated them as subordinates, and there was no due respect in his tone. He is practicing. Zi Qingxun repeated. Xia Qianhan raised his eyebrows and glanced at Zi Qingxun. Since you have joined the Xiao sect and are under the protection of the Xiao sect, you should know your position. Zi Qingxun frowned even more. They joined the Xiao sect because of Xiao Langaiyu's invitation, not because they begged to join. Moreover, even without the protection of the Xiao sect, Qin Wentian could defeat Ji Lanshan by himself. Xia Qianhan, who was on the ascension list, was really proud. Xia Qianhan, don't scare other beauties. After all, they are all from my Xiao sect. Li Yu said with a smile. As a strong man on the ascension list, Li Yu's personality is much gentler. What's the matter? At this time, Qin Wentian and Zhen Mengchen on the other side came out together. Xiao Langaiyu smiled at Qin Wentian and said, I have something to discuss with you. Is it convenient for you to come in and talk? Okay. Qin Wentian nodded. Wait for me here. Xiao Langaiyu walked forward and entered the courtyard with Qin Wentian. Xia Qianhan frowned, and there was a hint of displeasure in his eyes. Xiao Langaiyu and Qin Wentian came to the training ground together. Xiao Langaiyu took out a scroll from her body and handed it to Qin Wentian, saying, take a look at these patterns. Qin Wentian took it. On this pattern, there was a magnificent palace, which was extremely majestic. There was a passage in front of the palace, which was covered with thorns. There was an ancient road with many patterns engraved on it, which was intricate and wonderful. What is this? Qin Wentian asked. These patterns were extremely mysterious. They were all very powerful divine patterns, which could have infinite changes. If they were to be arbitrarily triggered, it could lead to destructive consequences. The ancient emperor city is the ruins of the ancient emperor. This is not a rumor, but a fact. This palace may be the palace of the ancient emperor. It was originally hidden in the dark and never seen the sun. After years of exploration by generations of powerful people, it was excavated. Many people even paid the price of their lives for this. Until now, the ruins of the palace are looming and can be seen with the naked eye, but no one has been able to step into it. These divine patterns are a huge obstacle. Xiao Langaiyu explained to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian smiled. He was not a stupid person. He immediately knew the purpose of Xiao Langaiyu inviting him to join the Xiao sect a few days ago. However, he also had his own purpose in joining the Xiao sect, which was nothing. On the contrary, if he had no value, why would Xiao Langaiyu invite him to join the Xiao sect? Just from the pattern, these divine patterns are very complicated, but if you don't really experience it yourself, It is impossible to know whether you can solve it. Qin Wentian said straightforwardly. Okay, let's go directly here. Xiao Lengaiyu said, her beautiful eyes seemed to be shining. She looked very heroic and courageous. Otherwise, as a woman, it would be difficult to achieve such an achievement, the 6th place on the immortal ranking, but not everyone can step into this position. Okay. Qin Wentian nodded. Xiao Lengaiyu smiled brightly at Qin Wentian and said, your attainments in divine runes are very high. If you can do that, Xiao Lengaiyu, will not treat you unfairly. The two were quite close to each other, and seeing the beautiful face so close, Qin Wentian felt a slight palpitation in his heart even though he had extraordinary concentration. Xiao Lengaiyu's smile was even brighter. She turned around and said, let's go. But there are a lot of strong people there now, including many people on the Ascension list. The biggest opponent is the people from the Twin Pride Alliance. Their leaders are two brothers, both of whom are ranked high on the Ascension list. The elder brother is ranked 4th on the Ascension list, and the younger brother has extraordinary attainments in divine runes. Xiao Lengaiyu turned around and walked out, but there was still a gust of fragrance lingering. Qin Wentian smiled lightly. This Xiao Lengaiyu was really charming. Her every move had an indescribable attraction. She only needed to act closer to you casually to create a magical power that would fascinate people. Following Xiao Lengaiyu out of the courtyard, Qin Wentian clearly felt that several people looked at him with a slightly unfriendly look, but he didn't care. He said to Jun Mengtian and Zi Qingxuan, help me keep an eye on the little bastard. Don't you want me to go? Jun Mengtian asked. No need. Qin Wentian shook his head. Xiao Lengaiyu had personally gone to the Imperial Palace ruins. With Jun Mengtian and Zi Qingxuan's current strength, they were still not good enough. There must be many strong people there. Let's go. Xiao Lengaiyu said lightly, and she stepped on the ground, and the group immediately took off. Xiao Lengaiyu was wearing a gorgeous red robe, noble and delicate, forming a beautiful scenery. The group was very fast and headed straight for the destination. To the north of the ancient Emperor City, there is an ice field, as if it is an endless glacier world. In the void here, there is an incomparable magical power that cannot fly high in the sky. In this glacial world, there seems to be a snow-white imperial palace, pure and flawless, without a speck of dust, yet giving people a sense of ethereal breath. In front of the imperial palace there is an ancient road passage, exuding an ancient breath, as if it was forcibly opened up by later generations. Only after generations of efforts can we see the ruins of the imperial palace. Many strong men gathered here. There was a whistling sound coming from the void in the distance. These strong men looked up and saw a stunning female figure there. Xiao Lengaiyu is here. Many people recognized Xiao Lengaiyu at a glance. She came with the strong men of the Xiao clan and seemed to be very interested in this imperial palace. Xiao Lengaiyu. The young Xianjiao looked up at Xiao Lengaiyu and said with a smile, why don't you give up? I said that if you marry me or my brother, we will take you into the imperial palace and you can sit back and enjoy the fruits of our labor. Zhuangxing, you are so presumptuous. Xia Qianhan scolded coldly. Xia Qianhan, you are not qualified to talk to me. The young man glanced at Xia Qianhan and continued with a smile, Xiao Lengaiyu, you are the daughter of Emperor Xiao, and my father is Emperor Xuan. It can be said that we are well matched. The Shuangjiao League founded by my brother and I also surpasses your Xiao clan. If you don't like me, you can marry my brother. In the ancient Emperor City, few people dared to provoke Xiao Lengaiyu, who ranks 6th on the immortal list, but the two leaders of the Shuangjiao League were undoubtedly exceptions. The two leaders of the Twin Pride Alliance are called Twin Pride. They are the sons of Emperor Xuan. Xuan Yang is very powerful and ranks 4th on the immortal ascension list. Xuanxing has strong attainments in divine patterns and is not weak at all. He ranks 27th on the immortal ascension list. The two brothers can be said to be true dragons among men. In the ancient Emperor City, the Twin Pride Alliance is as powerful as the Xiao clan, and conflicts between the two sides often occur. The leader of the Twin Pride Alliance, Xuanxing, often jokes with Xiao Lengaiyu, saying that he wants Xiao Lengaiyu to become the daughter-in-law of his father, Emperor Xuan. Xia Qianhan's face was livid, but he saw Xiao Lengaiyu waving her hand, looking at Xuanxing and smiling. Xuanxing, you can't even beat me. What qualifications do you have to marry me? This is only temporary. I can't beat you, but Xuan Yang can. I have no objection to you marrying him. Xuanxing smiled. HMPH, Zhuangxing, You can be so arrogant after you enter the imperial palace first. Xiao Lengaiyu sneered, then looked at Qin Wentian and said, Qin Wentian, take a look at the pattern below, can you decipher it? Qin Wentian's eyes had already fallen on the ancient road in front of him. The pattern here was so mysterious that he couldn't figure it out for a while. He couldn't help but frown slightly, and his mind sank into it. Haha, so you asked for help, but can you rely on him? In this ancient imperial city, no one can decipher the divine pattern that I can't decipher. If anyone can enter the imperial palace, it must be me. Zhuangxi said proudly, arrogantly. Chapter 905 Underground Palace. Xiao Lengai looked at Xuanzing's arrogant expression with a blank expression. Not only was Xuanzing good at divine patterns, but there were also several Xianjiao figures who had extremely high attainments in divine patterns, but no one could compare to Xuanzing. Xuanyang and Xuanzing's father was the Xuan Emperor who was famous in the immortal realm. Not only was he at the level of the immortal emperor, but he also had extremely high attainments in divine patterns, which were all pervasive and could change the world. Xuanyang never touched divine patterns and was only interested in strength. Xuanzing was different. He inherited the Xuan Emperor's natural attainments in divine patterns and was much stronger than many older people. Qin Wentian seemed not to have heard Xuanzing's words. His eyes were fixed on the front. The ancient road leading to the Piaomio Imperial Palace had a pattern that was too mysterious and exquisite. It could be said to have reached the pinnacle. He could clearly interpret a pattern, but once he cracked it, it would immediately trigger a destructive force, and he didn't know the consequences. Behind a divine pattern, it seemed that there were countless backup plans waiting for you to fall into it. If people with low attainments in divine patterns easily step into it, it would be miserable. I can't break it. Qin Wentian suddenly said. Xiao Lengaiyu's expression froze. She turned around and looked at Qin Wentian. After a moment of silence, she said seriously, take a closer look. No one can break this divine mark, ancient emperor city. Qin Wentian said decisively. Xiao Lengaiyu showed a strange color. The guy in front of her was no less arrogant than Xuanzing. You are so arrogant. Just because you can't break it doesn't mean others can't. Xuanzing couldn't help but sneer when she saw Qin Wentian's arrogant tone on the divine mark. You are so strong, then break it for me to see. Qin Wentian looked at Xuanzing and responded, blocking Xuanzing's words. Xuanzing's eyes froze. He looked at Qin Wentian and smiled contemptuously. Do you know who you are talking to? Or, you think that Xiao Lengaiyu invited you here, so you have enough confidence to dare to talk to me like this? Who you are has nothing to do with me. I will talk the same way you talk. Qin Wentian responded with a sharp look. Very good. Xuanzing stepped on the ground, and a divine pattern appeared on the ground in an instant. Xiao Lengaiyu frowned, stepped forward slightly, blocked Qin Wentian, stared at Xuanzing and said, Xuanzing, what do you want to do? Hide behind a woman. Xuanzing sneered at Qin Wentian, then turned around and continued to observe the road leading to the imperial palace. Xiao Lengaiyu's face seemed not as good as before she came. She frowned and looked ahead, as if thinking about something. At this time, Qin Wentian whispered beside her, since there's the side of the imperial palace, we must be able to enter. But from what I see from this pattern, no one can crack it. If you want to go through, you can only take a step and let yourself fall into it. At that time, this ancient road will inevitably change drastically. I don't know how it will change, but if you want to enter the imperial palace, this must be the only way. Xiao Lengaiyu turned around, looked at Qin Wentian with beautiful eyes, and said, Are you sure? Someone should have tried it before. Qin Wentian said. Xiao Lengaiyu looked into Qin Wentian's eyes and nodded. Indeed, those who tried to force their way in before would be trapped in the ancient road due to its changes, and their lives and deaths were unknown. From this point of view, your speculation is correct. Lengaiyu, you can't trust this person easily. For a person of the 7th level of the celestial phenomena, his life and death are not important. If you encounter danger, the consequences will be disastrous. Xia Qianhun reminded Xiao Lengaiyu. Qin Wentian's statement was very risky. Since you don't dare to take risks, then just go back directly. Why do you still dream of entering the imperial palace? Is there no crisis in the imperial palace? Qin Wentian said sarcastically. Xia Qianhun narrowed his eyes and stared at Qin Wentian. Pay attention to your tone. If you don't need me, I can leave now. Qin Wentian looked at Xiao Lengaiyu. Xia Qianhun had never given him a good face, and he was too lazy to pay attention. Qin Wentian knew himself. Xiao Lengai was an unparalleled beauty, and a powerful person ranked 6th on the ascension list. She was the daughter of Emperor Xiao. She would never fall in love with him. She invited him to the Xiao clan before just because she saw his attainments and divine patterns. But what about Xia Qianhong? He seemed to have no self-awareness, thinking that Qin Wentian was not qualified to be with Xiao Lengai, but he himself probably didn't have much weight in Xiao Lengai's heart. Xiao Lengai didn't even look down on the 2 descendants of Emperor Zhuan, let alone Xia Qianhong. Don't argue. Xiao Lengai said with some displeasure, wait a few days and see if they can crack it. Xia Qianhong didn't say anything, and glanced at Qin Wentian coldly. There were many strong people here, and there were also many geniuses who wanted to crack the ancient road divine pattern, but as time passed, no one could crack it, and there was no progress at all. However, these geniuses were also patient. After waiting for a few days without any response, Qin Wentian simply sat down beside him, closed his eyes and rested his mind, and practiced quietly. He knew that he couldn't crack this divine pattern, so he was too lazy to waste time. The divine pattern that could trigger endless changes with a single hair was a dead end. The changes afterwards could not be seen through, and only by trying could we know. Qin Wentian. At this time, Xiao Lengai walked to Qin Wentian again and called out. Qin Wentian opened his eyes and saw Xiao Lengai saying to him, these days, these people have not made any progress. It seems that you are right. I believe what you said, but do you dare to take the risk? I think since there is an imperial palace here, it cannot be a dead end. Qin Wentian said lightly. Okay, then, I will follow you next. Xiao Lengai said with a smile, and there was infinite charm in her smile. Qin Wentian stood up and then his figure flashed. Xia Qianhong said to Xiao Lengai, do you really want to take the risk? Since you are here, why not give it a try? Those who are willing to withdraw from the Xiao sect can go back, and those who are willing to take the risk can follow me. Xiao Lengai walked forward with a firm step. Xiao Lengai, a woman, was like this, so how could the Xiao sect's Xianjiao retreat? They all smiled at each other and followed Xiao Lengai forward. Qin Wentian passed by Xuanzing, who immediately looked up at them. Then he saw Qin Wentian stepping directly onto the ancient road covered with divine patterns. Looking for death? Xuanzing sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Wentian stepped directly onto the pattern. Instantly, a roar was heard, and a terrifying aura spread out. The ancient road was surging, as if it was about to collapse. Even though Xiao Lengai had been prepared, she was still stunned when she saw this scene. However, the next moment, she saw Qin Wentian's body being swallowed by the ancient road. She became ruthless, and her figure flashed forward, and she actually stepped into it with Qin Wentian. Let's go in. The people of Xiao clan stepped into it one after another, allowing the ancient road to bury them. They are all crazy. Xuanzing's eyes flashed with dazzling light, and then he said, follow me, people from the Twin Pride Alliance. He was naturally unyielding, and his attainments and divine patterns were extremely high. In fact, he also vaguely realized that Qin Wentian's words might be right. This seemed to be a dead end, but he was unwilling to admit it. But seeing that Xiao Lengai dared to take the risk, how could he retreat? With someone leading the way and taking the risk, everyone's courage suddenly grew, especially with a beautiful Xiao leading the way. Of course, the Xianjiao couldn't avoid it, so the Xianjiao figures here strolled in one by one and stepped into the turbulent ancient road. After just a moment, they felt that the world was upside down, and their bodies seemed to be buried underground. Weak flames lit up, illuminating this space. Everyone looked around and suddenly found that this was actually an underground palace. Qin Wentian, you are right. Xiao Lengai's beautiful eyes flashed with brilliance when she saw this scene. The road was not on the ancient road at all, but underground. This underground palace was engraved with complex patterns and was extremely empty. It was pitch black in front, as if there was no end. Good luck. Xuanzing was unwilling to admit that Qin Wentian saw it earlier than him. At this moment, Xuanzing's body suddenly flashed out and rushed towards a certain direction. Not only him, but several strong men rushed out at the same time, including Qin Wentian. Get out of here! Xuanzing shouted angrily. As soon as he stepped on the ground, a pattern on the ground lit up directly, emitting a terrifying light. A fierce beast Kui with a raging aura rushed out directly, rolling through the void, and madly killed Qin Wentian and others. Qin Wentian also stepped on a pattern. His body turned into a flash of lightning, and then like a windrock, moving with the wind, and rushed towards the wall in front. What are they robbing? Xiao Lengaiyu frowned and immediately understood that these people were robbing something. Those who took action were all geniuses who were good at divine patterns. He actually made the decision without authorization. Xia Qianhun said, Lengaiyu, this person must be guarded against. Xiao Lengaiyu looked forward. At this moment, she also understood that the patterns of this underground palace were all powerful divine patterns. These geniuses who were good at divine patterns directly collided with divine patterns. Qin Wentian borrowed a Fengpeng divine pattern, and his speed increased dramatically. However, the attack of the good divine pattern rushed directly towards him. Zhuangxing shouted angrily, "You dare!" After that, his palm surged forward, and a terrifying ancient seal of killing slammed down. But Qin Wentian's body had already reached the wall. He pressed his palm upwards, and the light shone, as if a scroll appeared, and rushed directly into Qin Wentian's mind. However, all the attacks from behind also attacked. Qin Wentian's body trembled violently, and he really turned into a big rock in the wind. A rumbling sound came out and slammed on Qin Wentian's afterimage. "I got the map, why don't you help me?" Qin Wentian shouted, and rushed forward quickly. Hearing his words, Xiao Lengaiyu and others rushed out quickly, heading straight to the direction where Qin Wentian was. A terrifying freezing power appeared on her body, and she clenched her palms towards the void. The terrifying freezing power made all the Xianjiao shudder. But Zhuangxing still rushed towards Qin Wentian, and a dazzling edge flashed in his eyes, as if there was a terrifying starlight, as if he had opened his eyes. At this moment, the divine patterns of the entire palace seemed to be unable to hide from his eyes, and they were clearly visible. He took a step forward, and saw infinite pressure rolling towards him, trying to stop Xiao Lengaiyu. Zuan Mao. Xiao Lengaiyu's expression was slightly condensed. Qin Wentian was in danger. Chapter 906 Ancient Emperor Yi. Every step of Xuanxing seemed to be danced by dragons and snakes. The powerful attacking force did not even need to consume his own ability. He was purely using the divine patterns in the underground palace to launch attacks. Xuanxing cultivated a pair of mysterious eyes that could see through the divine patterns at a glance. He had a very high level of attainment in divine patterns. As long as there were offensive divine patterns in the underground palace, he could easily use them. Qin Wentian felt the overwhelming force behind him attacking him as he ran forward. Without stopping for a moment, he stepped directly on a pattern. As soon as he stepped on it, the pattern suddenly lit up and became extremely bright. It seemed as if he was covered with a terrible magic armor on his body, which was indestructible. He turned around and punched out directly. There were powerful divine patterns engraved in the magic armor. This punch was as if there were demons roaring out and attacking Xuanxing. The terrible rumbling sound shook the underground palace. The echo was terrible. The trembling of the underground palace made people feel that this underground palace might collapse at any time. Divine pattern armor. Xuanxing looked grim. Qin Wentian had gone straight to that direction before. It turned out that he had seen the divine pattern armor and had seized it first. At this moment, Qin Wentian was radiant and shining, with an indomitable spirit. One figure after another flashed and surrounded Qin Wentian. The people of the Twin Pride Alliance and the other prodigies of the ancient Emperor City all understood that this underground palace was likely the passage to the real Imperial Palace. It was of great importance for Qin Wentian to seize the map. Hand it over. Xuanxing walked forward step by step, and saw a terrifying dragon rising up, extremely terrifying, and swallowed Qin Wentian directly. Qin Wentian sneered, waved his palm, pressed on a divine pattern, and then slashed fiercely, as if a monstrous and terrifying magic knife chopped down from the sky, and collided with a dark dragon fiercely. The dragon collapsed, and the magic knife shattered. What a strong attainment in divine runes. Although he doesn't have the mysterious eyes, he still knows the divine runes of this underground palace very well and can easily use the power in them. Everyone stared at Qin Wentian. This person fought like a tiger with wings in this underground palace, and his strength became much stronger. Zhuangxing, it doesn't seem good for you to deal with my Xiaoman like this. Xiao Lengai walked forward. Although she was wearing a gorgeous red robe, her whole body was full of icy aura at this moment, which made people shiver. Your invited person is brave. Zhuangxing sneered at Qin Wentian and said, since the map is with him, let him lead the way. How about you all follow him together? Okay. Xiao Lengai nodded, but did not refuse. If they really found the Imperial Palace, his Xiaoman would be the strongest. What was there to be afraid of? On the contrary, in this underground palace, they would be restricted. Qin Wentian, you lead the way. Xiao Lengai walked forward, walked behind Qin Wentian, and whispered to him, well done. Qin Wentian pursed his lips and chuckled, and walked forward. This underground palace was very large, like an imperial mausoleum, vast, gloomy, and exuding an ancient and mysterious atmosphere. There were several intersections in front of them, and each intersection exuded a mysterious atmosphere. Which road should we take? Xiao Lengai asked. This one. Qin Wentian pointed to a road in front of him and continued to walk forward. Everyone followed him. A cold wind blew, exuding a gloomy atmosphere, making people feel a little chilly. This space seemed to be a huge cave with stone walls on top, as if it was in an ancient mountain, but those stone walls were uneven, and the entire cave was irregular in shape, constantly extending forward. All the Xianjiao did not speak, they were very calm, and their expressions were solemn. If this was really the road to the imperial palace, then they might encounter crises at any time, and they had to be cautious. At this moment, the master's footsteps suddenly stopped, and their eyes were fixed on the front. On the ground, there were many corpses. Even though some strong men died here, their bodies were still well preserved. Everyone trembled. There was a mysterious ancient wall in front of them, engraved with endless runes, which were extremely complex. Xiao Lengai's figure flashed, and she came to a complete corpse. She saw that this person's skin was like jade and extremely radiant. Normal people's skin was not so perfect, but there was no breath. It was obviously a dead person, and it was unknown how long he had been dead. At least a strong man in the Xiante realm. Xiao Lengai's eyes froze there. Such skin must be a fairy body. Her footsteps moved slowly and came to another corpse. The body of this corpse was shattered, and there were bones exposed. However, on the bones, there seemed to be wonderful runes, as if it was the truth of the Great Way, and it actually contained a trace of pressure, which was very scary. Talisman bones, it seems that the body of the immortal king has been forged, and the bones are all treasures. Xiao Lengai's expression was trembling. This person must have been an immortal king in his lifetime. The bones in his body have all given birth to talisman bones, which contain powerful rule power. There are many corpses here, and there are immortal kings. Such people all died here. What exactly did you get? Is it really just a map? At this time, only a cold voice was heard. Xuanzing's pair of mysterious eyes stared at Qin Wentian, with a little chill. He didn't trust people easily, let alone a stranger. The scroll on the wall before was special, as if there were wonderful patterns flowing, so they fought for it at the same time, but whether it was really a map, I'm afraid only Qin Wentian knew it. The person who shouted that he had obtained the map before was Qin Wentian himself. Xiao Lengai's eyes also looked at Qin Wentian at this time. There was a glimmer of light in her beautiful eyes. Obviously, there was also a trace of suspicion in her heart. Only Qin Wentian knew, was it really a map? Qin Wentian, tell me the truth. Is that really the map of this underground palace? Where is the end point? Where are we now? Xiao Lengai asked Qin Wentian in a voice transmission. After being awakened by Xuanxing, Xiao Lengaiyu began to doubt. This is a dead end. There is no map at all. At this time, a voice sounded, and the crowd turned their eyes and looked at the stone wall in front of them. They saw a genius standing there, staring at a motionless body in front of them. This body sat there, as if it had died in meditation. A sharp look flashed in Xiao Lengaiu's beautiful eyes, and then her figure flashed. Others also went towards that person. Following his gaze, they looked at the ground in front of the person who had died. There was actually a line of words engraved on it. Hundreds of thousands of years have passed, and I have thought of all kinds of endings, but I didn't expect to be trapped here and die when the deadline comes. This line of handwriting was shocking, and it made people who saw it feel cold all over. They felt that their whole body was cold to the bone, from head to toe. This powerful person who sat here and died was trapped here for hundreds of thousands of years? He had thought of countless endings, but he had never expected that he would be trapped here and die at the end of his life. Hundreds of thousands of years, what a terrifying number. This person was probably an immortal king, who had reached his end here and was trapped to death in this underground palace. Even an immortal king was like this. What about them? All the cold eyes fell on Qin Wentian, and murderous intent swept out. Even the powerful men of the Xiao clan stared at Qin Wentian with indifference and murderous intent. If Qin Wentian hadn't wanted to enter this place, they wouldn't have risked entering. Qin Wentian led the way, and they were allowed to enter. Then, the scroll Qin Wentian got might not really be a map. There was no map at all. Xiao Lengyu's expression was cold. Qin Wentian had deceived her. "Why don't you finish reading the handwriting?" Qin Wentian said. Of course, everyone had finished reading it. There was another line of handwriting below, which read, "Ancient Emperor Yi, how can you understand the secrets of this underground palace?" The murderous intent on everyone's body was still terrible. They stared at Qin Wentian. The immortal king figure was trapped and died here. They were brought in by Qin Wentian. "You wanted to enter the imperial palace, and I brought you in. This is indeed the passage. It has been confirmed that this is the underground palace built by the ancient great emperor. It's ridiculous that you are also the pride of the immortal realm. You have voluntarily chosen to enter, but now you are angry with me. Don't you think it's ironic?" Qin Wentian sneered. "I don't think I forced anyone to enter this place." Although Qin Wentian said so, everyone's expressions were still unfriendly. Xia Qianhun's expression was even colder, and he said, "Lengyu, I said a long time ago that this person cannot be trusted. Now he brings us into a desperate situation. Damn it. But he is right. This is indeed the passage to the imperial palace of the ancient emperor. If you can solve the mystery of the underground palace, you may be able to get the secrets of the ancient Emperor Yi, or even the inheritance." Xiao Lengyu said, "Ancient Emperor Yi, you should have heard of him." Everyone's eyes were sharp. If they had seen the name of ancient Emperor Yi before, they would have been ecstatic, but at this moment panic covered up the surprise. The immortal king died in there, and they could not be surprised. "Of course I know. Ancient Emperor Yi was a figure who once unified the fairyland. It is rumored that there have been several unifications in this fairyland. Only those peerless figures who have achieved this are qualified to be called the emperors of the ages. Ancient Emperor Yi is one of them. He is a figure who shocked the ancient and modern times. I didn't expect that his imperial palace is really in the ancient emperor city. If the outside world knows about it, it will definitely cause an uproar." Someone said. "The ancient emperor city is independent of the fairyland. It is a mysterious place. Without permission, it is difficult for emperors to set foot in it. I have heard that the remains of the great emperor appeared in the ancient emperor city before. Now I see the name of ancient Emperor Yi appearing here with my own eyes, which makes me feel the mystery of the ancient emperor city even more." Although Xiao Lengyu was also panicking, he still kept a clear mind. "If I can get the amazing method passed down by the ancient Emperor Yi," Xiao Lengyu murmured, causing many people who had heard the legend of the ancient Emperor Yi to tremble violently. According to legend, Yi's amazing method has been lost for many years. The reason why these immortal kings appeared here may be related to it. Unfortunately, they not only failed to obtain the amazing method of the ancient Emperor Yi, but also died here. Now that they have come here, is it a blessing or a curse? Chapter 907 God's Hand. Everyone was silent for a moment. They were all descendants of emperors, and many of them had heard of the legends about the ancient emperors. They all knew that in the vast world of the immortal realm, there had been some amazing immortal emperors. These amazing immortal emperors had once unified the endless and vast chaotic immortal realm, standing at the peak of the immortal realm, and were the only emperors of all ages. Emperor Yi was one of them, and just like the one in this underground palace, Emperor Yi seemed to be a great emperor who was good at divine patterns and had amazing skills. There has always been a legend in the immortal realm that if an immortal emperor obtained the amazing skills of the ancient emperors, he would have the opportunity to dominate the immortal realm. How could Emperor Yi's amazing method be so easy to obtain? The immortal kings were trapped and died here, and their time was up, let alone us. Moreover, even if Emperor Yi's amazing skills were placed in front of us, who dared to say that we could cultivate them? Someone spoke up, causing everyone's palpitating hearts to sink again. What is an amazing method? The unique magical power that can shock the world and dominate the fairyland can be called the world-shaking method. Even the emperors and figures are eager to get it, let alone them. Moreover, if it really appears in front of them, it must be extremely difficult to comprehend and cultivate it. Otherwise, if it is so easy to cultivate, these world-shaking methods will not be lost. Emperor Yi's world-shaking method should be the hand of God. Xiao Lengyu whispered, and everyone's heart trembled slightly. Indeed, Emperor Yi's unique skill is the hand of God. Just hearing this name can produce endless illusions. However, no one knows what the hand of God is, and has never seen what kind of terrible attack the hand of God is. Whether it can really destroy the world and possess infinite power. It is the hand of God, but now we should discuss what this person got before, right? I saw Xuanxing's finger pointing at Qin Wentian, and it seemed that he still didn't intend to let Qin Wentian go. Qin Wentian frowned slightly, stared at Xuanxing, and said, I said, it's a map. Humph, it's already imprinted in your mind, I don't believe you. Xuanxing snorted coldly. You also know that it is imprinted in my mind. If you don't believe me, do you want to dig it out of my mind? Qin Wentian said coldly. Why not? If you don't hand it over, you will definitely die before others. Xuanxing stepped forward, and the strong men of the Shuangjiao League surrounded Qin Wentian with amazing momentum. Now it is more important to find a way out. There is no need to fight. Xiao Lengaiyu said coldly. Lengaiyu, he lied to us before that he got the map, maybe just to make us help him, why bother to intervene? Xia Qianhun said on the side. I'll say it again, that's the map of the underground palace. The ancient road we walked on before has 5 forks, and this is one of them. If you hadn't suddenly attacked me before, I wouldn't have snatched the map. In fact, it's useless. It's just to let people who come and see the situation inside at a glance. Otherwise, why don't you think these corpses were taken away when they came in? Qin Wentian said loudly, and everyone's expression froze. Qin Wentian's words made sense. This map has always been at the entrance, and it is very likely that it is just an ordinary guide map. I'll settle accounts with you later. Xuanxing pointed at Qin Wentian and said, let's go and see what secrets these 5 roads have. With that, Xuanxing turned around and took the people of the Shuangjiao League away, returning to the original route, ready to take the other 4 roads to see. Xiao Lengaiyu frowned tightly, pondered for a moment, and then whispered, the immortal king is trapped here. If we talk about finding a way out, it is a foolish dream. We should take a closer look to see what secrets are hidden in this underground palace. Qin Wentian, you are good at the power of divine runes. It is rumored that Emperor Yi is also a terrifying master of divine runes. The whole underground palace is engraved with divine runes. You can look at the divine runes to see if it is possible to open the mechanism through the divine runes. Xiao Lengaiyu said to Qin Wentian. Okay. Qin Wentian nodded slightly. He looked at this space similar to a cave. Whether it was the stone wall in front or above his head, there were endless divine runes. There were many single divine runes hidden inside, which could be combined at will. People who are good at divine runes can find countless middle divine runes here. For those who practice divine runes, it is like a treasure house. But compared to Emperor Yi, this treasure house seems insignificant, so even if there are few geniuses who are good at divine runes, they don't pay too much attention. Qin Wentian observed for a long time, but a trace of pessimism arose in his heart. From this, there was nothing else except the divine pattern. It seemed that there was no way out. A few hours later, Xiao Lengaiyu walked to Qin Wentian and asked, did you find anything? No. Qin Wentian shook his head. He was the one who brought Xiao Lengaiyu in. He could not see any anger in her beautiful eyes. This surprised Qin Wentian. Xiao Lengaiyu had an extraordinary character. I'll go to other places to have a look. Qin Wentian said. Xiao Lengaiyu nodded slightly. I'll go with you. If you meet Xuanxing, he will not deal with you again. She said that without asking Qin Wentian's opinion, she led the way directly in front. Qin Wentian looked at her back, then raised his feet and followed. The palace seemed a little quiet, only the sound of footsteps kept ringing. Xiao Lengaiyu looked back and smiled, and that smile seemed to be able to hook people's souls. Do you think we will die at the end of our lives like those immortal kings? Xiao Lengaiyu asked suddenly. I won't think about that. Qin Wentian said, I will only think about how to get out. You are very optimistic. Xiao Lengaiyu smiled and said, those people in the fairyland have already forged immortal bodies and their bodies are incorruptible. If we die at the end of our lives, I am afraid that we will become a pile of dry bones. No matter how I look now, I will definitely be extremely ugly by then. She smiled bitterly as if she was mocking herself. Qin Wentian said nothing. The two continued to walk forward quietly. When they came to the fork in the road before, Xiao Lengaiyu stood beside Qin Wentian and asked with a smile, is what you are looking at really just a map of the underground palace? Well, I don't have to lie to you. Qin Wentian nodded. I believe you. Xiao Lengaiyu smiled and said, let's go and take a look at other roads. Qin Wentian took a deep look at Xiao Lengaiyu's back and felt a chill on his back. Did Xiao Lengaiyu really believe him? If she believed him, why did she deliberately get together with him? and smiled brightly at him before, and then asked this question? Although Xiao Lengaiyu behaved very naturally, Qin Wentian had already passed the age of youth and ignorance. How could he not see through it? Xiao Lengaiyu was more terrifying than he thought. The depth of her scheming made him feel cold. Did Xiao Lengaiyu really have no resentment towards him for bringing her to this desperate place? Qin Wentian raised his feet and continued to follow Xiao Lengaiyu. They each had their own thoughts and didn't know what the other was thinking. This ancient road was very similar to the previous one, without any abnormality. At the end of the ancient road, there were also several corpses. Next, the third, fourth, and fifth roads were all like this. This situation made the Xianjiao trapped inside feel panic. Is there really no way out of this underground palace? Are they going to sit here and wait for death? After just a few days, the mood of the Xianjiao was slightly wrong. The ancient emperor, the eternal emperor, and the amazing methods of Emperor Yi seemed to have been thrown behind their minds. At this moment, they only wanted to leave this place. Although they could sometimes practice for months or even years, this was different. They were facing a death crisis. If they couldn't find a way out, they would die. Every day was torture. The irritable mood was stacked day by day. After a month, even Xiao Lengaiyu's face could no longer see the slightest smile. It was like a face that had been frozen for 10,000 years, so cold that it was terrifying. Not only in the underground palace, but even in the outside world, in front of the ancient road, many strong men gathered here, including many strong men from the Xiao clan and the Shuangjiao League. Among them, a young man was very conspicuous. He stood in the middle of the crowd, outstanding, and his appearance was somewhat similar to Zhu Yingxing. This person was Zhu Yingxing's brother, Zuan, one of the Shuangjiao, and a powerful existence ranked 4th on the ascension list. Zhu Yingxing has been in there for a month. Zuan said indifferently, and everyone around him could feel the coldness on him. Well, Xiao Lengaiyu and the others are also missing. Someone responded. The son of Emperor Xuan and the daughter of Emperor Xiao were both missing, just in front of them. No one knew what the consequences would be if they died. Thinking of this, everyone shuddered. Lengaiyu. In the crowd of Xiao clan, there was also a peerless figure. He looked ahead, his expression was as sharp as a divine weapon. His eyes swept over the two people not far away from him, and they were Qingxun and Mengchen. Your friend has brought Lengyu into a desperate situation. If anything happens to Lengyu, I want you to be buried with him. The young man spoke coldly, causing Mengchen to look at him coldly. A bunch of fools. The little guy lazily lay in Qingxun's arms. Seeing this guy's lazy appearance, Qingxun and Mengchen knew that Qin Wentian was fine. In a place infinitely far away from here, in a certain particle world, an old man stood on an ancient peak, and there was an extremely cold person next to him. In front of them, a young man slowly approached. Walking to the old man, the young man asked, "Senior, do you know Emperor Yi?" "I know, why are you asking this?" The old man asked lightly, seeming a little unhappy. "I want to know what kind of power Emperor Yi is good at?" The young man asked. "The hand of God. Although it is called the hand of God, it is actually stimulated by the strength of his whole body. He has trained his body to be in harmony with the rules. When his palm attacks, it can possess terrifying power. The hand of God is not a palm technique, but an attack that can launch any magical power. Any attack can produce terrifying power in his hands, so it is called the hand of God." The old man responded lightly. Chapter 908 Big Handprint. Qin Wentian naturally knew about the conversation between Emperor Yan's body and the old man. The body of the original Buddha, which had been reborn from Nirvana, was connected to each other's mind. They were originally one, but they did not interfere with each other's practice. Qin Wentian was still trapped in the cave. He began to observe and study the divine patterns of the underground palace. He started from the way in, slowly studied, and engraved the divine patterns in his mind. This underground palace seemed to have no danger, no direct danger, but its existence itself was fatal. It could trap people to death and make people despair. In fact, there were no clues left, only some corpses of ancestors, which made people feel cold all over. If there was only one trace to follow, it was the divine patterns that covered the entire underground palace. Qin Wentian could only guess from this aspect. He had no other choice, otherwise he would just wait to die. Qin Wentian walked through the underground palace again, step by step. At the same time, in the distant particle world, Qin Wentian engraved all the divine patterns that Emperor Tian saw, painted them on a pattern, and restored them in 3 dimensions. The original body and the Emperor Tian body were advancing at the same time, trying to find a ray of hope and crack the secrets of the underground palace. Time passed little by little, and Qin Wentian slowly moved forward in the underground palace. On the wall in front of him, Xiao Lengai leaned quietly there, her soft body full of curves, her hands wrapped around her chest, very tempting, but Qin Wentian was focused and seemed to have no time to appreciate her charm. After a long time, Xiao Lengai finally couldn't help but asked, "What are you doing?" Qin Wentian raised his head, looked at Xiao Lengai and said, "You can't just wait to die in this underground palace. Let's see if there are any secrets hidden in this divine pattern." Xiao Lengai rarely showed a smile on her face. "I'm not good at divine patterns and I can't understand them. I hope you can do it." "I'll try my best." Qin Wentian nodded, and then continued to observe. In the cave with 5 roads extending in front, rumbling sounds continued to be heard. A strong man roared and said, "Damn, what is the stone wall here made of? It can't be shaken at all. Don't waste your energy. You can trap the immortal king to death here. If you can blast a way out, the immortal king will be a joke." Someone said, "You can't just wait to die." The roar came out, and the rumbling sound continued, but it was just doing useless things. The hardness of this cave was beyond imagination. Not to mention blasting a way out, even if you want to leave a trace in it, you can't do it. There is only the echo shaking in the eardrum. As time went by, this violent emotion continued to accumulate. Qin Wentian walked to the fork in the road. He looked at the 5 forked roads. There were geniuses at each fork, staring at Qin Wentian with cold eyes. I saw a genius slowly walked up and walked towards Qin Wentian step by step. His aura bloomed, as if he had a strong resentment. Walking to Qin Wentian, he said coldly, "Don't you think you should pay some price for your actions?" Several people looked over here, staring at Qin Wentian, with an attitude of watching the fun. Qin Wentian raised his head, looked at the Xianjiao in front of him, and sneered, "What price? You brought us into this desperate place, what price do you say you have to pay?" The Xianjiao's expression was ferocious, and all the hostility that had continued for these days appeared on his face. "Do I know you?" Qin Wentian looked at him and said, "Have I talked to you outside? Asked you to come in with me? Are you a jerk?" Even a clay man has a little anger. Qin Wentian was provoked again and again, and he had no resentment in his heart. Everyone followed involuntarily. Qin Wentian, except for telling Xiao Lengai about me, all the others followed in on their own. He didn't even know who they were. Now, one by one, they pointed their spears at him. What a big joke. Bang! A destructive momentum suddenly erupted, and the Xianjiao figure in front of him blasted out a terrible dark fist, and the fist light was filled with black corrosive flames, as if touching a little bit would make people pay a heavy price. If you were hit by a punch, I'm afraid your whole body would be destroyed in this corrosive flame. Boom! Qin Wentian stepped on the ground, and in an instant a terrifying starlight enveloped his body. A terrifying and huge war spear appeared, and it rushed out madly, colliding with the opponent's fist. The arrogant man shouted angrily, and the stars bloomed. Suddenly, the world was dark, and there was a destructive black flame dancing wildly. Qin Wentian took another step, and the patterns on the entire ground lit up. I saw a terrifying prison directly emerging from the opponent's feet, and he was going to imprison the opponent inside. This prison was filled with endless golden light, as if it was difficult to destroy. Kill! Qin Wentian waved his hand, and terrifying war spears and long spears from all directions pierced through the void at the same time, heading towards the prison to kill. The man's face was ashen, and this underground palace seemed to have turned into Qin Wentian's battlefield at this moment. He could fight madly with the help of the divine patterns on the ground. The starry sky of the proud figure emerged, and the endless dark corrosive flame fists blasted out in all directions, crushing down, constantly destroying the attacking forces that bombarded him, but as Qin Wentian kept waving his hands, the attack seemed to never stop. Every time he waved his hands, it was a mighty attack, as if he wanted to kill everything. Puff! A sound came out, and the proud figure's body was pierced through the shoulder by a war spear, and the blood instantly dyed his body red. His face was as pale as paper, but seeing that the endless war spears would not stop, the spectators frowned. Qin Wentian could use the divine patterns inside to fight at will. He was like a fish in water here. He didn't need to spend any strength to attack crazily. The violent airflow stopped, Qin Wentian waved his palm, and the prison dissipated. He glanced at the other party indifferently and said, "Get out, if you do it again, I will kill you." The man's face was ashen, his hand stroked the pierced shoulder, and he glanced at Qin Wentian coldly, then turned and left. Qin Wentian swept his eyes over all the strong men, then continued to lift his feet and walk towards the fork on the left, continuing to study the divine patterns in the underground palace step by step. Xuanzing and other Xianjiao who were good at divine patterns also began to study the divine patterns in the underground palace like Qin Wentian. Just as Qin Wentian thought, these divine patterns seemed to be the only clues in the underground palace. He could only start with the divine patterns, otherwise he would really wait for death. In a blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Many people in the outside world were anxious. The son of Emperor Xuan and the daughter of Emperor Xiao had been missing for 3 months, and several other Xianjiao figures on the ascension list had disappeared with them. In the past 3 months, Qin Wentian had seen all the patterns in the underground palace, and they were engraved by Jiutian in the distant particle world. At this moment, Jiutian stared ahead, and his heart was quite shocked. What appeared before his eyes was a 3-dimensional pattern, interwoven with endless divine patterns. This pattern eventually formed a special shape. It was difficult to see it in the underground palace, but after all the divine patterns were outlined, it was so clear to the eyes. This was a huge palm print. The endless divine patterns in the 5 forks were interwoven into 5 fingers, and the passage in the front was an arm. At this moment, Qin Wentian thought of the scroll in his mind again, and a ray of enlightenment arose in his heart. It turned out that there was a hint since entering this underground palace. The pattern of this underground palace looked like a hand. Emperor Yi's amazing and unique skill happened to be the hand of God. What kind of mystery was hidden in it? At this time, a figure appeared in front of Jiutian. It was the old man. He looked at the pattern and said, "I was wondering why you asked Emperor Yi. This palm print is extremely mysterious. Have you obtained the Emperor Yi's unique skills?" "No." Jiutian shook his head. "It's just that in a relic left by Emperor Yi, all the divine patterns of the relic were outlined, and it is this pattern in front of you." "Oh." The old man showed a hint of interest and smiled. "It seems that you are quite lucky. However, Emperor Yi's unique skills are not so easy to comprehend." "Of course I understand." Jiutian nodded. The pattern in front of him seemed to be separated. Each divine pattern could be a battle divine pattern, and there could be thousands of combinations. Now all the divine patterns in the entire underground palace have converged together, turning into this extremely complicated pattern, which has turned into palm print, which is difficult to comprehend. "Then you will comprehend it slowly," the old man said lightly, and then his figure flashed and disappeared again. The divine hand of Emperor Yi was not an attack of attributes, but a real super powerful technique. If Emperor Yan had the opportunity to cultivate it, he would not mind. Of course, the old man could also see that this palm print was not the real divine hand of Emperor Yi, and it was probably just an introduction. In the underground palace, Qin Wentian sat cross-legged, his thoughts focused on Emperor Yan, so that he could see everything that Emperor Yan saw. 2 bodies, comprehending the mystery of this palm print at the same time. Not far from Qin Wentian, Xiao Lengai was still leaning against the wall quietly, watching Qin Wentian's actions. After walking through 5 roads, he actually sat down to practice. Could it be that he had discovered something? Although Xiao Lengai is powerful, she is not good at the power of divine runes. Therefore, she can only see what state these people who are good at divine runes are in and whether they can find out the secret of the underground palace. If they really crack it, they may really have a chance to lead to the real Emperor Yi's palace. She believes that the imperial palace they saw in the ancient emperor's city must be real. Since there is an underground palace here, it is likely to be a passage. Qin Wentian's words may be right in a sense. This underground palace is just a test left by Emperor Yi, and this test is particularly difficult, so that even the immortal king characters have died here. Of course, all this is just Xiao Lengai's guess. What is the real ending? Before the secret of the underground palace is cracked, I am afraid no one will know. Chapter 909, Comprehending the Mystery. Qin Wentian seemed to have entered a state of meditation, completely immersed in comprehension. Now that this big palm print has been drawn and presented in a 3-dimensional way, the mystery of the underground palace may really exist in this big palm print cast by the power of the divine pattern. If you can comprehend the mystery, you may have a chance to get out. However, this big palm print is mysterious and infinite, with countless changes, and it is extremely difficult to comprehend. Qin Wentian asked Deshianji to stop practicing and comprehend, hoping to solve it. In the underground palace, Xia Qianhun walked to Xiao Lengaiyu and asked, Lengaiyu, there is indeed no loophole here. Why do you still want to protect that person? Xiao Lengaiyu looked at Qin Wentian, not at Xia Qianhun, and said lightly, now is the time for everyone to work together to find a way out. Don't always think about these things. Even if I vent my resentment on Qin Wentian, what can I do? Can I find a way out? Well said. A voice came, and Xuanzing's footsteps came slowly. His eyes were dazzling, as if there was a mysterious light. Like Qin Wentian, he had seen all the divine patterns in this underground palace. He has Zuan Mao, and no divine pattern can escape his eyes, but what can he do? Even if he can unlock each independent divine pattern, it is still impossible to find the secret in the entire underground palace. But, Xiao Lengaiyu, are you really so generous? The others can be said to have followed you in, but he was the one who brought you into the imperial palace. Don't you have any resentment at all? Xuanzing looked into Xiao Lengaiyu's eyes. Those sharp and unruly eyes seemed to be able to see through people. This Xiao Lengaiyu is really a character. If it were him, he would not be able to be like Xiao Lengaiyu, who did not have any resentment on the surface, and even defended Qin Wentian. Lengaiyu, say a word, I can kill him for you, how about it? Xuanzing said with a smile. He had disliked Qin Wentian since he came in. Moreover, now that he was facing a situation where he could not leave, his resentment towards Qin Wentian had accumulated to a certain extent. Xiao Lengaiyu glanced at Xuanzing and said coldly, my affairs have nothing to do with you. You should find a way out yourself. Haha, Xiao Lengaiyu, we are all trapped here now, why are you still so cold? If we are really trapped and die here, it can be regarded as living and dying together. Xuanzing laughed arrogantly, and then his eyes stared at Qin Wentian, his eyes glowing with coldness. This Qin Wentian really has leisure, and he can actually practice with peace of mind. You are so leisurely, why don't you comprehend the divine runes in the underground palace and see if there are any hidden mysteries in it? Xiao Lengaiyu's voice was still cold. She was like a blind person in this underground palace, powerless. The only people she could rely on were these few Xianjiao who were good at the power of divine runes. This was also the reason why she had always protected Qin Wentian. Of course, she could see that Qin Wentian's attainments in divine runes were very strong. If a Xianjiao of the 9th level of the celestial phenomena fought with him here, he would most likely be defeated. There have been precedents before. Humph! Xuanzing snorted coldly. Comprehend the hidden mysteries? Xiao Lengaiyu thought he didn't want to, but he had no idea at all. He didn't know where to start. He glanced at the corpse in front of him again. His eyes looked at Qin Wentian even colder. Xuanzing, do you want to? Several Xianjiao of the Shuangjiao League came to Xuanzing and made a chopping motion towards Qin Wentian. No hurry, we are already trapped in here anyway, and we can't escape. Killing him directly will not make one less person to accompany us. Xuanzing seemed to have changed his mind and was not in a hurry to kill Qin Wentian. He had already felt the taste of torment. This feeling was not good. If Qin Wentian was killed so early, Qin Wentian would not have to experience this torment. In the following days, every day was so painful for the trapped Xianjiao. There was no way out, no life. They had no motivation to practice. Even if they broke through to the Xiante realm here, it was useless. The immortal kings were trapped and died here. Xiante, can anything change? This underground palace was like a spell, troubling everyone and unable to be solved, making the emotions of the Xianjiao more and more irritable, as if one day they might be unable to control it. Qin Wentian still sat cross-legged, as if he would never move. On his body, there seemed to be a flowing armor glow. That was the immortal demon body refining technique. The immortal demon body refining technique was to use the power of the divine pattern to forge the physical body. It needed to be assisted by the divine refining atlas to practice. Qin Wentian had been comprehending the great handprint for a long time. He felt that the great handprint and the immortal demon body refining technique actually had similarities. However, the immortal demon body refining technique was to forge the body of the immortal and the demon, while the great handprint seemed to be a pure offensive force. However, if he comprehended it in this direction, it would probably be effective. He practiced the divine refining atlas, and he had an innate advantage. Qin Wentian even used the record of all laws to assist in his practice. In the illusory dream, he seemed to be wandering in the endless flowing divine patterns of the great handprint. He could not see those specific divine patterns, but he was inside them. The light of the divine patterns in the great handprint enveloped his body, as if those divine patterns were a whole, which could have thousands of changes and possessed unpredictable powers. The path of cultivation is from simple to complex, and then from complex to simple. Qin Wentian thought to himself. He had realized this a long time ago. The cultivation of any power is like this. It starts from the basics and becomes complex. After cultivation, no matter how complex the magic skills are, they can be attacked in an instant, as if it is a matter of a thought. With a wave of his hand, he can achieve a powerful attack that was once difficult to comprehend. The understanding of power is so mysterious. Qin Wentian thought that at this moment, he has not yet reached the point of going from complex to simple. For the understanding of this big handprint, he should start from the simplest. Refining God Atlas. Qin Wentian took a deep breath. The refining God Atlas should show its mystery again. He was ready to start from the beginning. The first step was to simulate all the individual divine patterns in the big handprint. Maybe he could finally return to the original simplicity, but this process could never be omitted. Cultivation is like this. You must take solid steps one by one. There is no shortcut. Qin Wentian was completely focused, and devoted himself to his own comprehension and practice. Therefore, he could not feel the passage of time, nor could he feel the hostility of other Xianjiao. He had something to do, and he was fully focused, so he had no concept of time at all, but other people had nothing to do, and every second was painful. In the underground palace, the Xianjiao came and went, and some bombarded every corner of the underground palace, but it was useless, and it could not shake it at all. There was no gap here, it did not exist at all. Almost everyone who walked by Qin Wentian, whether they were from the Shuangjiao League or the Xiao clan, would look at him coldly, and the coldness in their pupils became stronger and stronger as time passed. They could not blame themselves for their recklessness and impulse to follow Qin Wentian, so they could only blame Qin Wentian for being self-righteous and bringing them into a desperate situation. This is human nature. If ice could kill, Qin Wentian would probably have died countless times. Xiao Langaiyu, you are really patient. Zhuangxing came here again, watching Xiao Langaiyu leaning there, looking at Qin Wentian. Xiao Langaiyu's heart trembled slightly. Patience? His patience was wearing away day by day. It had been nearly 5 months since they entered this underground palace. There had been no practice, no progress, and every day was spent in searching and suffering. When the search was finally over, despair often arose. He has better patience than you. Xuanzing looked at Qin Wentian with a cold gaze again. He had to admit that Qin Wentian's patience was the best among all the others. He also wanted to see Qin Wentian suffer, but Qin Wentian didn't. He seemed to be immersed in his own world every day, practicing quietly, as if he was not trapped here, but came here to practice. This kind of calm patience made Xuanzing a little jealous. Is he waiting for others to find a way out for him? Xuanzing said coldly. At this moment, a figure walked towards Qin Wentian. Seeing this scene, Xuanzing raised his eyebrows, and then a cold smile flashed in his eyes. Finally, someone couldn't help it? At this time, Qin Wentian was at a critical moment. He was able to shape all the individual divine patterns. In the illusory space, he stood in the big handprint and stretched out his palm. Strands of runes flowed, and endless divine essence appeared on the palm. Along with the flow of those lines, it seemed that in an instant, his palm was about to give birth to various changes. As long as he wanted, he could produce endless changes in a short time, which was truly unpredictable. Qin Wentian put his palm down. He stood in the big handprint and watched again. It seemed that he had a glimmer of enlightenment. He seemed to be able to see with his naked eyes that the divine patterns in the big handprint were floating wildly and evolving continuously. This feeling was extremely mysterious and inexplicable. But at this moment, Qin Wentian suddenly felt a terrifying sense of crisis coming from the outside world. His eyes suddenly opened, and then he saw a bloody big handprint coming towards him. This terrible bloody big handprint seemed to be able to slap a person into pulp. Qin Wentian didn't even have time to see who was attacking him. Qin Wentian hastily gathered all his strength, raised his hand and blasted out fiercely. The terrifying rune light flowed in his palm and collided directly with the bloody palm print. In just a moment, Qin Wentian's body was shaken away and hit the wall behind him. A terrible force rushed into his body and raged, causing him to groan and spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. Looking up, Qin Wentian glanced forward. Many people looked over here, each with indifference and seemed full of hostility, including Xiao Lengyu. She also looked at him, and this time, she did not stop him. Qin Wentian's mouth drew a strange sneer. He spent a lot of effort here to comprehend the secrets of the underground palace, but these people had nothing to do, and their resentment towards him kept increasing, so that now they wanted to kill him. How ridiculous. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 910, Uncovering the Secret. It seems that you are really waiting to die here. Qin Wentian glanced at the crowd with cold eyes. The Xianjiao figure who attacked him just now was full of violent momentum. He smiled contemptuously and said, "Before I die, I have to take your life first." "Take my life?" Qin Wentian showed a ridiculous look. "You are waiting to die here, and I am alone here to comprehend the mysteries of the underground palace. The sad thing is that idle wastes vent their resentment on me. This is such a ridiculous thing. If I die, I am afraid that you will only have to wait for my death. Shame on you." The man looked indifferent, staring at Qin Wentian, and continued to walk. "Stop." A crisp voice came out, and Xiao Lengyu walked forward. Her beautiful eyes looked at Qin Wentian and asked, "Qin Wentian, have you found anything? I have been comprehending the mysteries of the underground palace. What are these people doing?" Qin Wentian glanced at the crowd with cold eyes. "Xiao Lengyu, do you really believe what he said?" Xuanzing also walked forward slowly, stared at Qin Wentian and said, "With your help, what can you comprehend? There are countless divine patterns in the underground palace, and there are thousands of changes. I have swept my mysterious eyes over, and I can only decipher them one by one. I can't understand the secrets. What qualifications do you have to talk nonsense? A frog in the well." Qin Wentian glanced at Xuanzing, and a rumbling sound was heard. Endless roomlight flowed in his palm, and then he blasted his palm forward. A terrifying huge palm print appeared in the void. The extremely huge palm print seemed to contain endless divine patterns, and it made Xuanzing feel somewhat familiar. "You can't do it, don't think that others can't do it either. You think that your attainments in divine runes are very strong, and that others are not as good as you, but you don't know how high the sky is, and you are short-sighted. It's pathetic." Qin Wentian said sarcastically, and Xiao Lengyu's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light. Although she was not good at divine runes, she also felt the mystery of the big palm print that Qin Wentian had just blasted out, as if it was very similar to the divine runes she saw in the underground palace. Xuanzing's face darkened, and he stared at Qin Wentian coldly. After a moment of silence, he said, "I was wondering why you have been practicing with peace of mind. It turns out that the map you mentioned is the secret of the entire underground palace." As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the strong men changed again, and they just stared at Qin Wentian. Yes, the map that Qin Wentian got, could it really hide the secret of the underground palace? Qin Wentian was stunned for a moment, then he showed a strange smile, as if he was mocking himself. Xuanzing's pride was engraved in his bones. He always thought that he was the most outstanding among these people, at least in terms of his attainments in divine patterns. No matter what Qin Wentian said, even if he used facts to prove it, Xuanzing could push it all to the so-called map. That's what he thought. Qin Wentian understood that no matter what he said, it was meaningless. He simply smiled and said, "Just assume that what you said is right, but at this moment, you are waiting to die, and only I have a chance to find a way out. What do you want to do?" You finally admitted it. Xuanzing's body was filled with cold murderous intent, and he stepped forward step by step and said, "Hand it over." "Very good, it seems that you have made your own choice." Qin Wentian glanced at Xuanzing, then looked at the others, only to see Xiao Lengyu's beautiful eyes flickering constantly, shining brightly, as if thinking, "Xuanzing, what Qin Wentian said is right. You have nothing to do. Although you are good at the power of divine patterns, you have given up and still want to deal with Qin Wentian. He is the only one who may find a way out now. I will never allow you to touch him." Xiao Lengyu revealed her attitude. Xuanzing turned around and stared at Xiao Lengyu. "Do you have to go against me for him? If you think so, then take it as it is." Xiao Lengyu said coldly. People from the Xiao clan gathered behind her one after another, and people from the Shuangjiao League appeared beside Xuanzing. The two strong men seemed to confront each other again. everything, wait until we find the exit first. At this time, another person expressed his opinion, who is not from the two major forces. That's right, everyone is trapped here. It is meaningless to fight at this time. Do you want everyone to be buried together? Another Xianjiao spoke up, and it seemed that everyone disagreed with Xuanzing. Well, since everyone says so, give him some more time. The man who had killed Qin Wentian before spoke at this moment, staring at Qin Wentian coldly. Qin Wentian showed an interesting look when he heard his words. Then Qin Wentian's mouth curled up into a sarcastic smile. Are these people who protect him really for his own good? Obviously not. Once they find the exit, I'm afraid they will have to ask him what he got like Xuanzing. In fact, as long as you use your brain a little bit to imagine, the Immortal King Immortal platform figure was trapped and died here, and the map has not been touched by anyone. Could it be something that hides the secrets of the underground palace? But people's greed is unreasonable. They are only willing to believe what they want, just like Xuanzing, who believes that Qin Wentian may have got something. Otherwise, why can he do what others can't do? Is that the end? Qin Wentian smiled sarcastically. I'm looking for a way out again, but someone wants to kill me. Now, you have agreed not to kill me, so this matter is over. What do you want? The Xianjiao figure who shot at Qin Wentian looked cold and spoke. Qin Wentian showed him a cold smile, pointed his finger directly at his face, and said coldly, kill him, otherwise, you will find a way out by yourselves, and no one can get out. The moment he said this, Qin Wentian was full of icy meaning. Did he really think he had a good temper? Boom. The man shouted loudly, stepped forward with a terrifying momentum, and the terrible pressure pressed Qin Wentian directly. But at this time, Qin Wentian closed his eyes directly, as if he was ready to be slaughtered. Stop. Someone shouted, and saw a flash of figures, and actually surrounded the man directly. What do you want to do? The proud shouted. Qin Wentian, the ancient emperor's city does not punish people, why do this? Someone said. Are you blind? Why didn't you tell him when he wanted to kill me before? Qin Wentian uttered a voice indifferently, and the proud who was surrounded by the crowd showed a terrifying momentum, as if ready to attack at any time. Make a move. A cold shout was heard, and a great freezing force descended. It was Xiao Lengaiyu who took the lead. Moreover, several people from the Xiao clan almost made a move at the same time as her. A terrible golden chain directly drilled out from the pattern underground, directly locked the two prides of the proud and climbed up the rock. It was the divine pattern master who made a move, first restricting his actions, so that the proud would not suddenly rise up and use the immortal weapon to cause casualties. At this moment, the rumbling momentum was surging, and those who seemed to have not planned to make a move before suddenly rose up at the same time, and their decisiveness and ruthlessness were shocking. The surrounded proud roared, wanting to sacrifice his own immortal weapon, but only found that endless attacks came at the same time, all his strength was restricted, his hands and feet were also locked, and the monstrous momentum came at the same time, which was simply a dead end. No. He roared wildly, making a desperate roar, and then the endless attacks directly submerged him. In just a moment, a powerful proud figure was killed on the spot. Qin Wentian looked at everything that happened indifferently, with a chill in his heart. For the sake of self-interest, the so-called hidden rule of not killing was useless. Once these Xianjiao showed their fangs, they were more decisive and terrifying than anyone else. He couldn't help but think of himself. These people thought they had obtained some treasures, so what would be the consequences once they got out? Qin Wentian, just find a way out. Since you are a member of my Xiao clan, I will not let anything happen to you. At this time, Xiao Lengaiyu uttered a meaningful voice, as if hinting at something. Okay. Qin Wentian smiled and nodded. He could probably guess what Xiao Lengaiyu was thinking. Qin Wentian walked to a certain direction, glanced at everyone, then sat cross-legged again, ignoring everyone, and entered into self-understanding. He believed that after this one time, no one would dare to attack him again, at least no one would be stupid enough to dig their own graves before walking out of the underground palace. Xiao Lengaiyu and the others looked at Qin Wentian, each with their own thoughts in mind. Xuanxing glanced at Xiao Lengaiyu, and he also guessed Xiao Lengaiyu's thoughts. He was afraid that Xiao Lengaiyu would do her best to protect Qin Wentian, even after walking out. Qin Wentian and Jiutian, two bodies, were still comprehending at the same time, standing in the big palm print, comprehending carefully, but the method left by the ancient emperor was not so easy to comprehend. Time passed little by little, and in the blink of an eye, another month passed. On this day, Qin Wentian finally had a glimpse of enlightenment, the hand of God. Perhaps, he understood the true meaning of the hand of God. However, he was still immersed in his understanding. A few days later, Qin Wentian's eyes suddenly opened and he whispered, "I understand." In an instant, a lot of eyes shot towards Qin Wentian at the same time, staring at him. "Qin Wentian, have you found the secret of the underground palace?" Xiao Lengyu's figure flashed and came to Qin Wentian's side. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but tremble slightly. After being trapped for half a year, their impatience can be imagined, but they have been suppressed. Only in Qin Wentian did they see a glimmer of hope. Now Qin Wentian's words undoubtedly touched everyone's heart, and their eyes all looked at Qin Wentian. "Maybe, but we won't know until we try," Qin Wentian said, and everyone's eyes showed sharpness. "Then you do it," Xiao Lengyu said. Qin Wentian stood up, looked at everyone, and said, "It's a bit difficult for me to do it alone. I hope that those who practice divine runes can cooperate with me to light up all the divine runes in the entire underground palace." "You mean to activate the divine runes of the entire palace?" Xuanzing walked over and looked at Qin Wentian and said, "Are you sure it won't cause a destructive disaster?" I said, "You don't understand it all." Qin Wentian glanced at Xuanzing coldly and said, "Believe it or not, it's up to you. If no one is willing to cooperate, I'm sorry I can't do anything. You guys find a way out by yourselves." "You." Xuanzing pointed his finger at Qin Wentian, anger blooming, and said coldly, "Okay, it's up to you." Chapter 911, Monument in the Imperial Palace. The Xianjiao of the Underground Palace, Xiaoman and Shuangjiao League have the strongest power. Xiao Lengyu supports Qin Wentian, and now Xuanxing has no objection. Of course, no one will object. Besides, they all want to go out. This is a desperate place that can trap people to death without danger. Qin Wentian is the only one who can take them out at present, and it is only a possibility. There is no choice but to give it a try. All the divine pattern masters come out, and they must be divine pattern masters who can see through the divine patterns in the underground palace. Qin Wentian said. He counted as one person, and Xuanxing could naturally do it. Then, several people came out one after another. It is not difficult to see and activate a single divine pattern. They can all see and activate it. Okay, 6 people are enough. Qin Wentian nodded, then walked to a place, pointed to the ground and said, "You 5, each choose a road, and activate all the divine patterns of a road, one by one. Since you can understand these divine patterns, you naturally know where to stand safely. Others, just follow these 5 people. What about you?" Xuanxing immediately stared at Qin Wentian and asked, "If you stand outside and look down at this underground palace, you will find that it is a large handprint pattern. These 5 roads are the 5 fingers of the large handprint. The spacious place we came in and led to here is the palm area. I am responsible for that," Qin Wentian said, and his words made everyone's eyes flash. Hearing Qin Wentian say this, it seems to be somewhat similar, but they are in the underground palace and can't feel the shape of the entire underground palace. "Why are you responsible for the palm?" Xuanzing asked coldly. "If you can go out, then you come." Qin Wentian made a gesture of invitation, and a trace of irony flashed in his eyes. Xuanzing stared at Qin Wentian with a somewhat unfriendly look, and could only snort coldly. "People from the Xiao sect, follow you," Xiao Lengyu said to Qin Wentian. "Okay." Qin Wentian nodded, and then turned and walked towards the palm area of the underground palace. Xiao Lengyu and the people from the Xiao sect followed one after another, and the other strong men also took their positions. As a divine pattern master, they knew how to activate the divine pattern and choose a safe position. Qin Wentian didn't need to teach them how to do this. Qin Wentian found his position, and the people of Xiao clan followed him. Then he began to activate the divine runes under his feet, lighting up the individual divine rune patterns. He closed his eyes and did not use his eyes to see. In his mind, he had already engraved the pattern of each divine rune. He was even able to condense all the individual divine runes, so activating these divine runes was a piece of cake. Little by little, this underground palace lit up, becoming more and more brilliant. The terrifying light of the divine runes flowed throughout the underground palace. A terrifying might was looming. Once detonated, it was likely to cause astonishing destructive power. The power of the divine runes is really amazing. These lights are like all kinds of magical powers. This is probably what my father often said about the unity of all methods. Any means can be integrated into one in the end. Xiao Lengaiyu said secretly in his heart. Practicing divine runes can easily delay practice, so most martial arts practitioners only practice power and do not practice divine runes, but truly powerful divine rune masters are respected. When the divine patterns of the entire underground palace were all lit up, the Xianjiao looked up at this space. The golden rune light flowed in every part of this palace. No, maybe this is not a palace. At this moment, they also found that it was really as Qin Wentian said. It was actually a huge palm print. The rune light made the arc of the palm print appear, just like a huge palm slapped down and slammed here, thus forming this closed underground palace. Can we get out now? Many people said inwardly. Although only Qin Wentian thought of doing this, there were immortal kings trapped here for hundreds of thousands of years before. They should also have the existence of those who understand the power of divine patterns. Even if they don't understand divine patterns, with the understanding of the immortal kings, it should not be difficult to light up this underground palace. Why didn't they find a way out again? Obviously, just like this, it is obviously not enough. Qin Wentian's eyes were tightly closed, his consciousness rushed out frantically, and he began to control the flow of the runes. Following his guidance, the divine runes of the underground palace slowly began to flow. From Qin Wentian's guidance at the beginning to his own flow, finally, a terrifying pressure swept out, and a terrible rumbling sound came out, and the whole underground palace seemed to tremble. Really did it? Xiao Lengai looked at Qin Wentian, with a dazzling light in her beautiful eyes. What the immortal king spent hundreds of thousands of years to do, he did it in half a year. Although she had been looking forward to it, when it really happened, she still felt unbelievable. Is human comprehension really so wonderful? The method of cracking that the immortal king could not comprehend was broken by Qin Wentian in the celestial realm. The big palm print began to flow crazily, as if Qin Wentian no longer needed to control it. Endless rune lights began to flow by themselves. Qin Wentian suddenly turned around and ran wildly, saying, "Follow me." Xiao Lengaiyu and the others' expressions flashed, and their hearts tightened. They turned around and followed Qin Wentian and ran wildly, running towards their entrance. There was also a dead end there, with no exit. Boom! A terrifying beam of light suddenly shot out, gushing out from the end in front. The entire big palm print shook crazily, exploded, and burst inch by inch. In front of them, it seemed that an exit appeared. This scene made Xiao Lengaiyu's heart tremble, and the group's speed became faster, running straight to the exit. Qin Wentian. A roar came out, and the other Xianjiao figures in the underground palace ran wildly. The roar came from Zhuangxing's mouth, with a cold meaning. No wonder Qin Wentian chose that position, it turned out to be the closest to the exit. Buzz! Qin Wentian turned into Fengpeng body, like a real Fengpeng, and rushed out of the exit. Then, he found himself in another passage. There were constant explosions behind him, making terrifying roars, and one after another, the sound of breaking through the air came. Xiao Lengaiyu and other Xia Omen's strong men and Shuangjiao League's strong men step into this diagonal upward passage. They seemed to have no time to settle accounts with Qin Wentian. They just stared at this passage with a chill in their hearts. Would it be another dead end? There is a ray of light, there should be a way. Only one person exclaimed, and the crowd flashed forward one after another. Through this diagonal ancient road, they came to a huge space. The space around this space was full of endless divine patterns, which were extremely complex. Qin Wentian couldn't even see through these divine patterns. It was a big handprint before. Is this the inside of the body? Qin Wentian's heart trembled slightly, but this body seemed incomplete, with broken places everywhere. Light was pouring in from the outside, and someone was already flashing outside. Then there was a cry of surprise. Is this a statue of an ancient person, the ancient emperor? We walked out of the body of this ancient emperor. Qin Wentian also went outside along a huge gap, and saw him floating in the void. He turned around and looked at the place where he just came out. It was an extremely huge body, like a statue, but it was so real, like a real existence. The place where they just walked out was an arm. Looking far away along the arm, it led to the outside. It seemed to be in a real palace. This is the imperial palace we saw. It must be here. It turns out that the underground palace we fell into was the palm print of the ancient emperor. Xiao Lengai was shocked. They walked in along the arm. This was the real passage. There's a stele with the words here. A strong man has carved words on it. A strong man from the Xiao clan exclaimed. The crowd immediately looked towards the foot of the huge body. Sure enough, there was an ancient stele there. They flashed one by one and came to the foot of the huge body, looking at the ancient stele in front of them. I heard that the ancestors fought here, so I came here to see it. I miss the ancestors' relics very much. Seeing the style of the ancestors, I seem to be able to feel your strength. I sigh that I can't be in the same generation with you. I haven't fought with you. It's a pity. I can only keep your legacy here. I hope that people in the future can also admire your style. The handwriting on the ancient stele was vigorous and powerful. Just a glance at it seemed as if every stroke contained a terrifying rule of power, which made people deeply feel the fear of the person who engraved the words. It's a pity that I can't live in the same generation with you. I haven't fought with you. It's a pity. Someone murmured, shocked in his heart, and said in surprise, since the ancient stele was left here, there is not even a signature. There is no need for exaggerated words. If so, how strong must the person who left the ancient stele be? Sigh that he can't fight with the ancient emperor. I don't know which superpower in the fairyland dared to say this. He must have a super combat power to compete with the ancient emperor. It's a pity that there is no signature. I don't know which ancestor who is famous in the fairyland is it. Some people feel it's a pity that such a strong man didn't sign his name. There was a fire in the underground palace before. It seems that this predecessor who left the words has been there. Is it really closed? The person who can trap the immortal king can't trap this predecessor who left the words. Qin Wentian murmured. He looked around. There was a wreckage here, and there were signs of destruction everywhere. Only this ancient monument and the palace were magnificent and intact. It was obviously the predecessor who left the words later built them and sealed the ruins of Emperor Yi here. This makes people sigh that the spirit of the predecessor emperor is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Not only did he not destroy it, but he preserved it. At this time, Qin Wentian saw that many people quietly left this place and went behind the statue. They didn't shout out like before. Obviously, they found something. Qin Wentian flashed and stepped out and went behind the statue. Soon, his expression stared in a certain direction and his eyes were fixed there. P.S. Thank you for the treasure in the bottle, Shang Meng. Thank you for your support. Chapter 912, Dao Mantra. In front of Qin Wentian's eyes, there was a blood-colored rune, as if it was made of blood and possessed spirituality. The blood-colored rune light seemed to be flowing, piercing directly into the eyes of everyone. When Qin Wentian stared at the blood-colored rune, a blood-colored light was directly imprinted into his mind. In his mind, a vague blood-colored figure seemed to appear, revealing an ancient momentum. A rune formula shot out from the blood-colored light and rushed directly into Qin Wentian's mind. At this moment, Qin Wentian's heart trembled violently. He closed his eyes and felt faintly that he was in an illusory space. The vague figure was teaching him the formula. Every word in the formula had to be imprinted in his mind, obscure and difficult to understand, as if it was a formula that could not be solved. Seal. Another ancient character pattern was branded, as if it was the sound of the great Dao. Qin Wentian's heart trembled violently, and everything in his mind disappeared without a trace. He looked at the blood-colored rune in front of him again, as if it contained a great truth, with incredible power. Is this the words left by the ancient Emperor Yi? Qin Wentian was shocked. Not only him, but everyone who saw the blood-colored rune at this moment had received the same formula. However, when they opened their eyes, they all showed confusion. To them, this formula was like a heavenly book, unpredictable. Xiao Langyu, Zhuangxing and others were also standing here. They had received the formula. They stared at the blood-colored rune light in front of them, but their minds were blank. This feeling was too wonderful. They seemed to have obtained a great truth. However, because they could not understand it, this great truth was like a wordless heavenly book, as if it could disappear from their minds at any time, leaving no trace. Disappeared? How is it possible? At this time, a Xianjiao strong man exclaimed, looking at the blood-colored rune in front of him in horror. The marks left in his mind kept becoming blurred. Soon, all the traces disappeared, and when he looked at the blood-colored rune in front of him again, no formula was imprinted in his mind, as if there was only one chance. Figures flashed one after another, and they sat cross-legged in various directions in an instant, and began to comprehend and practice, not letting the formula imprinted in their minds dissipate. This is most likely the formula mark left by the ancient emperor. If it disappears like this, it will be a pity. I hope to comprehend some powerful power. Qin Wentian also found a place to sit cross-legged. His eyes were closed, and the formulas of the Great Way were still imprinted in his mind. His body trembled violently, and a terrible sound of clattering came out. The blood vessels surged wildly. In the Yuanfu, the divine power generated by the condensation of the divine pattern roared, and the demon blood roared, as if there were demon patterns. The candlelight pattern was also swaying, and under the ancient characters, changes occurred. What a powerful formula! Qin Wentian was shocked. He found that even though the power in his body was strong, it was gradually not enough to support the operation of this set of formulas. It's so difficult to comprehend the formula. The great Dao is invisible. Is this the formula of the God's hand? Qin Wentian thought to himself, immersed in the comprehension. The ancient great Emperor Yiti's unique skills were lost in the fairyland. After Yiti, no one cultivated the God's hand, and no one knew how to practice the God's hand. However, this set of formulas as obscure as the great Dao may have been left by Yiti, which also means that it may be the general outline of the formula of Yiti's amazing and unique skill, the God's hand. All the Xianjiao in the ancient temple saw the formula, and then they began to practice, but not long after, Xianjiao figures opened their eyes one after another, and their faces were not very good. The formula imprinted in the mind gradually disappeared, without a trace, as if it was the formula of the invisible great Dao, and it had never really existed. Ancient Emperor Yi, what exactly did you leave behind? Someone looked at the huge statue and asked, and saw Xianjiao strolling out and heading into the huge statue, wanting to see if there was a chance inside the statue. However, they could only see endless complex divine patterns, which could not be comprehended. Several descendants of the immortal emperor could feel the power of the formula. When the formula appeared, they even felt a buzzing sound in their bodies. There were huge changes, as if a heavy mark had been left on them. However, as time passed, the mark became fainter and fainter until it disappeared. How is it possible? A Xianjiao opened his eyes and looked at the panicked ancient palace. Apart from a statue, there was also a broken land, empty. Was this the imperial palace they had always wanted to enter? The imperial palace they almost paid the price of their lives to reach? It was desolate and nothing existed here. Later, Zhuangxing and Xiao Lengaiyu also opened their eyes one after another. They all looked unhappy, especially Zhuangxing. He felt vaguely and even realized a little mystery. This formula might really be the unique skill of Emperor Yi's divine hand seal, but he could not comprehend it. Standing up, Zhuangxing glanced at the imperial palace. The only thing of value seemed to be the huge statue itself. How can such a broken relic be worthy of a transcendent emperor to carve a monument and build an imperial palace for it? This is a scam. Xuanzing said angrily. They almost fell into a desperate situation, but in the end they got nothing. With a flashing figure, Xuanzing walked towards the outside of the imperial palace. He wanted to leave, and no one dared to stop him. When Xuanzing opened the door of the imperial palace, a storm swept out in an instant. The ancient road of divine patterns in front of him was lifted up in an instant, and the endless light of divine patterns seemed to be wiped out in an instant. At this time, opposite the imperial palace, there were still many geniuses gathered there, including many geniuses of the Shuangjiao League. Of course, there were also many strong people in the Xiao clan. Even to this day, Xuanzing and Xiao Lengaiyu's life and death are still unknown. But at this moment, a ray of light spread over, all the divine patterns disappeared, and the ancient road appeared. Looking forward, they saw that the door of the imperial palace was open, and there was a figure standing there. It was Xuanzing. Everyone's heart trembled. Xuanzing is fine. He actually made it to the imperial palace. Xuanzing is indeed a genius among the heavens, one of the two peerless arrogances, and the son of Emperor Xuan. He really did it and stepped into the imperial palace. Let's go to the imperial palace and see if there are any more opportunities. The strong men flashed wildly and rushed towards the direction of the imperial palace, while marveling at Xuanzing's power in their hearts. Zi Qingxun and Zhun Mengchen were also in the crowd. There were many strong men behind them, and there was also a very powerful young genius. He was the strongest genius of the Xiao clan except Xiao Lengaiyu, and the figure ranked 12th on the immortal list, Tan Lang. He looked towards the direction of the imperial palace, and when he saw Xuanzing, his sharp eyes shone, and he whispered, "Pray that Lengaiyu is fine." As he said that, he flashed and headed towards the imperial palace in front. The little bastard in Zi Qingxun's arms rushed out, and Zi Qingxun and Zhun Mengchen immediately followed. Seeing the little bastard's excitement, Qin Wentian should be fine, and he might be in the imperial palace in front. After a while, strong men continued to pour into the imperial palace. When they saw the statue, they were shocked. The people of the Twin Pride Alliance gathered towards Zhuangxing, while the people of the Xiao clan looked at Xiao Lenggaiu. As for the other geniuses of the ancient emperor city, they were all observing the imperial palace. In a short moment, the imperial palace was full of people. Soon they all discovered the inscriptions on the ancient stele and the blood-colored runes behind the statue. They were shocked and knew that this was the ancient emperor, and they all went to comprehend it. The little bastard threw himself at Qin Wentian. Seeing that Qin Wentian was practicing, he could only lie at Qin Wentian's feet and quietly crawl there. Brother Qin, Jun Mengtian and Zi Qingxuan also came, but they did not disturb Qin Wentian's practice. Lenggaiu, are you okay? Tan Lang walked towards Xiao Lenggaiu. As a top genius ranked 12th on the Immortal Ascension list, Tan Lang would rather follow Xiao Lenggaiu and join the Xiao clan. Everyone knew that his intention was to pursue Xiao Lenggaiu. It's okay, I was just trapped for half a year, but it was a close call. Xiao Lenggaiu frowned and said, she had not gained anything in the past 6 months, which made her feel uncomfortable and disappointed. She wasted a lot of time. Greedy saw Xiao Lenggaiu's depressed mood, and his eyes swept to Jun Mengtian's side. Then he saw Qin Wentian sitting there, and a cold light flashed in his expression. Lenggaiu, I heard that you were brought in by a newcomer to Xiaomen. How can you easily believe him? At this time, Qin Wentian seemed to have realized something, and his eyes slowly opened. His eyes happened to see the extremely cold eyes of Greedy Wolf, and his brows frowned. Brother, the people of Xiaomen don't regard us as friends at all. After you and Xiao Lenggaiu disappeared, we were immediately monitored by the people of Xiaomen. This Greedy Wolf said that if Xiao Lenggaiu got into trouble, senior sister Qingxuan and I would be buried with her. Jun Mengtian was angry and said to Qin Wentian in a voice transmission. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a cold light. Although he was the one who brought Xiao Lenggaiu into the underground palace, if Xiao Lenggaiu didn't voluntarily want to take the risk, who could force her? This was a gamble, and there was danger. It would be fine if he was the only one who was angry, but even Jun Mengtian and Zi Qingxuan were also angry, which made him very unhappy. Mengtian, find an opportunity and we will leave Xiaomen. Qin Wentian said in a voice transmission. Jun Mengtian nodded gently. He did not have any sense of belonging to Xiaomen. Although Xiao Lenggaiu was beautiful, she always felt that she was very scheming. There were many geniuses around her, all of whom were men. She was undoubtedly using them, although these geniuses were also willing. Now, let's talk about what you got on the underground palace. At this time, Zhuangxing's eyes looked at Qin Wentian again, and saw a group of people walking towards Qin Wentian, with coldness blooming, as if they were still unwilling to give up. As soon as Zhuangxing's voice fell, many geniuses looked at Qin Wentian. For the secret of the underground palace that no one could crack, it was broken by Qin Wentian. At this moment, everyone still doubted and still believed that Qin Wentian had gained something. Chapter 913 Distrust. Qin Wentian glanced at Zhuangxing coldly and said, whatever I get, it's already mine. What do you want? Now, Qin Wentian was too lazy to defend himself. No matter how he explained, these people would not believe him. They only believed what they wanted to know. Zhuangxing stepped forward step by step and said with a smile, if you know what's good for you, you should hand over what you got. Maybe I can let you go. Many Xianjiao figures of the Shuangjiao League followed Zhuangxing. They were all powerful and oppressive. Zi Qingxuan and Jun Mengtian showed a chill when they saw this scene. Since they entered the ancient emperor city, they have been controlled by others everywhere. This feeling is really aggrieved. If they had known this earlier, they would have simply cultivated to the 8th or 9th level of the celestial realm before entering the ancient emperor city. At that time, they would have let these people understand the power of their Xianfu realm disciples and let them feel that it is not the descendants of the emperor who can reach the sky. Zhuangxing, what do you want to do? At this time, Xiao Lenggaiu saw the situation here and brought people over. There were also many Xianjiao, and they were about to confront the people of Shuangjiao League. Xiao Lenggaiu, if he doesn't give an explanation, I'm afraid it won't be so easy to solve this matter. Zhuangxing glanced at Xiao Lenggaiu and others who were coming over and said, really? He's from my Xiao sect. What he got was his opportunity. What qualifications do you have to intervene? If you must touch him, my Xiao sect is not afraid of your Shuangjiao League. We can go to war. Xiao Lengaiyu said coldly, which made the Xianjiao who entered the imperial palace later a little confused. Xiao Lengaiyu is worthy of being the 6th strong man on the ascension list. She is really courageous. Is she going to go to war with the people of Shuangjiao Li for Qin Wentian? The Xianjiao of both sides confronted each other, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Does your Xiao sect really want to go to war with my Shuangjiao Li for him? Xuanzing said heavily. Yes. Xiao Lengaiyu said without hesitation. Very good. Xuanzing laughed loudly, his eyes fixed on Qin Wentian, and said, Boy, you are lucky today, but we are all in the ancient emperor city, so I am not afraid that you can run away. I want to see how Xiaoman can protect you. Let's go. After saying this, Xuanzing waved his hand and turned away with the crowd. Qin Wentian's eyes were always fixed on Xuanzing, his expression was indifferent, and he was even ready to fight. However, this battle that should have broken out was finally calmed down because of Xiao Lengaiyu's intervention. Qin Wentian also suppressed the anger in his heart. Others gradually forgot the formula after practicing, but he did not. He felt that he could practice it, and now was not the time to fight. In the previous practice, Qin Wentian had a mysterious feeling, and the sound of the avenue sometimes echoed in his mind. He felt that the formula might really be left by the ancient Emperor Yidi, and it might be inherited from Yidi's amazing and unique skills, although it might only be the beginning. But Qin Wentian deeply felt the mystery of it. If he succeeded in cultivating it, his combat power might have a leap and soar to another level. Now, he has to be patient for a while. The ancient Emperor city is full of geniuses and the descendants of emperors are everywhere. However, he will eventually show his own style. In a few years, the ancient Emperor city will no longer treat him like this. No one dares to treat him like this. They will eventually know who Qin Wentian is. Thank you. Qin Wentian smiled at Xiao Lengaiyu. It's what I should do. Xiao Lengaiyu showed Qin Wentian a deep smile. Since we are all from the Xiao clan, we should share Weilanwo. Share Weilanwo. Qin Wentian smiled in his heart, without commenting, and didn't say much. Let's go back to Xiaoman. If there are still people who want to comprehend, they can stay here. Xiao Lengai was a little disappointed with this trip. Half a year was wasted, trapped in the underground palace, and she was under a lot of pressure during that time. She finally got out and saw the remains of the ancient emperor, and even left a mantra, but in the end, she was unable to comprehend anything. For Xiao Lengaiyu, this was a great failure. There was no point in staying here any longer. She couldn't understand the divine pattern in the statue, so she might as well leave. Qin Wentian, do you still want to stay and comprehend? Xiao Lengaiyu asked. No, this formula is too obscure, I can't understand it, let's go. Qin Wentian smiled and stood up. Zi Qingxun and Zhun Mengchen looked at Qin Wentian, and then Qin Wentian said to them, there's a formula behind the statue, you can try it, but don't have too much hope. Okay. Zi Qingxun and Zhun Mengchen nodded slightly and walked towards the statue. Qin Wentian followed Xiao Lengaiyu out of the imperial palace. More and more powerful people were gathering here. Not far away, a figure was extremely beautiful and had a peerless face. Compared with Xiao Lengaiyu, she was not inferior to her at all, and even had a better temperament. This person was a woman. She was wearing a phoenix robe, but her temperament was cold and unparalleled. Her body was exquisite, her skin was white as jade, and her expression on her face was like 10,000 years of ice. Seeing this woman appear, Xiao Lengaiyu's footsteps stopped slightly, but the woman seemed to have not seen Xiao Lengaiyu and walked directly past her. Such coldness made people dare not look directly at her. Many eyes looked at this woman, with a hint of admiration in their eyes. These people were all descendants of emperors, and ordinary women could not enter their eyes at all. However, the woman in front of them made people feel that they were out of reach. If they could marry her, one person would be enough, and it would be extremely glorious. The geniuses of the entire ancient emperor city would envy her. The woman also passed by Qin Wentian, and a unique breath came to her face, refreshing her heart. This woman is extraordinary. Xiao Lengaiyu stopped, so it must be her. Qin Wentian thought to himself. There are three most outstanding women in the ancient emperor city. One of them is Xiao Lengaiyu who is in front of him, and another is King Er who he has been looking for. The last woman ranks the highest, third on the immortal ranking, Nanhuang Yangxi, so it must be this woman. Xiao Lengaiyu stopped for a moment, and seeing that Nanhuang Yangxi did not look at him, he could not help but look unhappy. He raised his feet and continued to move forward, returning to Xiaoman. The group flew in the air at a very fast speed. A figure appeared beside Qin Wentian. It was Li Yu, the Xiao clan's genius, a strong man in the top 100 of the immortal ranking. He stood beside Qin Wentian and whispered, "Thank you very much." Qin Wentian was stunned and looked up at Li Yu. He naturally understood why the word thank you came from. However, from the time he brought everyone out of the underground palace to now, Li Yu was the first and only person to thank him. Qin Wentian smiled at Li Yu and nodded slightly without saying anything more. After returning to Xiao clan, all the Xianjiao went back to their own places. Qin Wentian also returned to his own courtyard and continued to practice and comprehend in the training ground. However, he opened his eyes before he had practiced for a moment and said, "Come in." There were footsteps outside, and the beautiful figure of Xiao Lengaiyu appeared there. Xiao Lengaiyu changed into a green long dress, which was gorgeous and unparalleled, like a girl, beautiful as an elf. She smiled at Qin Wentian and said, "Why, you just came back and continued to practice without resting. I know that my cultivation is low, and I am threatened from time to time, so I naturally need to work harder." Qin Wentian smiled casually, referring to what happened in the past few days. "You don't need to care too much. Since you have joined Xiao clan, I will naturally take care of you. Besides, I already treat you as a friend." Xiao Lengaiyu smiled lightly, and her figure and face made Qin Wentian secretly praise her in his heart. This Xiao Lengaiyu is indeed a beauty. It's so great to have such a beautiful woman as a friend, Qin Wentian said with a smile. Xiao Lengaiyu walked a short distance in front of Qin Wentian and sat in front of him. The beauty seemed to be close at hand, enough to make people's heart beat faster. "You have extraordinary talent and powerful divine runes. You will definitely have extraordinary achievements in the future. You will definitely have a place in the top 100 of the immortal list, or even higher." Xiao Lengaiyu smiled and said, "Your comprehension power is also extraordinary. Before in the Imperial Palace, we couldn't fully comprehend the blood-colored rune formula and gradually forgot it. Only you have been comprehending it. You should have discovered something, right? This formula is extraordinary, and I have indeed comprehended it." Qin Wentian nodded. At this moment, his mind was as clear as a mirror. At this moment, this was what Xiao Lengaiyu really wanted to ask. Is this formula related to the ancient emperor's unique skills? Xiao Lengaiyu asked. Maybe. Qin Wentian did not deny anything. Among all the geniuses, you are the only one who can understand this formula. It should be related to the previous encounter in the underground palace. Moreover, you were the one who cracked the mystery in the underground palace. I guess this is the key to your understanding of the formula. Xiao Lengaiyu's beautiful eyes stared into Qin Wentian's eyes. Yes. Qin Wentian still nodded, not denying it. A bright light flashed in Xiao Lengaiyu's beautiful eyes, and her delicate red lips pursed lightly. The look was breathtaking. She said to Qin Wentian softly, "Qin Wentian, can you teach me? This is the ancient emperor's amazing method, a lost secret." Xiao Lengaiyu did not hesitate to use the beauty trick to get it. How could Qin Wentian not see through it, but he still shook his head and said, "Master, you are right. The understanding of this formula may indeed be related to the underground palace. However, the relationship is precisely those divine runes. It was because I solved the mysteries of those divine runes that I was able to faintly feel the power in the formula, but I still couldn't understand it. And just as you said, I am the only one who has solved the secrets of the underground palace divine runes, so there's the following ending. Except for me, no one can understand the secrets of the formula at all. This is inevitable, and those who go later will not be able to do it either. Moreover, I can't teach you." Xiao Lengaiyu's expression changed when he heard Qin Wentian's words, but he returned to normal in an instant, still smiling and said, "There are only two of us, why do you have to hide it from me? You should have gained something in the underground palace." When Qin Wentian heard this, his hope for Xiao Lengaiyu was completely shattered. She had asked several times before, and Qin Wentian clearly answered her that it was just a map. Now that she asked again, it was obvious that in Xiao Lengaiyu's heart, her thoughts were exactly the same as Xuanxing's, and there was no difference between the two. "I said no, do you believe it?" Qin Wentian looked into Xiao Lengaiyu's beautiful eyes, and he saw the smile in Xiao Lengaiyu's eyes disappear little by little. Chapter 914 Deadline. When Xiao Lengaiyu asked Qin Wentian that question, it meant that she didn't trust Qin Wentian at all. Therefore, Qin Wentian didn't answer directly, but said, "I said no, do you believe it?" He knew that Xiao Lengaiyu obviously wouldn't believe it, so in fact, no matter what, the ending was already doomed. Seeing Xiao Lengaiyu's gradually cold expression, Qin Wentian felt a little cold in his heart. These Xianjiao were very smart, but too smart. Xiao Lengaiyu deduced that his ability to comprehend the secret of the blood-colored runes was related to the underground palace, and she determined that he had obtained something. Because neither she nor Zhu Yingxing believed that Qin Wentian had the talent to surpass everyone trapped in the underground palace. Why was he the only one who could solve the mystery and do something that even the immortal king could not do? Qin Wentian, I treat you well, right? Xiao Lengaiyu asked, but the smile on her face was a little cold at the moment. What do you mean by treating me well? Qin Wentian saw the change in Xiao Lengaiyu's attitude, and his tone was also a little cold. You were surrounded and attacked by the god-destroying palace led by Jiutian. It was me who asked you to join the Xiao clan. Jiutian retreated on his own initiative and no longer dared to cause trouble for you. You led us into the underground palace and we were in a dead end. Many other people had resentment towards you, but I never blamed you. Instead, I protected you everywhere. When Xuanzing wanted to deal with you, I was the one who stopped him. Isn't all this enough? Xiao Lengaiyu said. I was besieged by Jiutian, you saw it at that time, he couldn't do anything to me. Whether I joined Xiaoman or not, I was not afraid of Jiutian. You asked me to join because you needed my divine pattern ability. I took you into the underground palace because you asked me to do it, and asked me to take you to the imperial palace. I did it in half a year. Not only did I rescue you from the underground palace, but I also really took you into the imperial palace. Qin Wentian's eyes became sharp, and he slowly said, because you didn't get anything in the imperial palace, you said these words. If you got the treasure or inheritance of the ancient emperor, would you still say this? If someone told you before entering the imperial palace that I could take you in within half a year, would you refuse? I'm afraid you would still be grateful. If you have gained something, it's your own wisdom. If you don't gain anything, you push all the things onto me, Qin Wentian. Is this the way the sect master deals with the world? Qin Wentian said coldly. As for Zhu Yingxing, is there any difference between Zhu Yingxing's purpose in dealing with me and what the sect master wants to do now? Xiao Lengaiyu looked at Qin Wentian, then she stood up with a smile and said, Qin Wentian, you are very good. I will give you some time to think about it carefully. After that, she just swung her sleeves and left the place directly. Qin Wentian watched Xiao Lengaiyu leave. His expression was normal, without any change. He just closed his eyes slowly and continued to practice, feeling the incomparable mysterious power. Being in the city of the ancient emperor, he knew that it was most important to improve his strength as soon as possible. The courtyard was very quiet, and Qin Wentian had no distractions until Zi Qingxun and Zhen Mengjin came back to find him. When Zhen Mengjin came, he seemed to be full of anger. Qin Wentian looked at him and smiled and asked, What's wrong? Brother, they are monitoring us. Zhen Mengjin said angrily. Normal. Qin Wentian smiled. In the next period of time, I plan to go into seclusion and practice well in this courtyard. You should also practice hard. Before the Xiao sect really takes action against us, let them monitor us and don't conflict with them. Zhen Mengjin was stunned and said, Don't you just leave the Xiao sect. Now it's not possible for us to leave just because we want to. Xiao Lengaiyu thinks that I got what she wants, the inheritance of the ancient emperor. However, in fact, it needs to be understood by oneself. She can't understand it by herself. She thinks that I got other treasures, which is simply impossible to explain. For a period of time, I will also be under their surveillance and restricted in my actions, so I just go into seclusion. Qin Wentian smiled and said, Their restrictions on you should not be too tight, as long as I don't leave, but I don't know when they will take action against us. I understand. Before they take action, we should be patient, not conflict with them, and try to delay time and improve our strength. Zhen Mengjin said. Yes, Mengjin, I know I have wronged you a little. You have an impulsive personality, but in the city of the ancient emperor, you have no choice but to be patient for a while. Qin Wentian said. Don't worry, senior brother, I understand. This is also because I am too weak. If there are people at the 9th level of the celestial phenomenon, why should I be afraid of them? I will just start a war. Zhen Mengjin said angrily. Okay, let's go practice. Zi Qingxun could understand Qin Wentian's urgency to improve his strength. She knew very well what kind of person Qin Wentian was. If he was really angry, he would dare to do anything. He was still arrogant in front of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, but his character could also endure what ordinary people could not. Now Qin Wentian must be in urgent need of time. Well, senior brother, you practiced well, and we will go too. Jun Mengtian and Zi Qingxun left this place. Qin Wentian took a deep breath and entered into meditation again. Half a month later, Xiao Lengaiyu came to Qin Wentian again. This time, she asked directly, "Have you made up your mind?" Qin Wentian looked at Xiao Lengaiyu, smiled and shook his head, saying, "I have told you that to practice the formula contained in the blood-colored runes, you need to comprehend the divine runes of the underground palace, but you can't do it. I want to teach you, but it's impossible. You insist on thinking that I have gained something, and I can't do anything about it." Xiao Lengaiyu frowned and said coldly, "Qin Wentian, I have given you enough face." "Thank you." Qin Wentian smiled. Xiao Lengaiyu didn't say anything, turned around and left, leaving behind a cold look. In the next few months, Xiao Lengaiyu came several times, each time was extremely direct, and each time the attitude became colder than the last. Xiao Lengaiyu also discovered that Qin Wentian seemed to be very patient. He did not say that he wanted to leave Xiaomen, but just stayed quietly in the yard to practice, as if nothing had happened. Qin Wentian's two companions sometimes practiced in Xiaomen, and sometimes went out to the ancient emperor city to train. She sent people from Xiaomen to monitor them, and they did not intend to escape. It seemed that they were going to waste time with her. It was also considered that Qin Wentian and his companions had self-knowledge and knew that if they wanted to forcefully leave Xiaomen, it would be impossible. It was just to irritate her. Finally, Xiao Lengaiyu's patience reached its limit. On this day, a strong man from Xiaomen came to Qin Wentian's yard and broke in directly, but Xiao Lengaiyu was not there. The leader was the second strongest man from Xiaomen, Tan Lang. The group was terrible, and the pressure fell on Qin Wentian, especially Tan Lang. He looked cold and seemed to have murderous intentions. Qin Wentian opened his eyes and looked at the other party, only to hear Tan Lang coldly say, "Qin Wentian, you took Leng Yu into the underground palace and were trapped for half a year, and Leng Yu still protected you, otherwise you would have been in Xuanzing's hands long ago. Even when the people from the Shuangjiao League often came to ask for you, Leng Yu never handed you over. Leng Yu is kind-hearted and has been patient with you time and time again, but I am too lazy to talk nonsense with you. If you don't hand over the secret of cultivation within 7 days, I will expel you from the Xiao clan. If you are not a disciple of the Xiao clan, don't blame us for being rude to you." Tam Lang said, and his palm blasted out fiercely. A roar sounded from the side, and the room continued to collapse and explode. "Let's go." Tam Lang waved his palm, and the other Xiao clan masters stepped on the ground one after another. The sound of collapse came one after another. The eyes of the masters swept Qin Wentian coldly and left together. After Tan Lang and the others left, Jun Mengtian and Zi Qingxun came here. Seeing Qin Wentian sitting there, Jun Mengtian asked, "Brother Qin, they are so presumptuous." Qin Wentian looked normal. He glanced at Jun Mengtian and said with a smile, 7 days? Be patient for a few more days, and we will leave Xiaomen. Okay, brother, I will practice here with you. Jun Mengtian nodded. Qin Wentian felt a little warm in his heart and nodded with a smile. Zi Qingxun also stayed and practiced in this dilapidated place. 5 days later, a violent aura swept out from this place. Qin Wentian and Zi Qingxun stood by and watched. They saw endless starlight blooming on Jun Mengtian's body. His constellation appeared, and a roaring sound came from his body. An ancient momentum burst out, like a prehistoric beast. The rolling roar continued and spread to the distance. I didn't expect Mengtian to catch up with us. I'm really happy for him. Qin Wentian smiled and was very happy. This was probably the only thing that made him feel happy during this period of time. Yet, Zi Qingxun smiled and nodded, then glanced at Qin Wentian, but couldn't help feeling a little weak in her heart. When they first met, her cultivation was the highest. Now Qin Wentian and Jun Mengtian will be at the same level as her, and in terms of combat power, she may also be the weakest. The two people around her are both top geniuses. She will only beat him next to them. There was a sound of breaking through the air. Many strong men of Xiaomen looked over here. Seeing that it was Jun Mengtian who broke through, many people folded their hands in front of their chests and smiled coldly. The 6th level of the celestial realm, after breaking through, is only the 7th level of the celestial realm. This level is really nothing in his Xiaomen. You still have 2 days to think about it. Don't be shameless. A strong man from Xiao clan looked over here and said. In the crowd, Li Yu watched all this silently. He also saw Xiao Lengaiyu in the distance, but he seemed a little bored. He saw his figure flashing, came to Xiao Lengaiyu, and said, Lengaiyu, what's the matter? Xiao Lengaiyu looked at Li Yu and asked. I have been with you for a long time in Xiao clan, and I am quite happy. But now, I want to go to the ancient emperor city alone. From now on, I will leave Xiao clan. Take care. Li Yu said to Xiao Lengaiyu, which made Xiao Lengaiyu's expression change, and said, Li Yu, Xiao clan needs you. Xiao clan is the top 3 forces in the ancient emperor city, and you are the 6th on the ascension list. One more person is not too many. Goodbye. Li Yu bowed slightly, and then his figure flashed and left here directly. Xiao Lengaiyu looked at Li Yu's figure, and his face looked a little unnatural. Li Yu, leaving Xiao clan at this time, is he dissatisfied with her? Chapter 915 Take Action. Li Yu's departure made Xiao Lengaiyu feel unhappy. Although Xiaoman was powerful, it was also because Xiaoman gathered many geniuses from the ancient emperor city. Li Yu, as a genius ranked within the top 100 on the ascension list, was enough to open up a force on his own, but he followed her and was an extremely important person. Because of the pursuit of a genius like Li Yu, she, Xiao Lengaiyu, could make Xiaoman powerful and have a sense of accomplishment, but now, Li Yu left. Xiao Lengaiyu seemed to see a trace of disappointment in Li Yu's eyes. She knew a little about Li Yu's character. She was cheerful and optimistic, carefree, and seemed a little cynical, but she was quite decent. She joined Xiaoman purely because of her charm. Now she left, it must be because her charm was no longer in Li Yu's heart. Xiao Lengaiyu was a smart person. The only thing she had done recently was to target Qin Wentian. Li Yu was probably dissatisfied with her because of this matter, so he left. However, Xiao Lengaiyu did not think she had done anything wrong. She was determined to obtain the inheritance of the ancient Emperor Yidi. If she could obtain the divine hand of ultimate learning, it would not only temporarily improve her strength, but would accompany her throughout her life. Her combat power would always be one step ahead of others and more superior. At this time, in the training field in Qin Wentian's courtyard, Zhen Mengchen opened her eyes, and a sharp light flashed past. Qin Wentian smiled and said, Mengchen, congratulations. Zhen Mengchen moved his body, and felt refreshed all over. He said, it's not enough. It's only the 7th level of the celestial realm. Take it step by step. Cultivation is not achieved overnight. Now, the 3 of us are at the same level. Qin Wentian laughed and said, let's go out and relax. Go out and relax. Zi Qingxun and Zhen Mengchen looked at Qin Wentian. The deadline given by Xiaoman was only the last 2 days. At this time, Qin Wentian said that going out to relax might not be that simple. It's time to leave. Qin Wentian said to the 2 people through voice transmission. The 2 did not speak, but just looked at each other and nodded secretly in their hearts. Let's go. Qin Wentian turned around, stepped into the void, and headed out of the Xiao clan. However, at this moment, a Xiao clan genius appeared in front of Qin Wentian in the void, blocking his way and saying, where are you going? Qin Wentian frowned slightly and said, why, I joined the Xiao clan, so I don't even have my freedom? Can I even go out to relax? In 2 days, it will be the deadline. It won't be too late to go out then. The man shouted coldly and said loudly. Many Xiao clan warriors flew into the air to stop Qin Wentian. But I want to go out now. If Xiaoman restricts my freedom, then there is no need to think about it for another 2 days. I will leave Xiaoman directly now. Qin Wentian said coldly. The strong man wanted to speak again, but Xiao Lengaiyu said lightly, let him go out. Xiao Lengaiyu walked over, and everyone looked at her. She said, Qin Wentian, it's okay for you to go out and relax, but you have to think it over. The people of Shuangjiao League are still looking for you. If Xuanxing captures you, he will not be as easy to talk to as me. That's my business, don't bother the master. Qin Wentian said. Well, you can go out. Xiao Lengaiyu sneered. Qin Wentian and the other 2 walked out, and the people of Xiaoman stood in place, watching Qin Wentian and the others leave coldly. After Qin Wentian stepped out of Xiaoman, Xiao Lengaiyu flashed, and the strong men of Xiaoman followed him. I knew it wouldn't be that easy. Zhen Mengchen sneered when he felt a figure chasing behind him. Xiao Lengaiyu is here too, along with Ten Lang, the 12th ranked Xiangxiang on the Immortal Ascension list, and the person Xiao Lengaiyu trusts most in the Xiao clan. Zi Qingxuan whispered. The lineup of Xiangxiang strongmen who were tracking this group was extremely powerful. When I step into the 9th level of the celestial phenomenon, the first person I will kill is Tam Lang. When you, Brother Qin, were in the Imperial Palace before, Tam Lang was very rude to us, monitoring all our whereabouts and threatening us. Zheng Mengchen said with some dissatisfaction. He was not in a hurry. Although Tam Lang was at the 9th level of the celestial phenomenon, many Xiangxiang would stay at the 9th level of the celestial phenomenon for a long time, because there was a natural chasm in front of them, the immortal realm. It was not so easy to step into the immortal realm in one step. Many Xiangxiang 9th level strongmen stayed in this realm for hundreds of years. It was normal for young people to grow up. People with weak talents might not even be able to cross this hurdle in their entire lives. However, there shouldn't be many such people in the ancient Emperor City. After all, this was a gathering of the top Xiangxiang figures in the entire immortal realm. Qin Wentian and his 2 companions were very fast, but the people of Xiao clan were also talented that they followed closely behind them. It was impossible to shake them off. The strong men of ancient Emperor City showed interesting expressions when they saw this scene. The woman was stunning and unparalleled. It turned out to be Xiao Lengaiyu. She led the people of Xiao clan and seemed to be tracking the 3 people in front. It was unknown what the identities of these 3 people were. I heard that it was Qin Wentian. He has become quite famous recently. Xuanxing of the Twin Pride Alliance is also trying to catch him. It is rumored that he was able to enter the Imperial Palace because of him. Some people have also heard about Qin Wentian. Obviously, Qin Wentian has also gained some fame in ancient Emperor City. There are countless geniuses in ancient Emperor City. People keep seeing the situation here. At this time, Qin Wentian and his 3 companions suddenly stopped and did not continue to move forward. Xiao Lengaiyu and his companions also stopped and looked at the situation in front. Huh? At this time, Xiao Lengaiyu saw a line of figures appearing in the distance. An interesting look flashed in her beautiful eyes. It turned out to be an acquaintance. When she first met Qin Wentian was being chased by these people. At this time, the strong men from the God-Destroying Palace, such as Jiutian, appeared in front of Qin Wentian and the others. It was really a narrow road for enemies. Jiutian stood on the air, and his cold eyes swept over the 3 figures of Qin Wentian, and then sneered. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. I heard that the people of the Twin Pride Alliance are trying to capture you, and the people of the Xiao clan don't seem to like you very much. What does it have to do with you? Qin Wentian asked. You won't forget what happened so quickly. Jiutian said coldly, his eyes looking at Xiao Lengaiyu in the distance, and said, Master Xiao, I have some grievances to settle with him. Master Xiao won't interfere, right? Xiao Lengaiyu sneered. She stepped forward, as if sandwiching Qin Wentian and the other 2 in the middle, only to hear Xiao Lengaiyu say, Qin Wentian doesn't seem to admit that he has been protected by the Xiao clan. I didn't expect to meet you, Jiutian, so soon. Then I have to ask Qin Wentian again, what is your attitude now? I don't understand what the master means. Qin Wentian said coldly. Are you pretending to be stupid? Tam Lang scolded coldly. Xiaoman protected your safety and your life, and you got the benefits, but you enjoyed them alone and ignored the interests of Xiaoman. Now I ask you, do you agree to what Lengyu said? What if I say no? Qin Wentian said. Then my Xiao sect will decide to expel you from the sect. You are not worthy of being my disciple. Your life or death has nothing to do with my Xiao sect. Xiao Lengaiyu said coldly, as if she was taking this opportunity to deal a heavy blow to Qin Wentian. If he still refused to repent, I believe that this time, so many strong men from the God-Destroying Palace would not give him another chance. As if to cooperate with Xiao Lengaiyu's words, the strong men from the God-Destroying Palace stepped out one after another and directly surrounded Qin Wentian and the other 2. Jiutian even bloomed a terrifying starry sky phenomenon, with thousands of symbols shining and bright. Qin Wentian looked at Xiao Lengaiyu and sneered, saying, what is Xiao clan? They will do anything to seize the treasures of the people in the clan. As for the so-called expulsion, when have I, Qin Wentian, ever cared about it? From this moment on, Qin Wentian and the other 2 will no longer have any relationship with the Xiao clan. How dare you? Tam Lang had an astonishing aura, but Xiao Lengaiyu waved her hand and said, I wonder how long you can be so arrogant. Qin Wentian. Jiutian shouted loudly, in the past, You stole the stored ring of my Mieshen Palace disciples, and finally escaped the disaster with the protection of the Zhao clan. Have you ever thought about this moment? Have some shame. You are just a person ranked after 300 on the immortal ranking. Jiutian, you are not worthy to talk to me like this. You are 2 realms higher than me, and you couldn't do anything to me last time, not to mention today, in front of me. You are not qualified to be called a Xianjiao. The so-called descendant of the immortal emperor is just a joke. Qin Wentian spoke proudly. At this moment, he changed his low-key attitude when he was in Xiaomen, and his arrogance was soaring, which made many Xianjiao around him look at him with divine light. What on earth did this guy have the courage to disrespect the strong men of Xiaomen and fight against Jiutian, a strong man on the immortal ranking? How shameless. Do you think you will have the opportunity to carve the divine pattern formation today? Jiutian's 1,000 symbols astrology burst out violently, and at the same time, he practiced 1,000 symbols immortal classic with luck, and the whole person contained an indomitable power. No need to carve the divine pattern array. Qin Wentian sneered. He stepped out, and with a roar, a loud rumbling sound was heard. In an instant, the light shone brightly, and the light of immortals and demons flowed all over his body. His body was exaggerated, and instantly turned into 10 feet, like a god, invincible. It's not that the body is huge that the strength is strong. A strong man from the god-destroying palace shouted coldly, and immediately the strong men rushed in, blooming the power of the stars and oppressing Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's stars also bloomed, and the purple gold light shone. He stretched out his palm. In just a moment, endless rune light flowed on his palm. At this moment, Qin Wentian's palm turned into purple gold, filled with an invincible power. Qin Wentian seemed to spit out a few magic formulas from his mouth, and his whole body was full of light, as if he had transformed. His big palm became extremely gorgeous, as if it was no longer his Qin Wentian's palm, but the hand of God. Zhao Lengyu's eyes flashed when she saw this scene, and she stared at Qin Wentian's transformed palm. Qin Wentian seemed to be blooming with divine brilliance all over his body. At this time, a strong man from the Palace of Destroying Gods had already rushed forward and slashed at Qin Wentian. However, Qin Wentian raised his palm and blasted forward. The big palm that looked like the hand of God blasted past and directly shattered the knife light. A palm print attacked out, which could pick off the stars, the sun and the moon. With a loud bang, the strong man from the Palace of Destroying Gods had all his defensive forces destroyed. His body suffered the ultimate and flew directly into the distance. The hand of God does not refer to a single attack, but to truly launch all offensive forces with the hand of God. At this moment, Zhao Lengyu's eyes could no longer leave Qin Wentian's palm. The light was still there, and the power was terrible. Chapter 916 The Powerful Hand of God. He really practiced and obtained the unique skills of the ancient Emperor Yidi. Zhao Lengyu's expression was particularly cold, staring at Qin Wentian. Unknowingly, Qin Wentian actually cultivated the God's Hand, a legendary magical power lost in the fairyland. He must have obtained the method of practicing the God's Hand in the underground palace and kept it hidden from her. Asshole, such a cunning guy, it's a waste of my protection for him. Zhao Lengyu became more and more angry, and murderous intent appeared in her eyes. Is this the God's Hand? Tan Lang beside Zhao Lengyu also showed a sharp look. If it is really the lost unique skills of the ancient emperor, it is probably enough to set off a storm. In the ancient emperor city, the appearance of the Yidi Ruins Palace has long been known to everyone. Even many strong people have personally visited the ruins, but they have not been able to cultivate the power of the blood rune. At this moment, the people around saw the power used by Qin Wentian, and their expressions became serious, and they stared at the front. It is said that Emperor Yi has the divine hand, which is a unique skill in the world. In the past, Emperor Yi relied on his tremendous strength and divine hand to conquer the immortal realm and became the ancient emperor who unified the immortal realm. The strong men whispered secretly. Even the strong men of the god-destroying palace who surrounded Qin Wentian and Jiutian, all looked frozen and stared at the front. What kind of magical power is this? Jiutian asked, staring at Qin Wentian's transformed palm. You will know if you try it. Qin Wentian's palm print was terrified by the purple gold light, and the power of the stars was constantly integrated into the palm print. A terrifying purple gold spear appeared in the palm print, and the wings of the phoenix grew behind Qin Wentian, like a descendant of a god, with the power of dominating the world. Is this the power of the divine hand? It can bloom any power. The spear that appeared seems to be a part of the divine hand. Xiao Lengaiyu saw that the spear was interwoven with endless rune lights, and the terrible runes from Qin Wentian's palm print continued to flow into the spear, making the surface of the spear seem to have runes flowing continuously. At this moment, a terrifying roar came out from Qin Wentian's body. His whole body's strength seemed to be stimulated to the strongest state. Coupled with the increase of the battle, the whole person was in the strongest state of excitement, even a little like the state when using the immortal destroying sword. The consumption reached a terrible degree, and the whole person's breath climbed to peak state. This was stimulated by the formula of the God's hand. Moreover, Qin Wentian knew that this was not the complete God's hand, but only the entry level of the God's hand. Otherwise, with his strength in the heavenly realm, how could he exert the true power of the God's hand? That was the lost secret of the ancient emperor's conquest of the world. Even the entry level was extremely complicated and had infinite power. Moreover, Qin Wentian could not activate the God's hand at any time, but needed to condense many divine essences in advance, just like the great palm print of the condensation pattern in the underground palace. Qin Wentian never lied to Xiao Lengaiyu from beginning to end. Even if she wanted to teach her, Xiao Lengaiyu could not cultivate the God's hand. Those who could not crack the secrets of the underground palace could not cultivate the God's hand. Moreover, that was only the basics. We must fight quickly and decisively. Qin Wentian thought to himself. In this state of battle, even his multiverse palace could not sustain it for long. He did not know whether he could skillfully use this amazing magical power after entering the 9th level of the celestial phenomenon. However, Qin Wentian also understood that if he wanted to skillfully use this magical power, he must first practice the soul refining at least to a certain level. Buzz! The strong wind swept past, and Qin Wentian's body was like a real rock in the wind, as fast as golden lightning. In just a moment, he rushed towards the genius of the God-destroying palace. It was the jade-crowned strongman he had seen in the past. It was this man's greed that made him and the God-destroying palace hate each other. The jade-crowned strongman's expression suddenly changed. He had not been able to defeat Qin Wentian at the beginning, let alone Qin Wentian who had cultivated a more terrifying power. His body exploded backwards, but he saw the long spear in Qin Wentian's hand burst out, and the void seemed to be pierced through. A golden light pierced out, and a golden spear in the middle of the light pierced through the void and descended directly. The jade-crowned strongman roared, and the fairy light bloomed, and there was a loud bang. The jade-crowned strongman's body was shaken back, and an immortal weapon appeared in front of him, blocking the attack, but he did not look proud at all, only disappointed. He used the immortal weapon, which was a very shameful thing in the ancient emperor city. Many eyes looked at him, and the jade-crowned strongman felt his face burning. Then he heard Qin Wentian say coldly, "You are not worthy of being called a genius, you are just a waste. You can only bully the low-level newcomers who have just entered the ancient emperor city. The God-destroying palace is just a bunch of good-for-nothings." Jiutian's 1,000 symbols immortal classic bloomed to the strongest state, and the 1,000 symbol sword appeared. He stepped out and walked towards Qin Wentian. As the master of the God-destroying palace and a strong man on the immortal list, he, Jiutian, must defeat Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian also stared at Jiutian, and the wings behind him flickered and moved, and he rushed directly towards the other party. "Kill!" Jiutian shouted angrily, and the 1,000 symbol sword that seemed to be able to destroy the world slashed down from the sky, with endless symbol light. However, at the same time, the hand of God blasted out a purple gold spear. Both attacks contained monstrous symbol light and collided directly with each other. Endless symbol patterns collided, and the terrible halo tore through the sky. Qin Wentian's hand of God slapped out fiercely, and the purple gold spear actually broke through the air and killed directly, as if there was a terrible symbol halo lingering on the spear, killing the 1,000 symbol star above Jiutian. The 1,000 symbol sword collapsed, and the crowd's hearts palpitated. Qin Wentian was only a strong man in the 7th level of the celestial realm, but he could use the hand of God to have such a terrible attack power. How powerful is Emperor Yi's unique skill? Looking up, everyone saw that the extremely terrifying spear with endless rune aura directly inserted into the thousands of rune stars in the void. In just a moment, the terrifying god's aura seemed to suppress the thousands of rune stars above the sky, causing Jiutian to roar, wanting to break it with the power of the stars. At this moment, Qin Wentian's huge body like Fengpeng descended, and the hand of God attacked directly. The star-picking palm print appeared, with the power of destroying the world. This attacking power seemed to be quite similar to the star-picking palm that Qin Wentian had practiced before, but it seemed to have undergone many evolutions. It was more than a level stronger. When the palm print blasted out, it seemed to be able to really pick off the sun, moon and stars and annihilate everything. The rune light like a god could crush any power. Jiutian's body burst into endless brilliance. He roared, and the rune light seemed to flow all over his body. He saw his hands penetrate the sky and the earth, as if the ancient tripod of all laws appeared, destroying all attacking forces. The endless rune power shook the sky, and no power could shake it. Bang! The earth-shaking attack shook all directions. The terrifying palm print shattered the ancient tripod. The aftermath still left a terrifying palm print, which hit Jiutian. Jiutian's body exploded backward, but he still couldn't avoid the palm print attack. With a puff, he spat out blood. The blood was flying in the air. With the help of that power, he retreated faster. In just a moment, he flew far away and unloaded some of the destructive power. The crowd was stunned. Qin Wentian defeated the strong man on the immortal list, Jiutian, with the help of the palm print of God. The hand of God, so strong. The people around were no longer just watching the fun. They were really shocked by the unique skills of Emperor Yu that Qin Wentian displayed. The Xianjiao of the ancient Emperor City is by no means an ordinary person in the outside world. Jiutian is a strong man on the immortal list. Even if he is ranked more than 300, it is still not enough to challenge him across levels. However, Qin Wentian not only defeated him across realms, but also crossed 2 realms. How powerful is the power of the god's hand? Jiutian, you can't do it. I don't have a big grudge with a god-destroying palace. It was you who bullied my 3 brothers and sisters who had just entered the ancient Emperor City and wanted to take our stored rings. I fought back. After that, you provoked me again and again. I, Qin Wentian, warn you here. If you still refuse to give up, I will show no mercy to you, no matter whether you are a descendant of the emperor or a disciple of the king. Qin Wentian shouted angrily. Seeing him in high spirits, Xiao Lengaiyu felt that Qin Wentian had become a different person. From the patient Qin Wentian before to the peerless elegance at this moment, it seems that a transformation has taken place. Is this really the same person? Take him down. Xiao Lengaiyu said, as if he didn't need to say more. The strong men of Xiaomen had surrounded him. Even though Qin Wentian was very powerful at the moment, they still wanted to take him down. Qin Wentian, he controlled the god's hand. Seeing the strong men from the Xiao clan approaching, Qin Wentian shouted angrily, before, Patriarch Xiao saw that the strong men from the god-destroying palace were going to deal with me, and forced me to leave the Xiao clan. What, now that I am no longer a disciple of the Xiao clan, does Patriarch Xiao want to kill people and steal the treasure? Humph. Xiao Lengaiyu snorted coldly and ignored Qin Wentian. Xiao Lengaiyu, you have been scheming and scheming since the first time you invited me to join the Xiao clan. The funny thing is, I, Qin Wentian, am open and honest. Although I have been on guard against you, what I said is always false. It's funny that you have never believed it. I'm not mocking you. Even if the god's hand technique is placed in front of you and I tell you how to practice it, you still can't practice it. Qin Wentian said in a loud voice, as if he was not only speaking to Xiao Lengaiyu, but also to everyone. Emperor Yu's unique skills have been lost for thousands of years. You only see its power, but don't know how difficult it is to practice. If it is so easy to comprehend and cultivate, how can it be called a stunning unique skill? Many of you are heirs of emperors and princes. Don't you know how difficult it is to practice the unique skills of immortal emperors? Think about how difficult it is to practice the god's hand. How shameless. Are you saying that your talent is so great that no one in the ancient Emperor City can surpass you? Just as everyone was thinking about Qin Wentian's words, a voice rolled over from a distance. It was Zhuangxing from the Twin Pride Alliance. At least, he is much stronger than you, Zhuangxing. We were trapped in the underground palace together. You were waiting to die there, thinking about dealing with me, but I was there to comprehend the secret of the divine runes, and finally solved it and took everyone away. Even if you, Zhuangxing, don't admit it, it's the truth, Qin Wentian said coldly. To practice the god's hand, you must first have a very high attainment in the divine runes. If you are not as good as Zhuangxing, there is no need to have any extravagant hope. When Zhuangxing was in the underground palace, he didn't understand the secret of the god's hand at all. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 917, Mysterious Mirror Technique. Qin Wentian's voice shook the void, and everyone's heart trembled when they heard it. Qin Wentian was not the only one who entered the underground palace. At that time, Xuanxing, Xiao Lengyu and other Xianjiao all entered with him. However, Qin Wentian was the only one who cultivated the god's hand. All the others did not cultivate it. In the imperial palace, there are rune formulas left, and everyone can cultivate it. Qin Wentian is not a special case. What Qin Wentian said should be true. Xuanxing and others were there. The lie was exposed as soon as it was poked. It was obvious that it was really Qin Wentian who led everyone to escape from the trapped underground palace. The god's hand is so powerful that it must be extremely difficult to cultivate. This Qin Wentian can cultivate it, perhaps because he has amazing talent. Someone secretly thought in his heart, after this battle, I don't know if his name will appear in the ascension list. Although it is with the help of the power of the god's hand, since it has been cultivated by Qin Wentian, the god's hand belongs to Qin Wentian's own ability, and it is also very likely to be included in the ascension list. I just don't know where Qin Wentian will be ranked if he is included in the immortal ascension list. You are so arrogant. Seeing Xuanxing being named and humiliated, his whole body was extremely cold. The strong men of the Shuangjiao League came and surrounded Qin Wentian and his men. In this way, although Qin Wentian repelled the strong men of the Destroying God Palace led by Jiutian, the enemies in front of him were even more terrifying. The strong men of the Xiao clan led by Xiao Lengyu and the strong men of the Shuangjiao League led by Xuanxing, even if the god's hand was stronger, Qin Wentian, who is at the 7th level of the heavenly phenomenon, might not be able to turn the world upside down. It was simply impossible to fly away. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but think that if Qin Wentian had the cultivation of Xuanxing and Xiao Lengyu, the 9th level of the heavenly phenomenon, and relied on the power of the god's hand, could he have the power to sweep everything? With the strength of this god's hand, it would be really terrible. Seeing the strong enemy looking around, Qin Wentian's body made a terrible rumbling sound, and it expanded again. His god's hand also became larger, but the endless talisman light remained the same, which was extremely terrible. Are you going to attack together, or one by one? Qin Wentian spoke proudly, with a strong fighting spirit, as if he was ready to fight here. I'm not interested in playing a duel with you. Xuanxing spoke coldly, and waved his hand directly, saying, take him down. Don't hurt his life. Xiao Lengyu also spoke, and immediately the strong men from both sides stepped forward at the same time. The strong men from the two major forces wanted to capture Qin Wentian on the spot. Qin Wentian sneered, and the wind flashed. His body actually soared directly into the sky. As his body soared into the sky, dozens of strong men followed him. A devastating pressure swept across the void, which was too shocking. However, at this moment, Qin Wentian seemed to have a series of low voices coming out of his mouth, like a very ancient voice, causing a sudden gust of wind in the void. The chant of the demon god, the ancient thoughts that reach the sky, gather the demon energy from all directions, and swallow the demon essence of the starry sky. A demon energy swept across the world. Qin Wentian was full of demon energy. His huge body seemed to have demon blood boiling, making a horrified sound. The strong men who rose into the sky with his body had sharp eyes and stared at Qin Wentian's figure rising into the sky, with shock in their eyes. What a strong demon energy! Everyone's heart trembled, and they saw a terrifying phantom of a big peng suddenly appeared above the sky, with supreme demon power. Thinking of the demon gods of all directions, I will become a demon. The ancient chanting kept coming out of Qin Wentian's mouth, as if a force from the starry sky really descended. Buzz! The wind blew violently, and the world changed. Suddenly, a dark color seemed to appear above the sky, as if a huge thing covered the sky and the sun. It was a big peng bird, extremely strange, with the aura of a king on its body, like the ancient peng sage. The big rock spread its wings, and the sunlight seemed to be blocked. The crowd was trembling in their hearts and looked up at the sky. What was this? The demonic energy swept down, as if accompanied by a strong wind. The crowd saw a pair of extremely unruly demonic eyes, as if it was the monarch of the sky. Those eyes were as proud and arrogant as Qin Wentian. They were clearly Qin Wentian's eyes. Demon beast? How is this possible? Qin Wentian's true form is a monster beast. Many people exclaimed. Another amazing monster beast appeared in the ancient emperor's city. It doesn't look like a monster beast. Could it be the super magical power of a monster? If so, Qin Wentian was really too terrifying. He could comprehend a god's hand, had the super understanding of humans, the terrifying physique and strength of monsters, and the extreme speed of Fangpen. This was simply a perfect incarnation. What was even more terrifying was that the crowd found that the god's hand was still there. Qin Wentian, who had transformed into the monarch of the sky, still had purple gold claws. It was the god's hand, huge and seemed to be able to destroy everything. What the crowd had thought of not long ago seemed to have come true in the blink of an eye. At this time, Qin Wentian, who had transformed into a great rock, already had the terrifying might of the 9th level of the celestial phenomena, plus the divine hand. Xiao Lengaiu and Zhuangxing's eyes froze. They stared at the great rock that appeared in the void. This guy actually had such a trump card. He is not a demon. This is a demon magic. He borrowed a powerful external force to condense his demon body and transform into a great rock. Tam Lang, who was next to Xiao Lengaiu, said, "Whether he's a demon or not, his fighting power must be extremely strong at this moment." Xiao Lengaiu whispered. Even though she was ranked 6th on the Immortal Ascension list, she did not dare to underestimate Qin Wentian, who had transformed into a great rock and possessed the divine hand. He should not be able to sustain a long-term battle in this state. "Let's exhaust his strength first," Tam Lang said softly. Xiao Lengaiu did not answer, but did not deny it either. Buzz! Above the sky, Qin Wentian, who had transformed into a great rock, flapped his wings, and a strong wind blew. There was an extremely sharp and terrible gale blowing towards the strong men who were stagnant in the void. Qin Wentian uttered a cold voice, "You can enter the ancient emperor city, and you are all descendants of emperors, and you are the pride of one side. It is completely useless to work for others so foolishly. This kind of thing is not worth it. If I take action now, I will never show mercy." The domineering and cold voice seemed to come from the mouth of a real king, with an indomitable spirit. Some people were slightly shaken. Whether it was Xiao Lengaiu of the Xiao clan or Xuanzing of the Shuangjiao League, they did not intend to take action. They seemed to be in a dilemma. They retreated at this moment, and seemed to be scared away by Qin Wentian's words. "Many prides are afraid of you, and they are just exaggerating. Take action." A voice came out. It was Xia Qianan of the Xiao clan. When this word fell, the terrifying momentum swept across the sky. Suddenly, terrifying purple gold divine arrows shot out, carrying a monstrous golden light, piercing through the sky, and killing Dapan like lightning. Qin Wentian's divine hand reached out to the air below, and the golden divine arrows were directly blocked by his palm, unable to shake the divine palm print. Buzz! Qin Wentian flapped his wings and disappeared instantly. Although Fangpeng was huge, his wings flashed like flying in the clouds. He could fly through the void. Fangpeng was extremely fast. He was called the King of the Sky. With this flash, the terrifying body of Dapan actually descended directly over the sky of all the Xianjiao. The handprint of God slapped towards the sky below, as if to smash the void into pieces. A loud rumbling sound was heard, and several Xianjiao were directly blasted into the ground, smashing the earth into a deep pit. Their bones were broken and they let out miserable howls. "Disperse!" a strong man roared, and the Xianjiao attacked at the same time. Suddenly, huge palm prints and sharp swords slashed out, constantly bombarding Dapan, but Dapan disappeared like lightning and appeared directly in the sky. So fast, too fast. The crowd looked up at the sky. Is this the speed of the sky monarch Dapan? It can be said to be invincible. Qin Wentian had practiced many Dapan methods, and he also had the talisman bone of the supreme Fangpen, and he had comprehended the power of Fangpen. Although he had transformed into a Dapan bird, his power was extremely skillful. Buzz! Qin Wentian's wings flapped again in the sky, and a hurricane appeared from the void. A purple gold spear appeared on the palm print, and a stream of light appeared. Dapan swooped down, and his spear stabbed out with an extremely amazing speed. Seeing this attack, no one dared to block it. In just a moment, all the Xianjiao retreated in all directions. No one dared to face the spearmanship fired by the god's hand at such a speed. The destructive power was unimaginable. God's hand. Zhuangxing saw the power of the god's hand, and his obsession became deeper. He must get it, at all costs. Even if he dug Qin Wentian's head, he must get the god's hand. However, at this moment, Zhuangxing suddenly saw a cold gaze shooting at him, and then the light that swept everything approached him rapidly at an astonishing speed. At this moment, Xuanzing felt his hair stand up, and he instantly bloomed the starry sky. It was an extremely mysterious pattern, containing extremely terrifying divine power. Heavenly mysterious mirror technique. Xuanzing roared when he saw the destructive spear attacking him. Emperor Xuan, a generation of immortal emperors, practiced a powerful and unique Xiangxuan realm technique. It was as if a mysterious ancient mirror appeared in the void, containing extremely powerful mysterious power. Bang! Qin Wentian's spear fell down, and a blazing light burst out. Xuanzing roared, and the ground under his feet was constantly torn apart. The spear seemed to suppress him on the spot. A cracking sound was heard, and cracks appeared in the Xiangxuan realm, but Qin Wentian's body was also shaken away and returned to the void. The spear in his hand was broken, and the hand of God was trembling slightly. Rebound attack. Qin Wentian, who turned into big rock, had extremely cold eyes. Was this the 27th ranked Xianjiao on the Immortal Ascension list, the son of Emperor Xuan? This Xiangxuan mirror technique actually had such a mysterious power. However, because his power was so strong that it exceeded the load of Xiangxuan mirror water, the ancient mirror seemed to be broken. Buzz! The wind shone, and Qin Wentian's body floated up again. A spear appeared in the hand of God, swallowing and spitting out a light of destruction. Xuanzing's body trembled slightly, staring at the void. You dare! His Xiangxuan mirror technique seemed unable to continue to withstand Qin Wentian's attack. This attack power was too terrible and reached an extreme. Exclamation mark. Chapter 918, Battle for the 4th place on the Ascension list. The mysterious mirror technique is about to be broken. Everyone's heart trembled. Any immortal emperor has his own extraordinary qualities and practices terrible unique skills. The mysterious mirror technique is a powerful unique skill of the Emperor Xuan. It can rebound all attacks. It is extremely powerful during battle. Xuanzing is powerful and has practiced a mysterious mirror technique, so he ranks 27th in the immortal ranking. However, no magical secret method can be invincible. Once it encounters a stronger force, it will still lose its balance. When the attack power exceeds much, the mysterious mirror technique will not be able to withstand it. Just like what happened before his eyes, Xuanzing's mysterious mirror technique could only block one attack from Qin Wentian's divine hand, who is incarnated as destined. His mysterious mirror technique would probably be broken and destroyed in the second attack. At this time, Xuanzing glared at Qin Wentian in the void. The huge figure gave him great pressure, especially the huge divine hand. The talisman shone brightly, like a palm given to him by the gods. It has supreme offensive power and is worthy of being the terrible unique power lost by the ancient emperor. Don't dare! Qin Wentian stared at Xuanzing below with his eyes full of strangeness. Since the underground palace, Xuanzing had wanted to deal with him again and again. He had said that he would take away the scroll Qin Wentian had obtained even if it cost him his life. Moreover, now that Qin Wentian had revealed his divine hand, Xuanzing would really take Qin Wentian's life in order to take away the divine hand of the ultimate learning. This was not an exaggeration. The so-called no-killing in the ancient emperor's city, everyone would hold back, but that was only relatively speaking. If there was no life and death feud, everyone would hold back a line, but when the real interests were huge and a life and death collision occurred, this so-called potential rule would be like glass, shattered with one blow. The masters in the distance stared at that side, their hearts trembling. Although they were both geniuses, the gap between Xuanzing, who ranked 27th on the Ascension list, and the masters who were not on the Ascension list was still huge. Those who could not even enter the Ascension list could not withstand the attack of Qin Wentian, who is now incarnated as destined, so they fled in all directions. As a result, the current situation has occurred, and Xuanzing is facing Qin Wentian alone. A burst of strong light burst out, and Qin Wentian's body of destined turned into a ray of light. The demonic energy swept across the world, and the hurricane tore through the void. Another terrifying purple gold spear attacked, and this spear shocked the world and made the gods and ghosts cry. Endless rune light rolled and pressed towards Xuanzing. At this moment, Xuanzing seemed to be in the center of the storm, and he could be destroyed at any time. Xuanzing's power was released to the extreme. His palm was supported in the void, turning into an ancient mirror. Endless starlight and runes flowed into it crazily. The Xiangxuan mirror technique bloomed with extremely dazzling brilliance. Between the body of destined and Xuanzing, there was a terrifying ancient mirror. However, the crowd could still feel the smallness of Xuanzing, and his body seemed insignificant. Bang! The spear hit the mirror again, and the god's hand trembled slightly, showing its terrifying power. But at the same time, the sound of breaking continued. Finally, the ancient mirror was broken. The spear that killed everything continued to attack, wanting to kill Xuanzing on the spot. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes froze. Even Xiao Lengaiyu felt a chill. Qin Wentian, he really dared to do this and kill Xuanzing. Bang! Qin Wentian's destruction spear really hit Xuanzing's body. Many people trembled all over, as if they couldn't believe this scene would happen. But at this moment, a terrible breath burst out from Xuanzing, as if an illusory palm directly grabbed Qin Wentian's destruction spear. Xuanzing's body was shaken to the ground and spit out blood, and a terrible phantom appeared from his body. This was an extremely majestic figure of a strong man, as if standing there, he had the majesty of an emperor, invincible. Boy, why are you so cruel in the ancient emperor's city? Forgive others when you can. The majestic figure spoke to Qin Wentian. He looked at Qin Wentian and spoke slowly. Xuan Emperor. The people around were shocked. This phantom must be the Xuan Emperor. Xuanzing, as the descendant of Xuan Emperor, has the Xuan Emperor's immortal thoughts in his body, which are stimulated at the moment of life and death. You should say this to him. Xuanzing is aggressive. If I don't kill him, he will kill me. Qin Wentian looked at Xuan Emperor and said. Xuan Emperor glanced at Qin Wentian's palm, showing a touch of surprise, and understood in his heart. Get out. Xuan Emperor's palm trembled, and the long spear collapsed in an instant. Qin Wentian only felt that the hand of God was hit by a terrifying force. His huge body was directly hit into the void, but his expression was extremely cold. Facing the immortal thoughts of Xuan Emperor, he had no ability to resist at all. It would be easy for the other party to kill him. Qin Wentian stabilized Depeng's body, but the palm print of God had been shattered. His huge eyes suddenly became extremely cold. Although the attack of Emperor Xuan only shattered his hand of God, it also wanted to cut off his retreat. How dare you? At this moment, a terrifying black cloud seemed to appear above the sky, rolling wildly, as if brewing a violent storm, which was extremely terrifying. A monstrous pressure descended from it, and a pair of eyes appeared above the black cloud, extremely cold, with a monstrous demonic power, and the cold eyes looked directly at Emperor Xuan. You dare to interfere in the ancient emperor city? The extremely oppressive voice fell from the sky. Emperor Xuan looked into the void and said, I am just a wisp of immortal thought to protect my offspring. I have never killed anyone, nor have I interfered in the affairs of the ancient emperor city. I will leave now. After the voice fell, Emperor Xuan looked coldly at Qin Wentian in the void, and then his immortal thought actually dissipated directly into the air, as if it had never appeared. HMPH. A cold voice came from the void, and the terrifying storm gradually dissipated. However, this scene made everyone tremble in their hearts. The ancient emperor's city was indeed extremely mysterious. Without permission, no emperor could set foot there. It had its own unique rules. Even the emperor of the immortal realm could not interfere in the affairs of the ancient emperor city. Xuanzing stood up. Although the previous attack had injured him, his father's immortal thoughts appeared and blocked most of the attacks for him, so he was not seriously injured. At this moment, he stared at the sky, looking at the figure of Qin Wentian in the void, with murderous intent. Xuanzing. A figure whistled in the distance. Xuanyang was extremely fast and rushed here with the people of the Shuangjiao League in an instant. Brother. Xuanzing saw Xuanyang appear and pointed at Depeng in the void and said, This man has obtained the divine hand of Emperor Yi's unique learning. Take him down. Xuanyang is here. Qin Wentian is in danger this time. When everyone saw Xuanyang coming, they all felt that Qin Wentian was in trouble. What kind of person is Xuanyang? He is the fourth strongest person on the ascension list. His heavenly mysterious mirror technique is much stronger than Xuanzing. Even the hand of God may be able to block it. Moreover, Qin Wentian's hand of God seems to have been shattered by Emperor Xuan's immortal thoughts. It is still unknown whether it can be condensed again. Those who can rank in the top 10 of the ascension list are all extraordinary people, the real top geniuses, with amazing strength and unique skills. Xuanyang, who is fourth on the ascension list, is absolutely unimaginable. Okay. Xuanyang nodded, and his body slowly soared into the air, revealing an indomitable power. He was seen to be flowing with a light of colored glaze, and his blood was blooming. The whole person seemed to be turning into transparent color, like a mirror, as if he could disappear at any time. His starry sky appeared, and it was actually an ancient mirror, with a faint stream of light flowing on it. Xuanyang's Xiangsuan mirror technique has been cultivated to an astonishing degree, much stronger than Xuanxing. This unique skill is special. Xuanyang uses it in all his magical attacks and has defeated many Xianjiao figures. He is a king-like existence in the ancient emperor city. Someone murmured, if Qin Wentian could still condense the god's hand, he might be able to fight against Xuanyang. If he could not condense it, he would surely die. Qin Wentian's body was suspended above the sky, and the god's hand was defeated by the Xuan emperor's immortal thoughts, and it was indeed impossible to condense it again. This was the god's hand of Emperor Yi's unique skill, a truly super terrifying magical power. How could it be so easy to practice? Even in its initial form, he needed the help of the refining god Atlas to cultivate and use it. After being shattered, it was impossible to condense it again immediately. Although he was the only one who had cultivated the ancient emperor's unique skill, he still had some limitations, and he needed to cultivate it more proficiently in the future. This emperor's one must have seen the power of the god's hand and deliberately smashed it with one blow. Qin Wentian thought to himself. This emperor's one is indeed an immortal emperor. Although he was restricted by the ancient emperor's city and did not directly injure him, he still knew what to do to benefit his offspring the most. Xuanyang, the fourth strongest person on the immortal ascension list. Qin Wentian looked at the opponent who came before him. Being fourth on the immortal ascension list meant that Xuanyang's strength was at the top level in the entire immortal domain and below. You are looking for death? Xuanyang looked at the body of the big rock in front of him. The stars were blooming with endless light. He saw his fingers pressing forward. At this moment, the transparent mirror-like stars gave birth to golden luster. One after another, the light directly pierced into Qin Wentian's pupils, and with it came endless killing light. The crowd saw many strong lights appearing in the void. Each light was refracted like a mirror, revealing a purple-gold color, which could sting people's eyes and also contain the power of destruction. Buzz! Qin Wentian's body turned into a beam of light and soared into the sky in an instant. However, the beams of light kept shooting at him. Any beam of light could kill people. The speed of light was so terrifying that it could chase Qin Wentian's body to attack. If Xuanyang was facing a Xianjiao outside the ascension list, he would probably be killed in an instant. So strong. The people in the air below stared at the sky. How could a truly top-level Xianjiao be weak? You can only dodge. Xuanyang shouted, and then the Depan claws smashed out and turned into a huge palm covering the sky, directly annihilating the beams of light that were shooting at him. Buzz! The wind blew, and Qin Wentian's body rushed directly towards Xuanyang. As he moved forward, his claws kept bombarding, colliding with those beams of light, and constantly sending out destructive collisions. Qin Wentian's attack is also too strong. Even if he doesn't rely on the hand of God, his current strength is enough to enter the top 100 of the ascension list. Many people thought to themselves. Chapter 919, Joint Attack. Xuanyang looked at Qin Wentian's attack, but his expression was so calm that it was terrifying. The light of the stars kept shooting out. Although it was destroyed by Qin Wentian's big palm print, it still made Qin Wentian very unhappy. Buzz! A transparent spear appeared, as if it was born from the stars. Xuanyang stretched out his hand and grabbed it. The huge spear was held in his palm. The solemn momentum made people feel the majesty of the peerless genius. Lang Yu, Qin Wentian will definitely lose this battle. We can't let Xuanyang get Qin Wentian easily. What should we do? Tam Lang said to Xiao Lang Yu beside him. He was a strong man ranked high on the ascension list. He knew the advantages and disadvantages between Qin Wentian and Xuanyang. If Qin Wentian had the god's hand, he could fight with Xuanyang fiercely because his attack was unparalleled. But without the god's hand, Qin Wentian's transformation into Depan increased his speed and strength, but not his own perception. His starry sky was obviously at a disadvantage compared to Xuanyang's peak starry sky, and the star power he could use was far less than Xuanyang's. However, the power could be compensated by the transformation into Depan, but the star attack could not. In addition, there was comprehension. The Xianjiao who really reached the top 10 of the ascension list had special comprehension. They had begun to want to step into the realm of immortals and comprehend the abilities of immortals. Although they had not reached it, they still controlled the embryonic form of the power of immortals, and this advantage would be devastating to Qin Wentian. How could the people at the top of the ascension list have gained their reputation in vain? Therefore, in Tan Lang's view, Even if Qin Wentian reached the extreme power of the lower immortals with the help of the incarnation of Dapan, he would still be defeated. Wait a little longer. Even if we two work together, we are not sure to defeat Xuanyang. Xiao Lengaiyu said, but she was not arrogant. When they ranked at this level, they all possessed the power of a master beyond ordinary geniuses. Xuanyang had already applied the heavenly mysterious mirror technique to the extreme of the celestial phenomenal level, and integrated it into all his attacks. Every attack could cause a recoil force. This also means that when you fight with Xuanyang, if you attack him, you will also be counterattacked by your own power. The stronger your attack, the more powerful the backlash force. It is conceivable how difficult it is to fight with Xuanyang. Otherwise, how could Xuanyang be ranked 4th on the immortal list and steadily suppress her and the other woman who showed her edge? Yes. Tam Lang nodded slightly. This was in the void. Qin Wentian descended at a terrifying speed, and his palm directly grabbed Xuanyang. When this claw fell, a terrifying phantom of a big rock appeared in the void, making a terrifying howl, trying to tear Xuanyang's body apart. In front of this attack, Xuanyang's body seemed particularly small, but the momentum he stood there made him look like a giant. The long spear in his hand attacked out, and the endless power of the stars seemed to be reflected on this spear. Countless lights appeared in the void, and Qin Wentian's huge eyes could hardly open. Bang! The huge power shook Qin Wentian's claws. He retreated like the wind, like a real Fenpang great sage, retreating to distance. The huge claws trembled slightly. As expected, like Xuanxing, the attack rebounded. At the same time, there was a terrible attack force. Under the superposition of this power, it seemed to shatter his claws. Qin Wentian glanced at the figure of Xuanyang standing there, and secretly thought that he was worthy of being the 4th powerful existence on the immortal list. He saw that the battle decision on his body was released, and endless rune light flowed on the body of Dapan. His eyes were even sharper and unparalleled, as if they could penetrate people. The stars shone in the sky and reflected on his body. Buzz! A gorgeous arc appeared in the void, and Qin Wentian's body rushed out again, still like the wind, as if only a light could be seen. Xuanyang still stood in the void, looking at the wind-like figure of Dapan, and the power of the stars madly strangled him. However, at this moment, he saw Qin Wentian ignoring the strangulation of the light of the stars. The destructive light shot down on Dapan's body, and it actually collided with the flowing rune light on the surface of Dapan's body. What an amazing defense! Everyone was shocked. Dapan was a demon, the king of the sky, with terrible speed and strength, and defense was also not weak. His body was strong, and coupled with Qin Wentian's battle plan and immortal and demon body refining technique, in terms of pure defense, Qin Wentian had indeed reached a terrible level. It was impossible to deal with him directly with the pure power of the stars. SHH. A palm that tore through the void attacked, and Xuanyang directly shot it. With a loud bang, Qin Wentian's figure seemed to disappear, and only the hurricane was roaring. Bang, bang, bang. Then, the crowd heard terrible collision sounds in the void. The huge body of the rock was too fast, like real lightning, and it kept slashing at Xuanyang. Xuanyang's attack speed was also very fast. In the short moment, the two of them didn't know how many times they collided. After collision, Xuanyang's body seemed to be full of the figure of the rock, covering the sky and the sun, and the demonic energy rushed into the sky. Even though Xuanyang's strength was terrible, such endless collisions still made him a little impatient. So fast, this speed is simply unparalleled. Even if Qin Wentian was defeated, I'm afraid even Xuanyang would find it difficult to keep him if he wanted to leave. Everyone saw the shocking collision in the void and was shocked, but they saw that Xuanyang's body suddenly had a wonderful momentum blooming, and endless starlight surrounded his body. His spear shot out again. This time, it seemed that the speed slowed down, but if you look closely, you can see that when the spear was stabbed out, with Xuanyang as the center, a wonderful rule of power appeared in the whole space, as if the whole void was a mirror curtain, and when the spear was stabbed out, it directly descended on all directions. Xuanyang's spear technique was clearly aimed forward, but the spear light was refracted in all directions. Bang! Behind Xuanyang, Qin Wentian's palm print smashed down with overwhelming destructive power, but he heard a crisp sound of snapping, and rays of mirror light shot out and refracted continuously. He only felt that his claws were bearing an extremely amazing force, which was the power of his own attack. Moreover, it seemed that there was more than one layer, and his power seemed to have been overlapped, attacking him like a tsunami. With a loud bang, At this moment Qin Wentian's body transformed into a big rock and shot out into the distance, spitting blood from his mouth. The power of the rules of the immortals. In the air below, the Xianjiao looked up at this scene and were shocked. Sure enough, the peerless Xianjiao ranked at the top of the ascension list not only had overwhelming offensive power, but also comprehended a wisp of the power of rules and integrated it into their super powerful attacks. It was simply terrifying. Multiple superimposed recoil forces. Although Qin Wentian had transformed into a great rock, he was still at a disadvantage in terms of realm. In addition, except for the God's Hand, the other skills and magical powers he practiced could not be compared with the Zhuan Emperor's unique Xiangsuan mirror technique. Moreover, Zhuan Yang had also comprehended a ray of immortal power. In this case, as long as he could not break the Xiangsuan mirror technique, no matter how powerful the attack was, it would be rebounded to himself, unless he had an absolute power advantage like he did against Xuanzing when he used the God's Hand. He could directly break the Xiangsuan mirror technique with force. Qin Wentian's body, transformed into a great rock, was still retreating. After fighting for a long time, his power consumption was terrible. In addition, he had just encountered the ultimate, which made him feel exhausted. All of this seemed to be destined to the end at the beginning of the vicious attack of the Zhuan Emperor. Although the Zhuan Emperor's casual attack did not violate the rules of the ancient Emperor city and was not too excessive, it broke his God's Hand. "Brother, be careful." At this moment, a roar was heard. It was Zhen Mengzhen's voice. Qin Wentian suddenly felt a sense of crisis coming. There seemed to be several amazing auras attacking from behind him. At the same time, Zhuan Yang in front of him also stepped out, as fast as lightning, and rushed towards him at the same time. Buzz! Qin Wentian's wings suddenly flapped, abruptly stopping the retreat, and then flapped his wings again, rushing straight into the sky. Great freezing technique. At this moment, a shocking icy air froze the world, and the entire void seemed to be covered with frost. Qin Wentian's huge body instantly condensed into ice and turned into an ice sculpture. Not only him, but the entire space where he was seemed to be frozen, but the Fengpeng ice sculpture was still rushing upwards. Bang! A terrifying demonic energy swept out, and the ice sculpture shattered into pieces. At this moment, Tam Lang's body descended on Dapeng's back and stabbed a finger directly at Dapeng's body. At this moment, the power of killing in the chaotic world pierced into Qin Wentian's body. The terrifying killing power raged in Qin Wentian's body for only a moment, making his whole body seem to be torn apart by this killing power. "You can't get away." Xiao Lengyu's cold voice came, and another force that froze the world descended, and the expressions of the strong men in the air were numb. Zhuan Yang, ranked 4th on the Immortal Ascension list. Xiao Lengyu, ranked 6th on the Immortal Ascension list. Tam Lang, ranked 12th on the Immortal Ascension list. These three people are all peerless geniuses and super strong men. They attacked at the same time and dealt with Qin Wentian together. The lethality caused can be imagined. This battle is really tragic. Qin Wentian has cultivated the God's Hand. How can these people not try their best to capture him? And he is too fast when he turns into Fengpeng. If you want to capture Qin Wentian, you must first seriously injure him. Xiao Lengyu's body descended, and her palm was attached with terrible ice power, which continued to become stronger. Once again, she struck at Qin Wentian's huge body, with extremely violent means. "Senior brother." Zhen Mengzhen's eyes were red and his body soared into the sky. Zi Qingxuan also soared up, but saw the strong men of Xiaomen directly wave their palms to intercept them. "Get out of the way." Zhen Mengzhen saw Xiao Lengyu's palms strike out, with veins all over his body exposed. This strike might really cause Brother Qin to suffer a devastating blow. Finally, Xiao Lengyu's attack was launched, and Zhen Mengzhen let out a terrifying roar that shook the earth. Bang! The icy force finally struck down, but it did not hit Qin Wentian's body. The icy force seemed to be torn apart crazily. A strong golden light appeared above the void, crazily tearing apart the icy force that froze the world. In the golden light, there was a faint peerless figure. Chapter 920 Fighting Side by Side. Who? The dazzling golden light descended, causing the hearts of the Xianjiao to tremble again. Xiao Lengyu and Tan Lang suddenly attacked Qin Wentian before, obviously to prevent Zhuan Yang from capturing Qin Wentian, and wanted to injure him and then snatch him away. But at this lightning-fast attack, golden light filled the sky, as if a strong man descended from the sky to rescue Qin Wentian. Could it be that he, like Xiao Lengyu, wanted to snatch Qin Wentian's people? A space storm seemed to blow above the sky, and the dazzling golden light shot in all directions like a sharp sword. After seeing the body wrapped in the light clearly, everyone's pupils shrank, and their hearts trembled violently. Xuanyang's frantic steps suddenly stopped, his brows slightly frowned, revealing a strange look. Why is she here too? Is she here for the hand of God as well? The figure that appeared was actually a beautiful woman. Her expression was cold, as if she was frosty. Even when she was angry, she was still so beautiful that people could not help but feel pity for her. Her holy figure was like a fairy from the sky, noble, holy, and cold. What a beautiful woman! Her face is even more outstanding than Xiao Lengayu. Who is she? Someone asked. Could it be Nanhuang Yangxi? No, I have seen Nanhuang Yangxi once. Although they are both peerless beauties, their temperaments are different. Someone responded. Who could it be? There are only 3 such stunning beauties in the ancient emperor city who have such temperament. Xiao Lengayu is here, and Nanhuang Yangxi is also ruled out. Who else can it be? The man spoke again, causing everyone's eyes to tremble. Among the 3 most beautiful women in the ancient emperor city, the daughter of the great Emperor Changqing is the most mysterious and rarely shows up. She was born with the body of an immortal king, and the lowest achievement is an immortal king. She did not create any sect in the ancient emperor city, and there is no news that she has had any contact with anyone. She is a loner. Now, she appears? Princess Qing'er, the daughter of the great Emperor Changqing. Many people have gradually known the identity of this person who appeared, and they are a little surprised in their hearts. The most unlikely person actually appeared here at this moment? Is she Qing'er, the lover of senior brother Qin? Qin Wentian stopped fighting at this moment. He looked at the peerless figure in the void with a faint smile in his eyes. When senior brother Qin needed help the most, Princess Qing'er appeared, and with such a peerless face, she really matched senior brother Qin. No wonder senior brother Qin has always wanted to find her. Brother Qin and Princess Qing'er will definitely become a couple of gods. Qin Wentian smiled. Zi Qingxun beside him also saw that peerless figure, and a touch of melancholy flashed in his eyes. No wonder he could not forget Princess Qing'er. Such a woman, with such status and strength, appeared beside him and fought side by side when he needed her most. Above the sky, Qin Wentian, who had transformed into Big Rock, looked at the familiar figure that appeared, and endless warmth emerged in his huge eyes. At this moment, it seemed that the pain and heavy injuries he had endured were insignificant. After many years, he finally saw Qing'er again. The distance between the particle world and the fairyland world was too far. Sometimes he was afraid that the two would be separated from each other and would go their separate ways. He was worried that time would change too much. Fortunately, he was overthinking. She still appeared when he needed her most. As in the past, as a man, he should have protected her, but Qing'er was like his knight, always appearing in his most difficult times, standing in front of him, giving him the help he needed most, and silently, without asking for anything in return. This feeling, accumulated over time and years, has become deeper and deeper. The powerful golden light enveloped Qing'er herself, and also enveloped Qin Wentian's huge body. Qing'er looked at Xiao Lengayu with cold eyes, so indifferent that it made people feel cold. Xiao Lengayu also stared at the beautiful figure that appeared in front of her. Whether in temperament or appearance, it was not inferior to her own stunning beauty. The daughter of Emperor Changqing, Princess Qing'er. Although Xiao Lengayu had never met Qing'er, she guessed her identity. She had been looking for her. The immortal list ranked her 6th, while Qing'er was ranked 5th, and even surpassed her and ranked above her. This made Xiao Lengayu dissatisfied. She looked for Qing'er for a long time and wanted to fight her. However, even so, Xiao Lengayu did not expect that they would meet each other at this time and in such a scene. At this time, Qing'er should not be here. You also want to capture him and snatch the hand of God. Seeing Qing'er didn't answer, Xiao Lengayu continued to ask, I thought you were indifferent to the world. Now that the hand of God has appeared, you can't help it. Qing'er still looked at her coldly and ignored Xiao Lengayu. She turned around and saw the warm eyes of Qin Wentian after he turned into a monster. The indifference in Qing'er's eyes disappeared, replaced by a faint worry. She didn't expect to meet Qin Wentian in the ancient emperor city. She didn't expect that he would walk to the ancient emperor city where the immortal domain geniuses gathered so quickly. Qing'er never doubted Qin Wentian, but she didn't expect Qin Wentian to walk so fast. Seeing Qing'er turn around and ignore her, Xiao Lengayu's whole body was filled with coldness, sweeping out, extremely terrifying, and then she heard a crisp voice. You are injured. Qin looked at Qin Wentian, the crisp and gentle figure, and the cold temperament just now seemed to be completely different, turning into two people, and there was a hint of worry and sadness in the voice. This. The eyes of the crowd froze. This Qin Wentian, did he know Princess Qin, the daughter of the Changqing Emperor? Qin, did she come here not for the hand of the god, but because she recognized Qin Wentian? Xiao Lengyu's beautiful eyes froze for a moment, and she looked ahead in surprise. Then, a smile flashed across Qin Wentian's eyes, and he said, "Seeing you, these injuries are nothing." The crowd was even more shocked when these words came out. Qin Wentian's words were a little ambiguous. They looked at Qin's expression, as if they wanted to see her angry look, but she was still so calm, seemingly cold, but that kind of coldness was different from the coldness she showed to Xiao Lengyu. This was her natural temperament, with gentleness in her coldness. Perhaps it was just her personality. Everyone was surprised to find that Princess Qin was not angry. She just asked, "Why did you come to the ancient emperor city?" "I came to find you." Qin Wentian said, "I met Princess Liuli and she told me you were here." Oh. Qin looked normal and still looked cold, but there seemed to be a hint of warmth in her beautiful eyes, and her heart was also warm. No wonder he appeared here to find her. Qin Wentian must have gone through a lot of hardships to walk all the way from the particle world to the ancient emperor city. The conversation between the two made many people look strange. It seemed that the relationship between Qin Wentian and Princess Qin was unusual, and their words were quite intimate. Princess Qin. At this moment, Zhuan Yang, who had been silent all the time, spoke. He said coldly, "This man is extremely arrogant and wants to kill my brother. I will settle the account with him. This matter has nothing to do with you, so please don't interfere." It's getting more and more interesting. Zhuan Yang is the fourth strongest man on the ascension list, Princess Qin is fifth on the ascension list, and Xiao Lengyu is sixth. The three of them all appeared here. It's really interesting. Everyone saw the geniuses in the void and showed an interesting look. The three strong men confronted each other, with Qin Wentian as the center of the storm. Zhuan Yang and Xiao Lengyu both wanted to capture him and get the hand of God, but Qin knew Qin Wentian and wanted to protect him. Qin looked cold, and looked at Zhuan Yang coldly, still ignoring him. She was still the same as before, rarely speaking, and only Qin Wentian could make her say a few more words. "I'll ask you once more, are you going to leave?" Qin Wentian stared at Zhuan Yang with his huge eyes, and said indifferently. Zhuan Yang's eyes flashed, revealing a cold light. "Do you think Princess Qin can definitely protect you? Besides, relying on a woman, are you qualified to talk to me?" "Relying on a woman?" Qin Wentian showed a sarcastic look. "Your father came out to attack me and smash my divine hand, and you still have the face to talk to me like this. If your father didn't do it on purpose, do you think you are qualified to be arrogant in front of me? In that case, then I'll see if your father has left a fairy thought in you." Qin Wentian said coldly. "Leave it to me." Qin seemed to understand what Qin Wentian wanted to do, and said with a gleam, and walked to Qin Wentian's side. "I can't face you in the body of Destined again, Qin. It's okay. With my current strength, although these methods have a smaller and smaller increase, the damage to me has also become smaller. There is no need to rest for too long." Qin Wentian's huge eyes were filled with a gentle smile. Zhuan Yang was the fourth strongest man on the immortal list. With Xiao Lengyu and Tan Lang, how could he be assured to leave it to Qin? "Qin, leave it to me." Qin Wentian smiled, and his body suddenly burst into endless sword power. His body seemed to be burning, as if he wanted to squeeze out the best of his strength. A sword light that rushed into the sky seemed to break through the sky. Qin Wentian's huge body flashed forward, and the sword power swept in all directions, turning into a terrifying sword wave. It was that attack. In the distance, Jiutian and other strong men from the Destroying God Palace trembled in their hearts when they saw this scene. How terrible would it be if Qin Wentian transformed into Destined and used that sword? Zhuan Yang's brows suddenly frowned. He used the Shiangsu and mirror technique to the extreme, and seemed to feel a strong threat from Qin Wentian. The sword energy was too terrifying. Qin Wentian stretched out his claws, and in an instant, endless sword power seemed to gather onto his claws. He pressed his huge claws forward, and there seemed to be a shocking sword energy that could kill everything. "I was thinking, your brother Xuanxing was hit by me just now, and your father's immortal thoughts appeared, attacking me as an immortal emperor and shattering my divine hand. So now, can your brother Xuanxing have a second immortal thought?" Qin Wentian said coldly. After these words fell, Jiutian's face changed drastically, and he said, "What do you mean?" Chapter 921, Descendants of the Emperor. Jiutian's face changed after hearing Qin Wentian's words. Just as Qin Wentian said, Xuanzing had already suffered a fatal blow. It was his father Emperor Xuan's immortal thoughts that protected Xuanzing from dying and shattered Qin Wentian's divine hand. Xuanzing, he no longer had immortal thoughts to protect him. If there was another attack like the one just now, it would be devastating for Xuanzing. This was also the reason why Emperor Xuan wanted to shatter the divine hand. However, at this moment, Qin Wentian's power was enough to threaten Xuanzing's life again. How could Jiutian not be shocked? After he shouted, "What do you mean?" Qin Wentian's huge body had already moved, like a flash of lightning, rushing towards the sky with endless sword power. Fast, so fast that it was unbelievable. Not good, Xuanzing's immortal soldiers. Jiutian shouted loudly, and Xuanzing had not had time to react. As soon as he heard Qin Wentian and Jiutian's voices fall, he saw a terrifying figure of Destined rushing towards him. In an instant, Xuanzing's aura bloomed wildly, and the light in his hands shone, and in an instant, an immortal soldier appeared. "Stop!" A cold voice fell, and a stream of sword energy seemed to condense into a real sword. The endless sword power wrapped Xuanzing's whole body in it. The terrifying body of Destined blocked Xuanzing's vision. Destined's claws pressed into the void, as if as long as Qin Wentian pressed down with his claws, Xuanzing would be pierced to death by thousands of swords. He took out an ancient mirror, with a shining talisman and a faint immortal power, but Xuanzing's hand stopped there. He did not activate the immortal weapon. A truly powerful attack could determine life and death. At this moment, Qin Wentian could take Xuanzing's life in one breath. As long as his sword energy bloomed, Xuanzing would definitely die. He had no time to use the power of the immortal weapon. "You dare!" Jiutian shouted, and saw him stepping forward, with a monstrous and terrifying aura on his body. Qin Wentian's speed was too fast. If it was purely a matter of speed, Jiutian was definitely not Qin Wentian's opponent, and Xuanzing was even less so. Therefore, when Qin Wentian attacked Xuanzing, Jiutian could not stop him at all. Xuanzing looked at the figure in the void with his cold eyes and said coldly, "If you really kill me, let alone whether you can walk out of the ancient emperor city alive, even if you do, you will be hunted down by my father. Although the elders will not interfere in the grievances between the younger generation and the outside forces, if the descendants are really killed, revenge is inevitable. Killing Xuanzing will definitely anger the Emperor Xuan." Everyone stared at this scene, shocked in their hearts. When Qin Wentian controlled the god's hand before, he launched a fatal attack on Xuanzing. It was the Emperor Xuan's immortal thoughts that stopped him. Therefore, no one dared to guarantee that Qin Wentian would not kill. He might really kill, even if the person in front of him was the descendant of the immortal emperor. Kinger looked down, her expression was still cold, as if she would always be like this except when facing Qin Wentian, without any fluctuations in her mood. No matter what Qin Wentian did, she would not stop him, even if he really killed Xuanzing, the son of the immortal emperor. "Put away the immortal weapons." Qin Wentian uttered a cold voice. Xuanzing's eyes froze, staring at the sky. Buzz! The sword energy rolled wildly, Qin Wentian's claws pressed down again, and endless sword energy penetrated Xuanzing's body, making his long hair flutter wildly and his face pale. "Okay, I'll put it away. You will never make a stupid choice, right?" Xuanzing put away the immortal weapons and said loudly. All the Xianjiao figures of the Shuangjiao League around him kept approaching Qin Wentian, as if they would immediately attack if Qin Wentian really killed Xuanzing. Qin Wentian's huge body continued to press down, and looking at his cold eyes, Xuanzing's body trembled slightly. Nervous, extremely nervous, Xuanzing's whole body was tense. This was a real life and death moment. No matter whether he was the descendant of the immortal emperor or the peerless Xianjiao, if he lost his life, everything would end. "Qin Wentian, if you really kill Xuanzing, you will definitely not be able to bear the consequences," Jiutian said coldly. "Qin Wentian, don't be impulsive. I can give up the hand of God." Xuanzing made concessions and even promised to give up the hand of God. But Qin Wentian's body was still going down. His huge body almost landed on Xuanzing's head. The suffocating pressure fell on Xuanzing's body. Qin Wentian flapped his wings, and the wind blew. The demonic energy was raging. Xuanzing's body trembled more and more, staring at Qin Wentian. "From this moment on, I will kill anyone who wants to take the hand of God. Qin Wentian roared, and the wind raged between heaven and earth. His wings suddenly flapped, and his body pressed directly downwards. Like a flash of lightning, his figure disappeared directly. Boom! Jiutian was stunned, and all the Xianjiao were also stunned there, staring at the blood flying in the void. It was Xuanzing's head, which was directly pierced by the sword energy. A sharp claw directly buckled on the head. 10,000 swords pierced his heart, and blood spurted out. Kill! He really killed him. Qin Wentian, the descendant of the immortal emperor, kill him. He pressed on step by step, forcing Xuanzing to give up his immortal weapon and press down. He was not considering it, but to kill Xuanzing without unleashing the destructive power of that sword. Qin Wentian, he had intended to kill Xuanzing from the beginning to the end. He was holding on for that last blow, to end Xuanzing's life in the simplest way. The terrifying sword power had not yet been unleashed, and he had been stalling for time. The hearts of the strong men trembled violently. Xuanzing's eyes had not yet closed, and his body slowly fell downwards. No matter how rampant he was, no matter how noble his status as the descendant of the immortal emperor was, he still fell in the ancient emperor's city and lost his life. Qin Wentian, he really dared to do it and kill Xuanzing. Xuanzing! Jiutian roared wildly, and rushed to Xuanzing's front, leaving him with only a fallen body. He was trembling all over, his fists clenched, and his momentum rushed to the sky, as if he might go berserk at any time. His younger brother Xuanzing actually died in this ancient emperor's city of training. Kill! With a roar, the power in Xuanyang's fists shook the earth, causing the ground to explode. He looked up at the sky and looked at Qin Wentian in the void. Buzz! The wind plundered, and the sword energy swept down from the sky, like a 9-day sword river. The endless sword power contained a monstrous killing power. Dapen's claws were still pressed there, and this sword had not yet bloomed. The terrifying power of the immortal descended. Xuanyang sacrificed the immortal spear, revealing an endless killing intent, but he saw a sword whistling in the sky, and an extremely strange sword appeared from Qin Wentian's body. This sword passed directly through Qin Wentian's palm, cutting his claws and bleeding. Drops of blood dripped on the sword, and suddenly the sword burst into a terrifying demonic aura, clanging and emitting thousands of feet of immortal light, trying to break the sky. On this sword, there was also a faint shadow of a rock, unruly and unparalleled, like a real sky monarch. The demon sword once said that he was a rock in the clouds, and he only hated the low sky. Nowadays, the sky of the fairyland should be higher than the sky of the particle world. You are not the only descendant of Emperor Xuan who has fairy soldiers, Qin Wentian said coldly. His other hand held the Fengpeng talisman bone. Another Fengpeng phantom appeared, enveloping his body. At this moment, the terrible demonic energy and sword energy were so strong that the people around him were terrified. Xuanyang was furious and stared at Qin Wentian in the void. With the death of Xuanzing, the grudge between the two had turned into life and death hatred. However, in Qin Wentian's eyes, when Xuanzing surrounded him and wanted to kill him and take his god's hand, they were destined to die. No one in the Shuangjiao League moved. The sects of the ancient emperor's city were only a temporary alliance. Everyone was a proud son of heaven and a descendant of the emperor. But if such a life and death collision really happened, anyone would have to weigh whether it was worth intervening. Once they intervened, they would also have a life and death feud with Qin Wentian. If it was Qin Wentian alone, it would be fine. Now, it seems that there is another Princess Qinger, the daughter of the Changqing Emperor. This account is enough to make anyone be cautious. Xuanyang did not act rashly. His body stopped there, holding the immortal weapon in his hand, staring at Qin Wentian. If they both used immortal weapons to fight, no one could predict the consequences. The lethality that erupted in that instant might even kill his father, Emperor Xuan, before his immortal thoughts appeared. Qin Wentian did not move either. The two seemed to be frozen there, confronting each other. On the other side, Xiao Lengai walked in front of Qinger and said, I have always wanted to fight you. Even without Qin Wentian and the hand of God, this battle is still inevitable. I, Xiao Lengai, really want to learn how powerful the princess that Emperor Changqing values the most is. As soon as the voice fell, the terrible freezing power on Xiao Lengai's body enveloped the void. Qinger turned her cold eyes and looked at Xiao Lengai. The powerful space power flowed through her body, and her feet seemed to be stepping on the dazzling space pattern. Bang! Xiao Lengai raised her hand and punched out. The space in front of her was frozen inch by inch, and it was extremely fast, freezing all the strong people in front of her. However, At the moment of her attack, Qinger stepped forward, and the space pattern under her feet flashed. Her figure disappeared directly and appeared in another direction. The powerful space force can use the space force to move instantly, posing a terrible threat. The crowd trembled slightly when they saw Qinger's steps. Two peerless beauties, and both of them have super strength, are really exciting. Humph! Xiao Lengaiyu snorted coldly, and the terrible ice constellation appeared. Her fist light blasted out again, and the range of the ice seemed to be even wider. However, seeing Qinger step forward, the crowd was shocked to find that her body actually penetrated the powerful ice force directly and walked towards Xiao Lengaiyu. P.S. Recently many friends have reported that they can no longer read books in certain places because they are pirated. It is natural to be criticized. Reading genuine books will not often encounter such problems. Everyone can come to QQ Reading and Qin to read books. You can also add my watch at Jingwen 888, or search for on the official account to see the secret behind Qinger. Chapter 922, The Battle of the Heavenly Lady. Such a strong spatial force, crossing the void, ignoring attacks, this is the power of the rules of the immortals. Seeing Qinger stepping out directly from Xiao Lengaiyu's violent attack, ignoring the attacking force, the hearts of the Xianjiao trembled again. No wonder Princess Qinger can rank 5th on the Immortal Ascension list, even ahead of Xiao Lengaiyu, and has mastered a trace of the power of the rules of the immortals, transcending the power of the ordinary. The reason why the realm of the immortals is a huge hurdle is precisely because it is a leap, a transformation. Even if the top Xianjiao only mastered the simple power of the rules of the immortals, they can cause terrible effects. Qinger's body passed through the attack and landed in front of Xiao Lengaiyu. She simply punched out, and the gorgeous space-tearing power turned into dazzling light, as if to cut through the space, like a sharp sword. The crowd saw that the killing light that cut through the void wrapped Xiao Lengaiyu's body in it. The power of a punch was so strong that it made people tremble. Xiao Lengaiyu was wrapped in icy power, and a rumbling sound was heard. The entire void froze. She pointed her finger forward, as if an extreme cold air was corroding Qinger's body. Qinger slashed her palm, and a ray of light slashed out, splitting the frozen space and killing Xiao Lengaiyu. Xiao Lengaiyu's finger technique pointed at the sword light in the void that was cut down, and it actually emitted an amazing power, and the sword light exploded directly. Frozen tribulation finger. Everyone trembled when they saw Xiao Lengaiyu's finger technique. They saw her delicate jade hand stretched out, and 10 fingers struck at the same time, as fast as lightning. The moment the finger technique was struck, the space in front seemed to be frozen and frozen again, destroying everything, and it could kill people in an instant. At the moment when Xiao Lengaiyu used the frozen tribulation finger, Qinger stretched out her slender white palm at the same time, as if shining with brilliant golden light. As her palm slapped forward, a circular golden pattern appeared, with endless starlight falling on it. In just a moment, the pattern became huge and directly stretched between the two of them. Xiao Lengaiyu's frozen tribulation finger collided with it crazily, and wanted to freeze the entire pattern, but it kept falling into the golden void pattern and was crushed by the crazy rotating pattern. The golden pattern suddenly bloomed with thousands of feet of brilliance and blasted forward. At this moment, it wanted to destroy everything, causing everyone's hearts to tremble violently. Xiao Lengaiyu was in danger. These two beautiful women of heaven were really crazy. Now they were fighting in close combat, and the danger was undoubtedly extremely high. If they were not careful, they would be seriously injured or even in danger of death. So strong, this is the super powerful magical skill of the female Emperor GD, the immortal slaying map. A Xianjiao figure recognized Qinger's attack and was shocked. Princess Qinger, the daughter of the great Emperor Changqing, was born a fairy king and possessed an extraordinary physique. When the great Emperor Changqing was fighting for the throne of the fairy kingdom, he sent this young girl away to protect her. After taking her back to the fairy kingdom, it was rumored that the great Emperor Changqing doted on her very much and even wanted to train her to be his successor. He sent Princess Qinger to practice with the female Emperor GD. When GD saw Princess Qinger, she accepted her as her personal disciple. It was not because she gave face to the great Emperor Changqing, but because she really liked her. Otherwise, she would not have passed on her unique skills. A Xianjiao whispered. These descendants of emperors had broad horizons and knew all the powerful fairy emperors in the fairyland. They had heard many rumors. Indeed, GD had a status in the fairyland. She always did her own thing and had a paranoid personality. She would not give face to anyone. If she didn't like her, she would not accept even the daughter of the great Emperor Changqing as her disciple. How could these people not know who GD was? There were two great emperors standing behind Princess Qinger, which was indeed terrifying. The light of the immortal slaying diagram bloomed, truly bursting out with endless space light, destroying everything. In an instant, Xiao Lengai was almost shrouded in the threat of death. Xiao Lengai's attack seems to be engraved. Everyone secretly said, the special attack power is indeed terrible. No wonder Qinger is ranked ahead of Xiao Lengai in the immortal ascension list. The power of the frozen tribulation finger continued to freeze, but was constantly torn apart by the immortal slaying diagram. Xiao Lengai shouted delicately, and her entire body was covered with ice power, like an ice sculpture. There was even a trace of extremely cold gas constantly emanating from her body. Even though they were very far apart, everyone could feel the trace of cold air. Is it the immortal slaying diagram? Xiao Lengai let out a long roar, and the light of the stars and celestial phenomena shone down. A huge freezing force sealed this piece of heaven and earth, turning it into an ice world. When she slapped her palms, she directly hit the immortal slaying diagram. The terrible freezing killing power seemed to be blind to the power of vision and directly hit Qinger's body, causing Qinger's whole body to be eroded by the cold. However, she was still cold and her expression did not change at all. She clapped her hands, and the immortal slaying picture shone brighter, destroying everything. The endless light destroyed all the power in the void. Then Qinger sent it out with her palm, and the immortal slaying picture covered the front, and everything in its path would be strangled. A terrible turbulence was flying between heaven and earth. Xiao Lengai's face changed, and she kept retreating. At the same time, her fists were madly blasting out, but Qinger waved her palm, and the strong light was dazzling. The immortal slaying picture turned into endless patterns of light and slashed out, madly hitting Xiao Lengai's attack. Puff! There was blood blooming, and bloodstains appeared on Xiao Lengai's palms. She stretched out her palms, and the endless freezing power gathered to block the attack of those light patterns, but her body was still pierced by the light. When all the attacking forces fell, Xiao Lengai's body stood in the void. Although she was still beautiful, she had a sense of sadness and beauty. She was covered with bloodstains and looked very embarrassed. Xiao Lengai was defeated. Although Princess Qinger has not appeared much, her strength is indeed strong. With the guidance of the two great emperors, she ranks ahead of Xiao Lengai. Everyone's heart trembled when they saw the two beautiful bodies in the void. It was rare to see the competition between the two beautiful girls. Now, it is unknown how terrible the strength of Nanhurong Yangxi, who ranks third, is. Buzz! The power of the void enveloped Qinger's body. Her delicate body trembled, and divine patterns flashed under her feet. Her body disappeared, and suddenly a gorgeous space light appeared in front of Xiao Lengai. Qinger, who appeared, had a cold expression. She raised her hand and punched again. This punch really had the power to shuttle through space. The light flashed and hit Xiao Lengai directly. The winner has been decided, and she still wants to fight. Everyone's expression froze. They saw that the mysterious Princess Qinger was always cold. She looked at Xiao Lengai with a very cold look, and every blow was merciless. Xiao Lengai has been looking for Qinger to defeat her and prove her ranking on the immortal ascension list, but Princess Qinger may not have paid attention to Xiao Lengai before. It's just that Xiao Lengai's previous attack on Qin Wentian may have caused the anger of the daughter of the Changqing Emperor. Although she didn't say anything, her anger was reflected in her attack. Qinger's punch was very violent. Xiao Lengai's face suddenly changed. She seemed to feel the anger hidden in Qinger's attack. This was not just a simple competition to defeat her. Her body exploded back, and at the same time, the terrible freezing power bloomed. The frozen tribulation finger was shot out, colliding with the special fist light, and was directly torn apart. The terrible special tearing aftermath attacked her body and pierced her defense. However, this was just the beginning. Qinger's figure disappeared again, and only a void-like pattern was seen. The flashing light in an instant was like the power of teleportation. Another punch of special fist light came to kill. Xiao Lengai's expression changed and she kept resisting. In a short moment, golden light patterns continued to appear in the entire void, and Qinger's figure seemed to appear everywhere in an instant. What a violent attack method! This is Emperor Ji's style. It is rumored that Emperor Ji is very good at special power. Her attack power is violent and unparalleled. Many immortal emperors are in awe of her. Xiao Lengai's momentum has fallen. She is completely suppressed. I'm afraid she will suffer a loss. Sure enough, the endless attacks made Xiao Lengaiyu extremely irritated. When another punch came, she raised her hand and pointed. However, this time Kinger's body did not disappear, but rushed directly towards her body. The terrifying fist light did not dissipate, but directly penetrated everything and descended. You! Xiao Lengaiyu shouted angrily, and a terrifying force in her body rushed out fiercely, trying to freeze this space to death. Kinger's delicate body seemed to be wrapped in it, but she only had one punch at this moment, penetrating everything, as if there were endless fists overlapping, tearing open layers of space. Bang! With a loud noise, Xiao Lengaiyu's body seemed to be penetrated by the fist light. Kinger's fist directly passed through everything and hid her body. Xiao Lengaiyu. At this moment, all the strong men were shocked, staring at the shocking scene in front of them. The light flashed, and another figure walked out directly. Kinger's body seemed to be frozen in an instant. Xiao Di's immortal thoughts appeared and stood behind Xiao Lengaiyu. How dare you do such a cruel thing? Xiao Di's immortal thoughts shouted coldly, and Kinger's eyes were still cold, staring at him, and said, "The daughter of Changqing, the disciple of Emperor Ji, get out." You. Xiao Di's expression was slightly condensed, and he instantly thought of a younger generation figure, the beloved daughter of Changqing Immortal Emperor. So you are Changqing's beloved daughter, but it's a bit rude to have so many elders speak to you. You and Lengaiyu are in the trial of the ancient Emperor city together, why do you have to be so ruthless next time? Emperor Xiao's voice contained a strong majesty, and everyone was speechless. Today's battle actually brought out the immortal thoughts of two immortal emperors. Moreover, with Kinger's identity, even Emperor Xiao would not dare to do too much, otherwise Kinger would obviously have immortal thoughts to protect her. In the end, the grudges would still have to be resolved by Kinger and Xiao Lengaiyu themselves. Ask her what she did. Kinger was still cold. Emperor Xiao glanced at Xiao Lengaiyu, and saw that Xiao Lengaiyu's face was not very good at this time. Not only did she lose, but she lost very thoroughly, and even her father's immortal thoughts were aroused. This was definitely a humiliating battle. Alright, if Lengaiyu did anything excessive, I will take the blame on her behalf. As both of us are geniuses of the immortal realm, we should just stop competing here to a certain extent. Don't let your elders and I have too much hatred. I can't stay in the ancient Emperor city for too long, so I'll take her away now. Don't do this again in the future. As Emperor Xiao spoke, he took Xiao Lengaiyu with him in a flash and disappeared from the spot. It seemed that even if Emperor Xiao appeared, it would not be easy to bully the younger generation. Besides, Kinger's identity was not so easy to mess with. If they really had hatred, Xiao Lengaiyu's strength was not as good as Kinger, so she would still suffer in the ancient Emperor city. Chapter 923, Both Sides Suffer. Xiao Lengaiyu is gone. The Xianjiao looked up at the void. Xiao Lengaiyu, the leader of the Xiao clan, ranked 6th on the ascension list. It was no secret that she was looking for Kinger in the ancient Emperor city. Many people knew it. Xiao Lengaiyu wanted to defeat Kinger to prove that she should not be ranked behind Kinger in the ascension list. However, she failed in this battle, and was defeated miserably. She was hit by Kinger's terrible special fist, which stimulated the body-protecting immortal thoughts left by Emperor Xiao on her, and thus she was saved from the disaster. Emperor Xiao took her away directly. After all, according to the rules of the ancient Emperor city, he could not stay for a long time and could not interfere with the affairs of the ancient Emperor city. Looking at the cold and beautiful figure in the void, the daughter of the Changqing Emperor, the disciple of the female Emperor Ji, she really dared to do it. Was all this just because Xiao Lengaiyu had attacked and seriously injured Qin Wentian before? The relationship between Princess Kinger and Qin Wentian seemed to be extraordinary. Because of Xiao Lengaiyu's attack, she even did not hesitate to fend Xiao Lengaiyu to death and even killed him. At this time, many people couldn't help but be curious. What is Qin Wentian's identity? How could he deserve such treatment from Princess Kinger? Sister Qingxuan, the more I look at her, the more I feel that Princess Kinger and senior brother Qin are a perfect match. No wonder senior brother Qin has been looking for her. Their feelings must be very deep. Jian Mengqian looked at Kinger, who dared to kill the daughter of the immortal emperor for Qin Wentian in the void, and felt relieved for his senior brother Qin. Before, Jian Mengqian had been thinking that senior brother Qin was such an outstanding person. What kind of woman would she look for to be worthy of him? He was even worried that he would be disappointed and see a princess like Xiao Lengaiyu. Now, this ray of doubt disappeared, and he just wished Qin Wentian and the others well. However, at this moment, Qin Wentian was still confronting Xuanyang. Qin Wentian's demon sword was humming continuously, and the storm of sword energy made everyone in the air go away. The long spear in Xuanyang's palm had a sky-breaking light piercing out, and the power was shaking the sky, which was extremely terrifying. Neither of them dared to be distracted at all. Their control over the immortal soldiers was weak, but the power they created was terrifying. If they did not go all out, if they were distracted for a moment and the other side seized the opportunity to attack, it would be very likely to cause a devastating blow. But they were both clear about the battle over there. King Er defeated Xiao Lengaiyu, and Emperor Xiao took Xiao Lengaiyu away. The people of Xiaomen never intervened in the battle between the two. That was the battle that Xiao Lengaiyu had been looking forward to. Moreover, many Xianjiao joined Xiaomen not because they really had a good relationship with Xiao Lengaiyu, but because of her identity, her beauty, and her talent, which gave her a legendary color. When another legendary king appeared, and her appearance was even better than Xiao Lengaiyu's, and her status and position also exceeded Xiao Lengaiyu, the people of Xiaomen would naturally not join the siege to deal with such a beautiful woman like King Er. In this battle, the Xiaomen alliance was probably going to fall apart. In addition, Qin Wentian had previously killed Zhuangxing at all costs, and his grievances with Xuanyang had risen to a life and death feud. In addition, Princess King Er, the daughter of the Changqing Emperor, was involved. The Xianjiao of the Shuangjiao League would not easily get involved to deal with Qin Wentian. In this situation, even if Xuanyang ranked 4th on the immortal ranking, he was in a weak position at the moment. Xuanyang, I'm afraid I can't avenge Zhuangxing. Many people thought in their hearts. The appearance of King Er, the battle with Xiao Lengaiyu, and Qin Wentian's immortal destroying sword technique instantly changed the situation. Your power is limited, right? If I can't kill you today, you will never have peace in this ancient emperor city. Xuanyang finally spoke. Qin Wentian's pressure at this moment was terrible, and with Princess King Er beside him, it was almost impossible for him to kill Qin Wentian in this situation. Really? Qin Wentian sneered. To launch an attack at the cost of burning yourself like this, you must have paid a lot. Xuanyang's expression was cold. Today, what if I don't kill you? Even if you don't launch this attack, it doesn't mean that I will let you go. Qin Wentian's voice fell, and the demonic wind raged between heaven and earth. The power of destroying the world suddenly spread out. Qin Wentian's body descended directly like the wind and appeared in front of Xuanyang. The power of the immortal destroying sword merged into the demon sword. With the claws pressed down, the demon sword was like a terrifying dampened sword, emitting a terrifying sword whistle, as if billions of sword keys swept out towards the sky below and rushed towards Xuanyang. He actually took the initiative to attack. Everyone was shocked. Xuanyang originally planned to truce and temporarily give up paying for Xuanxing, but Qin Wentian did not let him go, but launched this devastating attack. Roar! Xuanyang roared angrily, and the long spear stabbed towards the sky. Endless ancient mirrors appeared. His spear stabbed out a storm of killing and killing the sky. Boom! The two forces collided, and in an instant, the storm of destruction directly submerged the space where the two people were fighting. The crowd saw a burst of light that penetrated the sky and earth. The destructive gale tore through their bodies, and their bodies exploded. Even the aftermath was faintly unbearable. It seemed that there was another roaring sound, dust flying, and the demon sword whistled. When everything disappeared, the crowd saw a deep pit appeared in that area, full of holes, and two figures lying on the ground. It was Qin Wentian who had turned into his original appearance. At this time, he was lying on the ground, as if he could not move, with a weak breath, and no longer the violent momentum that dominated the world just now. Xuanyang was of course not doing well either. He also lay there, covered in blood, with sword marks on his body, and was seriously injured. This attack caused both sides to suffer losses. Their attacks were beyond the opponent's tolerance. Even the wave of destruction was enough to seriously injure them. Moreover, Qin Wentian's use of the immortal destroying sword to transform into his true body was at the cost of burning himself. In fact, his attack in this last collision was even better. He had no scars on his body, but even so, his own load had made him unable to support it. What a tragic battle. Ancient Emperor City, there hasn't been such a battle for a long time. The Xianjiao were somewhat speechless. The protagonists of this battle, the 4th, 5th, and 6th ranked masters on the Ascension list, all participated in it. In the end, Xiao Langyu, the sixth-ranked master on the ascension list, was injured, and even the immortal thoughts of her father, Emperor Xiao, appeared. Zhuan, the fourth-ranked master on the ascension list, and Qin Wentian were both injured. As for his younger brother, Xuanxing, the 27th-ranked master on the ascension list, he was killed by Qin Wentian. Such a storm has not happened in the ancient emperor city for a long time. This time, it was triggered by the appearance of the god's hand. No wonder he is so confident. If Zhuanyang and Xuanxing were not standing in front, if the Xiao clan's people insisted on taking the hand of God, they would pay a heavy price. The Xiao clan's Xianjiao looked at Qin Wentian lying there, and his heart was in turmoil. Even Tanlang was in a complicated mood at the moment. This battle was not just about Qin Wentian, but also involved the daughter of Emperor Changqing, Princess Qinger, and defeated Xiao Langyu, whom he loved. Qinger had come to Qin Wentian's side at this time. She didn't say anything, but directly picked Qin Wentian up, and coldly glanced at Zhuanyang who was lying there. The powerful void power wrapped around her body, and she flashed and appeared directly in the void, and then turned into a series of residual images and went away. In this world, if you ask who knows Qin Wentian best, there is no doubt that person will definitely be Qinger. She was too familiar with Qin Wentian, even more familiar than herself. She had followed Qin Wentian's growth step by step since his youth in Chu state, and watched him silently. In addition to Qin Wentian's experience in the fairyland, everything in the particle world, and what power Qin Wentian cultivated, she knew everything. Of course, she knew that Qin Wentian was very weak at this time. The last time Qin Wentian used the immortal destroying sword, she also took care of Qin Wentian until he recovered. This time, she didn't know how long Qin Wentian would need to recuperate. Qinger knew very well that Qin Wentian would not transform into Big Rock and use the immortal destroying sword unless he had no other choice. In all these years, Qin Wentian had only used it twice, once in the Danyuan Palace to save Mo Qingcheng, and the second time in the Great Xia dynasty to face the threats of several celestial masters of the Chen family and the masters of the Danyuan Palace. This was the third time, so Qinger was angry, especially when she arrived and saw Xiao Langyu sneak attacking Qin Wentian, so she had the intention to kill him, not hesitating to kill the daughter of Emperor Xiao. However, at this moment, Qinger only thought about Qin Wentian's injuries. She ignored everyone and took Qin Wentian away directly. That was the only thing in her eyes. Brother Qin. Jun Mengchen and Zi Qingxuan were stunned for a moment, and then Zi Qingxuan pulled him and said, "Princess Qinger will take care of Brother Qin, let's go." Jun Mengchen also knew that it was not suitable to stay here for a long time, and he and Zi Qingxuan quietly retreated and left here. Whether it was the people of the Xiao clan or the Shuangjiao League, they did not focus their attention on them, and their minds were still immersed in this battle. Let's go. Princess Qinger and Qin Wentian are probably lovers. Someone sighed. This scene made many Xianjiao feel a little jealous and envious. Judging from the situation, they are most likely lovers. It is a great pleasure to have a woman with such a background, beauty and talent as a wife. However, it is rumored that Emperor Changqing values this daughter the most and trains her as a successor. It may not be so easy for Qin Wentian to marry Princess Qinger. His own talent is also terrible, which has been proved by today's battle. Moreover, he has obtained the hand of God. If his background can match Qinger, Emperor Changqing will not interfere too much? Don't think too much? Qin Wentian killed Xuanxing. Not to mention that Xuanyang will not let him go. Emperor Xuan's anger is not so easy to bear. How long Qin Wentian can live is a problem. Someone else spoke up, causing many people to look at Xuanyang lying there. This peerless Xianjiao, who ranked 4th on the ascension list, was also extremely frustrated in today's battle. He witnessed his brother being killed and seriously injured. The ancient emperor city is full of events, and this battle is particularly brutal. I wonder if anyone will try to snatch the hand of God on the future. But even if they do, it won't be so easy. Everyone thought to themselves that it was worth the trip to be able to witness such a thrilling battle today. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 924 Confession. Qin Wentian's name began to be known in the ancient emperor city. The daughter of the great Emperor Changqing, the daughter of Emperor Xiao, and the two descendants of Emperor Xuan were involved in this storm, and Xuanxing died in the battle. The news spread quickly. A few days later, Xuanxing's name was missing from the ancient emperor city's immortal list, but a new name appeared. Qin Wentian's name appeared in the immortal list, and his specific ranking was 100th. This ranking was slightly controversial. Some people thought that Qin Wentian's ranking was low. After all, he personally killed Xuanxing, who was ranked 27th, and did not use immortal soldiers. Some people also thought that Qin Wentian's ranking was high. He was only at the 7th level of the celestial phenomenon realm, and only used some secret methods to make his power leap. That was not the power he had under normal circumstances, and there would inevitably be side effects. These descendants of emperors all understood that this method of violating the rules of cultivation to allow martial arts cultivators to cross realms must be limited, and Qin Wentian would probably pay a price for it. As for Qin Wentian's real fighting power, he is still in the 7th level of the celestial realm and cannot use the god's hand skillfully. That is why he cannot condense it a second time after being shattered by the Zhuan emperor. It is also unstable. Even with the help of the god's hand, he can probably only rank around 100th. There are many controversial voices about Qin Wentian's ranking on the ascension list. Qin Wentian seems to be different from other Xianjiao. I am afraid that the people who determine the ranking of the ascension list do not know how to arrange his position specifically. Therefore, it is temporarily set at 100th on the ascension list, and it will inevitably change in the future. However, Qin Wentian himself has no time to care about all this, and he is even unaware of it. In the ancient emperor city, there are continuous mountains, the area is vast and endless, and it is extremely mysterious. No one who has stepped into the ancient emperor city in the past dynasties dares to say that they have walked through the ancient emperor city. In the depths of the mountains, many Xianjiao have gone to explore, but they have disappeared since then. No one knows what happened. At this time, on a green mountain somewhere in a mountain range, there is a quiet place with cliffs, waterfalls and flowing water, just like a place outside the world, without worldly disturbances. There is a simple house surrounded by green peaks. Outside the house are rugged rocks. The breeze blows gently, making the body feel extremely cool. On a huge rock, a beautiful figure was sitting there calmly, practicing quietly, like a fairy in a painting, which made people intoxicated. After a while, the figure slowly stood up, then turned around and looked at the figure lying there, who was sleeping peacefully. This beautiful figure was naturally Qinger, and the person lying there in a coma was Qin Wentian. Qinger walked to Qin Wentian's side, squatted there, looking at the peaceful face in front of him, handsome and natural, as if he was so relaxed, as if after that blow, he was not worried about any accidents at all, as if he knew that someone would take him away safely. Qinger's cold expression gradually softened, and the coldness on her beautiful face disappeared. The breeze blew, ruffling her black hair, and brushed across Qin Wentian's cheek. As she looked, Qinger's beautiful eyes seemed to recall many past events. In her eyes, a rare warm smile appeared, which was extremely beautiful. "Thank you for finding me so quickly." Qinger's crisp and pleasant voice sounded, and then she slowly stretched out her hand, a little hesitant, but her soft and boneless slender fingers still went towards Qin Wentian's cheek, gently stroking that soft face, and her smile became more beautiful and brilliant. "You slept for so long last time, I don't know how long it will take you to wake up this time," Qinger said softly, but at this moment, a pair of clear and clean eyes suddenly opened. Qinger's fingers trembled slightly, and stopped on Qin Wentian's face, and the smile on her face also froze there. As if she suddenly realized something, Qinger's fingers were retracted from Qin Wentian's face like lightning, and she stood up instantly, regaining her cold expression, and said in a cold voice, "You're awake. Qinger, what are you doing?" Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a smile, and his eyes were fixed on the stunning figure. The smiling eyes made Qinger a little nervous, and she said, "See if you are feeling better." As she said that, she turned around and walked forward, with her back to Qin Wentian, as if she didn't dare to look into Qin Wentian's eyes. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a strange look, and her face was slightly red, but she returned to normal in an instant, as if nothing had happened. "Qinger." A voice came from behind, and Qinger turned around, and there was no abnormality in her beautiful eyes. However, Qin Wentian didn't say anything, just looked at her quietly, and the smile in his eyes was still so clear. Qinger saw Qin Wentian staring at her without saying anything, and wanted to turn around, but heard Qin Wentian whisper, "Qinger, I finally found you, let me take a few more glances." Qinger looked at Qin Wentian, and it was impossible to tell what she was thinking from her cold eyes. Then she said crisply, "You should have a good rest and get better soon." After saying that, she turned around, walked to the boulder before, and stood there quietly. Qin Wentian looked at the back, with a gentle smile in his eyes. After a long time, his eyes slowly closed, and he mobilized the strength in his body bit by bit. His body seemed to be drained. The consumption of the battle that day was too terrible. First, he fought with a god's hand and fought fiercely against the strong. Then he turned into a big rock and was severely injured. Finally, he destroyed the immortal sword, killed Xuanxing, and both he and Xuanyang were injured. After injuring Xuanyang, he completely used up all the strength in his body. Fortunately, his realm has been improved, and his self-recovery power is stronger. In addition, as his realm increases, the power increase of the immortal destroying sword is decreasing, and the side effects are also decreasing. It is not as terrible as before. Time passed little by little, and Qin Wentian quietly recovered his strength from the injury, and King was always by his side. Qin Wentian can now move freely. At this moment, he is sitting on a huge rock to practice. He has been sitting here for 10 days without opening his eyes. At this moment, Qin Wentian's eyes finally opened. There was no sharp light, but calm and peaceful. The sun set on the horizon shone in, covering the mountains with a layer of rosy clouds, which was extremely beautiful. The natural waterfall opposite made a gurgling sound, which was even more beautiful under the reflection of the sunset. A beautiful figure walked out of the waterfall. Her black hair was like a waterfall, wet, and she was wearing a thin green shirt, which set off her beautiful curves perfectly. Under the reflection of the sunset, she was full of sacred beauty, which made Qin Wentian a little crazy. King also found Qin Wentian. When she came over, she saw Qin Wentian's dazed eyes. She looked at Qin Wentian coldly, with a strange look in her beautiful eyes. Then she walked past Qin Wentian and walked towards the small house in front, leaving a refreshing breath. "What a beautiful scenery on earth," Qin Wentian murmured, and the cold wind blew. Qin Wentian turned around and saw Kinger's figure appear there, staring at him. "Kinger, you are so beautiful even when you are angry." Qin Wentian stretched and said jokingly. He was very thick-skinned. Could Kinger still attack him? Shameless. 2 words came out of Kinger's mouth, but they were quite pleasant in Qin Wentian's eyes. Looking at Kinger with a smile, Qin Wentian said indifferently, "Kinger, if you can live like this for the rest of your life, it will be a beautiful thing in the world." "Where is King Cheng?" Kinger's cold voice made Qin Wentian stunned for a moment, looking at Kinger in surprise. He didn't expect Kinger to say King Cheng's name at this time. Seeing Qin Wentian's expression, Kinger lowered her head slightly and fell silent. Qin Wentian took a deep breath, looked at Kinger's expression, and said softly, "Kinger, I can't let King Cheng down, but I won't let you down either." It was rare for Qin Wentian to express his attitude so directly. He knew that he should make his own promise to Kinger. Qin Wentian just said to Kinger that it would be a beautiful thing if he could live like this for the rest of his life. The first thing Kinger mentioned was King Cheng. It can be seen that in Kinger's heart, Qin Wentian, has actually been regarded as a lover. Otherwise, not only did she not refute, but she mentioned King Cheng. Obviously, in Kinger's heart, she has always thought about it. Moreover, although Kinger didn't talk much, her every move undoubtedly acquiesced to the relationship between her and Qin Wentian. She has been here silently taking care of him, not leaving a step. Even when she went to take a bath in the waterfall, she didn't avoid Qin Wentian when she came back. Kinger has been able to do this. He is the closest person to her. Qin Wentian can deeply feel the tenderness and affection behind every move. Qin Wentian's voice made Kinger stunned for a moment. She stood there blankly, as if she was a little surprised that Qin Wentian suddenly said such a thing. Then she turned around and walked towards the room again, whispering, "You should improve your strength as soon as possible. King Cheng should have been waiting for you for many years." Kinger walked into the room and did not come out again. Qin Wentian looked at the room and smiled bitterly. Kinger was still like this. However, was this a promise, or an agreement, or a tacit consent? Taking a deep breath, Qin Wentian looked at the sky. This time, he tried his best to improve his cultivation to the 8th level of the celestial realm. However, how long would it take to reach the realm of immortals? King Cheng, is she okay? In the room, Kinger lay there quietly, staring at the ceiling in a daze. At this moment, her heart was beating slightly, and she was unusually nervous. Slowly, her mood gradually calmed down. Kinger blinked her beautiful eyes, and then a warm smile gradually spread across her face. Her eyes slowly closed, with a faint blush remaining on her face. She was so beautiful that it was breathtaking. Unfortunately, Qin Wentian could not appreciate such a beautiful scene. Chapter 925, Dark Mountain. Qin Wentian spent a lot of time on the top of the Green Mountain and in front of the waterfall. With the beauty by his side, although it was quiet, he didn't feel lonely. Qinger was as quiet as ever, but Qin Wentian occasionally joked and teased her, and it was a pleasant thing to see the subtle changes in the girl's expression, so he didn't feel lonely at all. Half a year has passed since the battle, and Qin Wentian's body has finally recovered completely, and his cultivation has improved further, stepping into the 8th level of the celestial realm. He is only one step away from the peak of the celestial realm, the 9th level. It seems that he can already see the realm of immortals. In the evening, the cool breeze was blowing, and Qin Wentian stood in front of the waterfall, comprehending the method of practicing supernatural powers. At this moment, a wisp of wind blew past, as if a gray shadow passed by him. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed, and he suddenly stopped practicing, and the little bastard beside him also flashed directly into the void, as if he had also discovered something. Is there someone? Qin Wentian's body trembled, and he soared into the air like a phoenix in the wind. He saw a figure in white standing on a stone in front of him. The thin white clothes floated in the wind, the long hair was flying, and the graceful body was flawless. Just looking at the back, she looked like a beautiful woman. This made Qin Wentian feel strange. Could it be Ninhuang Yangxi? No, she doesn't have any breath at all. Qin Wentian suddenly found that he couldn't feel the other person's breath. Who is it? Qin Wentian asked. Buzz. The other person's figure flashed and went forward like a white ghost, leaving a faint afterimage in the void. What a fast speed! Qin Wentian said inwardly, and then the little bastard's body flashed and followed forward. Qin Wentian showed a strange color, and also flashed, walking forward. Behind them, a beautiful figure walked out of the house. Seeing Qin Wentian flashing away, she couldn't help but generate special power in her body. With a step, she disappeared directly from the spot. It didn't take long for Qin Wentian and the little bastard to lose the man. The other party was too fast, like a ghost. Mingxian. Qinger followed, and when she saw the road ahead, her expression changed slightly. Qinger, what is Mingxian? Qin Wentian asked curiously. The ancient emperor city is a Jedi. Many geniuses who have gone deep into Mingxian have never been able to walk out. The entrance to Mingxian is in front of us. Qinger pointed her finger forward. Qin Wentian looked carefully and saw that there seemed to be an arched mountain there, as if isolating a mountain range from other places, exuding a cold breath. That person entered Mingxian. Qin Wentian murmured. Woo woo. The little guy made a low sound. Qin Wentian looked at him and said, Little bastard, what's wrong? Summoning, I feel the breath of summoning. The little bastard's voice was a bit solemn, which made Qin Wentian's expression tense. Did the little bastard feel the breath of summoning? Then let's go in and take a look. Qin Wentian said, and then he looked at Qinger. Qinger, go back and wait for me. Qinger looked at Qin Wentian coldly, and seeing her eyes, Qin Wentian immediately smiled tremblingly and said, Then let's go in together, be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, the little guy's body rushed out directly, and Qin Wentian and Qinger followed. It is rumored that Mingxian is also a relic left by an ancient emperor, but this ancient emperor seems to be very cruel. So far, many Xianjiao have died in Mingxian, but no one knows which ancient emperor this emperor is, but there are still people who continue to enter Mingxian. Qinger explained, as if to remind Qin Wentian. Entering Mingxian, there seems to be only one passage here, and the space is filled with a bit of cold air, which makes people feel a little cold. The little guy's speed slowed down, and his body was trembling slightly, as if he was a little scared. This is the first time Qin Wentian has seen the little guy in such a situation. He felt a breath of summoning, but he was very scared. What kind of power is summoning? Ah! A deep and long howl came out of the little guy's mouth, and his body suddenly ran wildly, passing towards a canyon in front. Little bastard. Qin Wentian seemed to be able to feel the tension and impulse in the little bastard's heart. It was an inexplicable force guiding him. It's very dangerous inside. Qinger saw Qin Wentian catch up and reminded him. Qinger, you go back. Qin Wentian said again, his expression became serious. Since this Mingxian is called the Jedi of the ancient emperor's city, there must be a strong crisis. However, he can't ignore the little bastard, and he can't put Qinger in danger. My special ability can take you away at a critical moment, and I have immortal thoughts to protect me. Qinger looked at Qin Wentian and shook her head, very persistent. With Kinger's personality, Qin Wentian was afraid that he couldn't persuade her. Well, if you encounter danger, you must leave as soon as possible. Qin Wentian solemnly instructed. Okay. Kinger nodded crisply, and then Qin Wentian moved forward. He could feel the location of the little bastard. Soon, they passed through the canyon. There were many strange ancient mountains in it, each towering into the sky, and an extremely cold atmosphere filled the air. Little bastard. Qin Wentian continued to move forward and looked up at the top of a lonely mountain in front of him. He saw the figure of the little bastard standing there. The night was getting darker, and the figure on the lonely mountain was like a lonely wolf, searching everywhere. Buzz! A gust of wind blew by, and a thin figure in white appeared on another lonely mountain. Qin Wentian looked at the figure and found that it was the mysterious woman he met before. Fog suddenly appeared between the mountains, rising continuously, and soon covered the entire sky. What's going on? Qin Wentian found that even with his powerful eyesight, his vision was greatly hindered. The whole world seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious dark fog. After a moment, when the fog gradually dissipated, Qin Wentian's face changed. The scene in this space has completely changed. Although there is still the ancient mountain, it is even darker, and the ancient mountain is no longer the ancient mountain before. It is as if they have entered another space in an instant, and they have not moved at all. Mingxian. Kinger whispered. Is this the real Mingxian? Qin Wentian murmured. It seems that although Kinger knows that Mingxian is the Jedi of the ancient Emperor City, she doesn't know much. When night falls, this mountain range will actually have a mountain outside the mountain, the real Mingxian. That is. At this time, Qin Wentian looked at the foot of the mountain range, his expression condensed, and then he looked at the land of Mingxian and found a lot of corpses. The coldness in the air became stronger and stronger, as if there was a special power. The breath on Qin Wentian's body began to fade, as if it was peeled off from his body bit by bit. What's going on? Qin Wentian stretched out his hands. This dark mountain could actually forcibly strip the power from the human body. He looked at Kinger and found that Kinger also felt it at this time. Ouch! The little bastard let out another long roar. His body became huge and swallowed the power flowing in the air without being affected. Little guy. Qin Wentian looked at the little bastard. At this moment, the white-clothed figure suddenly flashed and appeared directly in front of the little bastard. Qin Wentian's expression changed slightly and flashed towards that side. Who are you? Qin Wentian asked coldly. The white-clothed figure looked up at him. Qin Wentian saw a breathtakingly beautiful and strange face. This kind of beauty did not have the slightest charm. Her eyes seemed to contain no emotion, but had a terrible majesty, as if she was an extremely powerful person. She still had no breath on her body, as if she was not a living person at all. She was also not affected by the dark mountain. Without breath, the power would naturally not be drawn away. Is it a human or a ghost? This was the first time Qin Wentian encountered such an existence without aura. No matter how powerful a person is, even if he is the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, he may not show his aura, but the aura of a human must exist. Qin Wentian stood in front of her. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he couldn't even feel the other person's existence. The woman looked away and then fell on the little bastard again. Then her figure walked directly towards the little bastard's body, which shocked Qin Wentian. Her body seemed to be not real, and she wanted to merge with the little bastard's body. Roar. The little bastard roared in pain, and his body struggled violently. Get out of the way. Qin Wentian sacrificed the immortal weapon spear and stabbed it directly at the woman's body, but the spear went straight through the mysterious woman's body without any effect. Ghost. Qin Wentian looked ugly, and the little bastard kept roaring and trembling even more. Boom. All the power in the little bastard burst out in an instant, and the woman's figure suddenly trembled, as if she was in an uncomfortable state. He's afraid of your blood flame. The little bastard shouted, and Qin Wentian's blood immediately surged, and his body was glowing with a terrifying white flame. He pointed his finger at the little bastard's body. Buzz! The wind passed by, and the ghost-like body was directly separated from the little bastard's body, staring at Qin Wentian with cold eyes. The little bastard had been raised by Qin Wentian's blood, and there was a trace of Qin Wentian's blood power in his body. When he used all his strength just now, he found that this mysterious man was afraid of that kind of blood. The woman looked at Qin Wentian coldly, and then rushed towards Kinger's body. In just a moment, her body seemed to overlap with Kinger's body. Kinger. Qin Wentian's expression changed drastically, and he pointed his finger again, but he saw that the figure flashed out again, Standing in front of them and looking at them, truly elusive. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.